हेलो 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 चैट, वी आर लाइव विद एन इनविजिबल चेस बोर्ड बिकॉज हमारे पॉइंट्स भी थोड़े से कम हैं, इनविजिबल से लग रहे हैं. वेलकम सहज भाई. 2 hard days of Tata Steel Chess, I have to admit, and more than half the tournament is just over 50%, 7 rounds over out of 13, and it's do or die or go home with empty hands. सहज भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. आज डे नंबर 8, 8वां दिन. क्या है भाई एक्सपेक्टेशंस आपकी भाई? एंड चैट वेलकम.
थैंक्स सो मच भाई. भाई एक्सपेक्टेशंस तो ये है कि भाई एक प्लेयर हैज टू जस्ट गो ऑन अ कंप्लीट रैम्पेज. मतलब एक भी गेम ड्रॉ भी मत करो भाई. जस्ट 6 out of 6, दैट्स द दैट वुड बी अ नाइस salvation there, but let's see. But yeah, last 2 days have been very bad भाई. मतलब एक एक I don't think we've had a single win in 5 games. Yeah, तो 10 games
या
में not a single win so far.
या बिल्कुल. एंड इट्स अ टफ टाइम फॉर इंडियन प्लेयर्स. एंड कोई कह रहा है कि टिकू भाई का हमारा इसी डायगल का मैक्सिमम लेंथ इज लाइक हाउ मेनी डायगल्स? 1 2 3 4 5, आई थिंक 8 इज द मैक्सिमम लेंथ of a potential diagonal. So I don't know what's the length of everybody's, but anyways, साज भाई मेरे को लग रहा है कि आज का दिन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एंड इट्स टाइम टू चेक आउट द स्टैंडिंग्स फर्स्ट, बिकॉज जस्ट टू अंडरस्टैंड ग्रेविटी कितनी है, हाँ फील हो रही है हमें, कितना प्रेशर फील हो रहा है कि अगर हम राइट वाले हाफ को छोड़ दें तो लगेगा कि भाई इंडियन प्लेयर्स खेल ही नहीं रहे टूर्नामेंट. भाई दैट इज सो रेयर कि भाई. और ये सडनली वैन निगमन आगे निकल गया भाई. ही ड्रू यस्टरडे. सो नाउ सडनली वी आर 10th 11th 13th एंड 14th. भाई ये क्या चल रहा है भाई ये?
भाई ये तो दिस इज नॉट लुकिंग नाइस, दैट इज फॉर श्योर. एंड ऑल्सो भाई अर्जुन और गुकेश को दोनों को हारना एक ही दिन में क्लासिकल में इज समथिंग आई हैव नेवर सीन बिफोर. सो yeah भाई, not the best moments, but wishing that we can make a comeback. Although when I look at the pairings, bhai, it is absolute mayhem today, because guess what, Fedoseev plays against Gukesh, Erdogmus plays against Pragg, and Arvind का अर्जुन से ही मैच है भाई.
सो गुड न्यूज ये है कि एटलीस्ट अरविंद और अर्जुन में से एक बंदा शायद फ्रंट पे आ सकता है. बट द प्रॉब्लम इज सहाज भाई एंड चैट कि गुकेश के हैं ब्लैक पीसेस, प्रग के हैं ब्लैक पीसेस, एंड दोनों के ओपोनेंट्स फॉर्म में है. सो इसका मतलब आज का दिन, वी हैव हैड अ कपल ऑफ डेज जहां पे वी फेल्ट वी वर इन गुड शेप पेयरिंग वाइज, एंड दे वेंट हॉरिबल. सो आई एम काइंड ऑफ होपिंग सहज भाई कि कंप्लीट अक्षय कुमार वाला स्वैप हो जाए एंड सडनली पेयरिंग खराब लग रही है तो रिजल्ट अच्छे आ जाए.
भाई ट्रू. एंड अभी ये पेयरिंग देख के मुझे एक और चीज याद है भाई. गुकेश और अर्जुन दोनों व्हाइट से आ रहे हैं भाई कल.
एग्जैक्टली exactly. वही
विच
तो,
इज
तभी
विच
तो हम
इज
खुश थे
इवन
कल.
वियर्डर.
या एंड दे वी सी द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन टेक द ब्लू सीट. चैट आपको तो आज में जो हाइपर लिंक आता है किसी भी नेट पे, व्हेन यू क्लिक ऑन लिंक हाइपर लिंक, वो उसका कलर ब्लू क्यों है?
क्यों है भाई?
क्योंकि जिस बंदे ने हाइपर लिंक्स बनाए थे उसको ब्लू कलर पसंद था. सो
अच्छा.
सेम वे ऐसे ही यहाँ पे टाटा स्टील की चेयर्स ब्लू की, बिकॉज मे बी अगर उसको ब्लू कलर पसंद है भाई. सो ब्लू कुर्सियों पे सहा यहाँ पे मुकेश भाई कुर्सी लेते हुए, एंड ही इज राइटिंग डाउन द मूव्स. पिछली दोनों गेम में हमने उनको डिसअपॉइंटेड देखा है. सो ही इज नॉट बिन हैप्पी. ऑफ कोर्स द ब्लंडर अगेंस्ट नोदरबेक वाज इनसेन, एंड नोदरबेक अब टूर्नामेंट टॉप कर रहे हैं. सो कई बार किस्मत साथ देना बहुत जरूरी. एंड ये सामने कौन है सहज भाई?
सामने तो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है भाई.
भाई उनके पीछे
भाई नो आइडिया भाई.
मैंने एक प्ले किया था बचपन में, पीटर पैन का प्ले था, तो वैसी फीलिंग आ रही है. बट आई डोंट नो क्या कुछ
पीटर
होगा.
पैन नहीं नहीं भाई,
कुछ
आई डोंट थिंक.
हिस्टोरिकल
कुड बी
सिग्निफिकेंस,
एक्चुअली.
कुछ
कुड बी.
हिस्टोरिकल सिग्निफिकेंस होगा. बट रिगार्डलेस, अगर चेस पे फोकस करे सहज भाई, ब्लैक पीसेस रुकेश के, सो इट्स गोना बी टफ. वरना टिकू भाई गिव्स मी वन मैगी. यू नो व्हाट अक्षत भाई, आई थिंक आज मैगी तो मतलब इट्स लाइक अ लाइफ. बोलते ना, इमेजिन करो 10 दिन से खाना नहीं खाया है और अब हम उस मैगी के पैकेट के लिए फाइट कर रहे हैं भाई. इट इज डू और डाई लिटरली. एंड दो इंडियन सामने हैं. It is Arvind Chithambaram, the guy who owned the first half of 2025. It felt like, he's finally made it, and he's again on that, slight decline. He needs to stop the bleeding. On the other hand, we have Arjun, who started off this tournament fantastically, leading the event, and suddenly, suffers that shock defeat to Fedoseev, and the tide has completely turned. He needs a bit of luck. Handshakes, the clock has impressed. Sahaj bhai, let's go. What's your prediction for the first move, chat? क्या लग रहा है?
By e4 if it's Arvind, or d4. I think e4 he
Go.
goes for the king's pawn opening. I think
Yeah, and
good solid choice.
एंड पूरा एडजस्ट कर रहे हैं भाई इस वक्त खेलने के बाद। अर्जुन को तो पता भी नहीं है कि ओपोनेंट ने चाल चल दी है। ही इज सो फोकस्ड। एंड चैट आई थिंक, मुझे लगता है कि हम कह रहे हैं कि कई बार स्टॉप द ब्लीडिंग, मुझे लगता नहीं है कि इंडियन प्लेयर्स ब्लैक पीसेस के साथ भी आज कुछ काम मूड में आए होंगे, बिकॉज वेन यू लॉस्ट टू इन अ रो as Gukesh, when you have scored half a point in the last three rounds as Arjun, I don't think you're in the mood for a calm draw and defending. You want something under your belt to feel confident about your play, and I would not be surprised if they might just go for the win if they get a chance.
भाई पता है अर्जुन दोनों गेम्स वाइट से हारा है अपने लास्ट के दो. So basically, he scored half out of three, but the two games that he has lost were with the white pieces. And same goes for Arvind. Like he's also half out of three as well, because he lost to Vincent and then drew to Sindarov. Also, वो game भी मतलब it was looking very dicey for him. And then against Jordan as well. So we could expect a bloodbath here. दोनों players को पता है कि the सामने वाला is not feeling the best.
Yeah.
So maybe they can go completely all out. And I think, judging by Arjun's opening choice, it
Saj bhai,
is
look at that
e6.
pawn on e6. Look at that pawn on
Four
e6.
knights,
Maybe
I
I
think.
am. नहीं नहीं, look at that pawn on e6 chat. Maybe I am dwelling too much into psychology, but वो pawn center में नहीं है बिल्कुल ऐसे. It's towards the king. He didn't push it properly. I don't know. That's a sign of nerves for me. Maybe it's too subtle. But मुझे याद है कार्लसन ने पीस गिराया था वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में. His dad also felt he was so nervous. And वो e6 pawn ना रुक सा गया सेंटर में आने से पहले. I feel like Arjun is really nervous right now. And उनको थोड़ा
भाई
किस्मत, थोड़ा लक चाहिए.
हारने के बाद लेकिन आप नर्वस थोड़ी ना होते हो. Like उसके
भाई
बाद तो
होते
I
हो ना
think you
अगले दिन तो.
become, like
Like
I
you
don't
feel.
know, you become like completely fearless. Yeah, because I mean और खराब क्या हो सकता है.
भाई पर हो सकता है ना भाई, यहाँ पे और खराब हो सकता है. आई कैन अश्योर यू, यहाँ और खराब हो सकता है. ब्लैक पीसेस है भाई. एनीवेज चैट, आई थिंक आई अग्री, वो थोड़ा सा फियर निकलता है, बट ऑल्सो यू नो कि स्टेक्स आर वेरी हाई. एंड चैट, द वर्ल्ड रैंकिंग्स टॉप 10 की अगर हम देखें, बेसिकली इंडिया का एक ही प्लेयर टॉप 10 में है, एंड कोई भी प्लेयर वर्ल्ड टॉप 5 में नहीं है. दैट्स नेवर हैपेंड इन द लास्ट 1.5 years. अर्जुन इज वर्ल्ड नंबर 6, गुकेश 11, प्रग 12 एंड आनंद 13. सो साज भाई, आई थिंक सिसलन डिफेंस ऑन द बोर्ड, मतलब कि शार्प ओपनिंग होगी और मजा आएगा भाई.
मजा आएगा भाई. एंड आई थिंक अभी तो नाइट c3 इज वेरी कॉमन, एंड उसके बाद ही गोज नाइट b5. सो द मोर सॉर्ट ऑफ सॉलिड अप्रोच हियर. Black can still play knight f6 and go into the mess, but generally you play d6 here, जिसके बाद c4 आता है white का, and then you get a solid Maroczy structure for white. So I think this is not something that maybe Arjun has looked at before. Generally आप knight c3 white से expect करते हो यहाँ पे.
That is true. But okay, I think I'm sure Arjun has seen this before. Maybe he didn't expect it for this game, so maybe उनकी opening prep से थोड़ा बाहर आ चुके हैं. मैं तो सैड सैड हो गया. अरे भाई डोंट वरी भाई, आई थिंक टुडे माइट बी द डे जहां पे हम सैड से खुश हो जाएंगे भाई. एंड वी बिन वेटिंग फॉर दैट रिजल्ट टू गो अवर वे. एक विन का इंतजार कर रहे हैं हम पिछले 2 दिन से. साज भाई, ये पिछला रेस्ट डे बहुत ही दुख लेके आया था. मे बी द नेक्स्ट रेस्ट डे विल ब्रिंग अस सम लक.
Would be bhai. And meanwhile, while this happens, let's take a quick look at the world champion who's playing against Fedoseev. And जहाँ पे we are seeing a proper Ragozin variation. तो आइए निम्जो इंडियन से. So knight c3 bishop b4, but white plays queen c2 d5 and then knight f3. So basically Ragozin के ऊपर transpose हो गई है. If you consider the fact कि d4 d5 c4 e6 knight f3 knight f6 knight c3 bishop b4 is Ragozin, and यहाँ पर basically Fedoseev ने queen c2 खेला है. So we have a direct transposition into Ragozin. Now the question is, does Gukesh know how to operate in this position? Because queen c2 is not something I've looked at very often.
Yeah, that's true. His structure में queen c2 is very rare, and in fact, d takes c4 should make a lot of sense for Gukesh, and that's what he's considering because bishop pawn defended नहीं है, and that would be the one drawback of this queen c2 move. c5 also definitely an option for black, जो हमेशा center break करने का black सोचता है. And by the way, good note by अक्षत भाई. देखो भाई, look for the t-shirt guy. बिल्कुल भाई, आज किस प्लेयर की शर्ट पहन के वो आए होंगे इज द क्वेश्चन. भाई वो बंदा थर्सडे फ्राइडे सैटरडे आया तो संडे को तो आएगा ही आएगा. आज बहुत भीड़ है बाय द वे.
मतलब अरविंद और अर्जुन में से एक होना चाहिए भाई. मतलब एक रिजल्ट तो आएगा फिर पक्का. वो जिसकी शर्ट पहनता है वो प्लेयर हार जाता है.
भाई ये क्या
बेसिकली.
रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. सो बेसिकली वी कैन मेक बेट्स या मतलब मैगी की लुकिंग एट हिज शर्ट.
हाँ भाई, उसकी शर्ट देख के देखते हैं. मुझे लगता है अरविंद की पहन के आया होगा.
ओ भाई, दैट इज रियली हार्ड फॉर अरविंद. But meanwhile, what are your predictions for today? I think we're going to see a lot of results. Usually classical chess में draws बहुत होते हैं, but इस tournament में results बहुत मिल रहे हैं. They have not gone in our favor so far. Maybe today is the day the tide turns finally. Meanwhile, as Gukesh thinks, and I don't know, he doesn't look that happy with something. Like he looked towards the right. Oh, really?
अरे
Really?
भाई,
Can we go to him then? Apparently, he's wearing the.
Pragg
हाँ.
went for e4 c5, so the Sicilian opening, and he goes for Rossolimo. So इसमें Pragg plays e6. This is the line you play when you. I think it's the most critical line for Black. अगर आपको जीतने के लिए खेलना है तो he takes on c6,
No
takes
sound.
b3 आता है. Why, look at this. Black plays e5, and he takes on e5, and now only move for Pragg, which he finds because it's prep.
भाई no
Queen
sound कह रही
e7,
chat.
and takes on e4. No sound.
हाँ, कह no sound.
Sound back लिखा हुआ है भाई.
हाँ, now it's back, yeah? Okay, cool. Sound back. ठीक है, बढ़िया. हाँ, साथ में. So I think E5 was Pragg's preparation though, right? Like he wouldn't play this without preparation, I think.
Yeah, this e5 is nice, I think. इसमें knight e5 भी forced था, queen e7 भी forced था, so I think Pragg is looking prepared, but Erdogmus can throw something, yeah? I mean, by the way, in this variation, there is a very crazy line that could happen. Like white can play d4 here, black can play f6 or d6, but let's look at f6 because it's crazier. Knight f3, queen takes e4, and chat, do you know the best move for white here?
Oh, no way. No way.
Chat, take a guess. What's the best move for white here? मान जाऊंगा
No
यहाँ
way,
पे.
Jose.
और
नहीं.
उसके उसके फॉलोअप देखा आपने?
ना ना.
उसका फॉलोअप देखो बाद में.
ना मुन्ना ना. मैं नहीं
मत कर
खेलता.
मत कर.
मैनू नहीं पता.
भाई भाई
क्या है
भाई
भाई मूव?
भाई, the move is king to d2. What is this idea? Rook e1 to pin the queen, and black plays king f7, and look at this follow up, bhai. Rook e1, black plays this check, and then king goes to c3, bhai. And king b2 पे बैठता है उसके बाद. Crazy. ये क्या चेस है भाई?
ये शर्ट चेंज कराओ यार पहले कोई. भाई पहले शर्ट जरा चेंज कराओ बंदे की यार, बहुत हो गया भाई. ये क्या है भाई,
भाई
ये मतलब
शर्ट के साथ
एनीवेज.
तो बड़ा रिस्की लग रहा है ये पोजीशन.
द ओनली होप इज कि अब प्रग की गेम इतनी लंबी चले कि सबसे लास्ट में खत्म होता कि किसी और को इफेक्ट ना हो भाई. दैट्स द ओनली होप यार. प्रग हमें माफ करना, बट इट्स टू लेट नाउ.
Oh, are these the spectators who are just walking around and watching the players? Like कुछ होगा यहाँ पे पास वगैरह?
हाँ, मे बी जैसे वर्ल्ड रैपिड ब्लिट्ज में ना देयर वाज अ वीआईपी पास साज भाई.
हम्म.
And VIP pass wale could stay in the hall for the entire duration. But I couldn't. Like I had to step out 5 minutes. Thanks for day. But yeah, so maybe they are the VIPs, some of them.
हम्म. तो क्वीन ई सेवन इज द करंट पोजिशन, एंड एर्दोगमस अभी सोचते हुए, एंड कल भी शुरुआत में वो सोच रहा था, देन ही ब्लिट्स्ड आउट सम क्रेजी प्रेप अगेंस्ट अर्जुन एंड मैनेज टू प्ले दैट एंड गेम लाइक अ लेजेंड. तो यू नेवर नो व्हाट कुड हैपन हियर.
You never know what could happen. मेरे को पता नहीं साहब में फॉर नो रीजन अपेरेंटली वो इंडिया इंग्लैंड का एक वो क्रिकेट मैच याद आ रहा है जहाँ पे युवराज और केएफ ने कुछ जितवा दिया था लॉर्ड्स में आई थिंक, एंड सौरव गांगुली was going crazy. I don't know why I'm remembering that scene for no reason related whatsoever. ऐसी completely randomly
यार
याद
ये
आ रहा है
आप
मुझे वो
क्रिकेट
moment.
के रेफरेंसेस मारते हो, मेरे को समझ ही नहीं
नहीं
आते.
नहीं वही रैंडम है. There is no reference here. Like it's just randomly याद आया मुझे वो
होगा भाई,
for some reason.
रेफरेंस तो होगा भाई, आपका रेफरेंस हमेशा रहता है.
हाँ. So meanwhile, भाई, apparently Arjun either it's preparation or something, but it feels like Arvind is +1. Can we check that out?
No, भाई, it's prep भाई. Knight f6 हुआ, bishop f4. This is like, by the way, the four knights variation I was talking about. Bishop f4, e5, bishop g5, and then he goes bishop c5. Look at his time, bhai. It is prep. It is proper prep, bhai.
Apparently, Sajma, you're right. It has been played and it feels like prep, but it's been played in very few online games. So maybe it's a risky prep for sure. So 100% Arjun by playing this has taken some risk because chat अगर आप beginner हो आपको पता होगा it's very typical यहाँ bishop f6 knight c3 knight d5 you want to exchange on f6 at the correct moment and then threaten and of course ये knight c7 check नहीं मार सकते because queen f2 made, yeah.
Knight c7 पे just king d8 and you cannot capture this because of queen f2 is mate. Yes, correct. वो तो नहीं होगा भाई,
Yeah.
वो तो बहुत छोटी स्ट्रीम रहेगी. But I think
Yeah.
he's gonna go knight c3. But right now he's thinking, bhai, Arjun, of course, bringing some crazy prep. By the way, यहाँ पर भी बहुत crazy position आ सकती है. Look at this, by the way. Knight c3. Look at this, Sahil bhai. d6.
हाँ.
Knight d5 best move. Knight takes e4.
I'm sorry, what?
हाँ भाई. Bishop takes
And now
d8 is a
you.
blunder here, bhai. Which let me show why. Bishop takes f2 check. King e2. Bishop g4 check. King d3 आता है. Knight c5 check. And then you take on d1 and then you take on d8 and you're enjoying an extra pawn.
अच्छा, मैं लूडो प्लेयर हूँ साज भाई, ये देखने से पहले मैं
भाई
स्विच कर
विश्वास
गया.
उठ गया चेस से अभी.
हाँ, लूडो बेस्ट भाई, लूडो बेस्ट. आई थिंक इजी. ब्लू कलर माय फेवरेट भाई.
ब्लू एरो
चल
भी दिख
क्या
गया
रहा है
भाई.
भाई, व्हाट वाज दिस वेरिएशन साज भाई? कौन देखता है भाई ये नाइट टेक्स c4? बाप रे
आई
भाई,
एम
अलग
प्रीटी
ही लेवल की
श्योर नाइट
प्रिपरेशन.
c3 अगर वो खेलेगा तो अर्जुन विल गो d6 एंड यू माइट सी दिस लाइन हैपन. आई मीन इट्स पॉसिबल कि अरविंद डजंट गो फॉर नाइट d5 but maybe he takes on f6 which is a bit more solid. But yeah, crazy line.
Yeah, insane line chat. So let's see क्या होता है. अर्जुन नो भाई, नाइट c3 played. So and knowing कि अर्जुन की prep है, I think we can expect d6 in just a second. at chat जो उन टी-शर्ट वालों के लिए बुरा फील कर रहे हैं, it's just jokes भाई. Of course, like it's crazy to have a fan who's gonna wear a shirt like that. Like it's insane. I mean, Saj bhai, I don't know if you, I'm 100% sure you noticed this. पहले events में when you used to play in India, like there would be no fan following for any of the players. Like Vishy sir of course was one, but he was the only one.
Hmm.
Nowadays, maybe Tanya as well, yeah. Like maybe people knew Tanya, but nowadays, like every top player, even non-Indians, have insane number of fans. So that is a huge step in the right direction. वो तो भाई
Correct,
अब
bhai.
रिजल्ट
Correct,
का
but of
हार
course,
क्यों है,
like
उसका कोई ना कोई जस्टिफिकेशन
I
चाहिए
think
हमें.
विशेष सर का था, maybe हम्पी का भी था. Like I think Humpy
Yeah,
was
yeah,
also
yeah,
like
true.
one of those players, but like in like I think like when it comes to the top level. By the way, d6 played, so
Ooh,
we
let's go,
could see
let's
that
go.
line actually happen. Knight d5, knight e4 chat. This is the position. Knight d5 and knight takes e4 and a queen sack on move 9. भाई और क्या चाहते हो? Are you not entertained?
Come on, come on. And by the time after knight d5, knight d4, apparently white को डायरेक्ट रानी नहीं मारनी, पहले उसको वो knight b c7 चेक देना है. किंग जाएगा f8 पे, ओनली
भाई
मूव. हाँ.
क्वेश्चन. भाई किंग
हाँ.
f8 की जगह चैट. मेरा क्वेश्चन है किंग f8 पे जाता तो बिशप d8 ऐसे खाली मतलब सूखी क्वीन मर रही है. व्हाई कांट आई प्ले किंग d7? आई डोंट नो. किंग d7
ओ
लुक्स वे
हो.
बेटर, नो? क्योंकि अब बिशप d8
सा
मारो तो मैं किंग से वापस मार सकूं,
नहीं नहीं
राइट?
नहीं साज भाई, आई थिंक
चैट क्या हो रहा है?
यू आर फॉरगेटिंग व्हाट पोजिशनल चेस. यू आर
ओ.
ब्लॉकिंग योर बिशप on
ओ
c8.
अच्छा 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 अच्छा.
That's a
क्रेजी.
huge positional concession. I don't think you should block your bishop. Chat, what do you think? सही कह रहा हूँ ना?
ह्यूज इफ ट्रू. ह्यूज इफ ट्रू. चैट किंग d7 क्यों नहीं खेल सकता मैं यहाँ पे भाई? आई डोंट नो. लाइक बाहर थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे जा रहा है इस मूव के बाद.
भाई बार को बिशप की वैल्यू पता है भाई, दुनिया को हो ना हो.
बाहर को पोजिशनल एज पता है भाई. बट यस
हाँ.
चैट, यू फाउंड इट. क्वीन g4, दैट्स अ चेकमेट. सब कवर्ड है भाई.
बाप रे. Wow. So this is a crazy variation. And now Arjun has played d6 in just 49 seconds. And now white to play. Let's go knight d5. I'll be back in 1 second. Yeah? कोई door पे.
या श्योर श्योर श्योर. नो वरीज. सो चैट नाइट d5 नाइट टेक्स e4 के बाद एकदम आग लगने वाली है इस बोर्ड पे एज यूजुअल. अर्जुन शुरुआत में कुछ ना कुछ क्रेजी करता है. एंड बाय द वे जो द सेकंड बेस्ट वेरिएशन इंस्टेड ऑफ नाइट d5, अगर आपको अगर कुछ थोड़ा सा सॉलिड खेलना है विच इज बिशप टेक्स f6, उसके बाद क्वीन टेक्स f6 आता है. स्टिल अ मेट इन वन इज थ्रेटेंड. आप ओनली मूव फॉर व्हाइट इज टू गिव दिस चेक ऑन c7. ओनली मूव बाय द वे, क्योंकि अगर आप किंग d8 आते हो आपकी कास्टिंग टूट गई है यहाँ पे. That's the point. And now you simply just play f3 and defend this pawn. And the point is कि आप king c7 नहीं मार सकते because knight d5 check के बाद I'll capture your queen. तो आपको रुक भी हटाना पड़ेगा. White plays queen d2 and the game just progresses. But yeah, a bit weird for both players. Basically, what Arjun is saying after d6 is that whether you play knight d5, whether you play bishop f6, there will be a game on the board. या तो आप ये मूव्स ना खेलो, यू प्ले समथिंग वर्स एंड यू एक्सेप्ट अ वर्स पोजीशन बेसिकली. तो आई थिंक अर्जुन हैज डन वेल हियर. आइदर अरविंद गोज फॉर द मोस्ट क्रिटिकल लाइन जहाँ पे एकदम मतलब क्रेजी चेस दिख रही है आपको, मे बी दैट्स इक्वल, और अरविंद एक्सेप्ट्स अ वर्स पोजीशन. इट लुक्स आई थिंक वेरी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टू मी. बाय द वे गुकेश के बोर्ड पे एक बार नजर मारते हैं एज अरविंद थिंक्स. वी वर ऑन क्वीन c2 जहाँ पे हमने सॉरी d5 knight f3 जहाँ पे हमने ये एस्टैब्लिश कर दिया था कि ये रागोजन की पोजीशन है बिकॉज व्हाइट हैज प्लेस्ड क्वीन c2 इन द रागोजन स्ट्रक्चर. गुकेश गोज फॉर शॉर्ट कासल. Fedoseev plays e3 and now b6 to develop the bishop to b7 or a6 to put pressure on the c4 pawn. White goes bishop e2. A classical, critical, simple chess. अब गुकेश के पास ऑप्शन है, एक्चुअली तीन ऑप्शन है. फर्स्ट इज दैट ही सेज ठीक है भाई, मैंने b6 खेला था, I just want to develop my bishop to b7, put my knight on d7, maybe I'll push c5, and okay, it's a normal position. The second option is that he can go bishop a6, जहाँ पे he can say, okay, let me put pressure on the c4 pawn. Maybe I'm also provoking you to take on d5. अगर आप d5 पे नहीं मारते तो मैं dc4 मार सकता हूँ, and then I'll be an extra pawn up, which the bar likes the most. And the third option is that you play d takes c4. He goes bishop b7. Yeah, I think this means कि गुकेश ने ये नहीं देखा है. Somehow I'm getting that feeling because I'm looking at the time. I think Fedoseev looks better prepared to me. He has more time on the clock. And Gukesh is not going for those critical lines. So I think इसका मतलब ये है कि यहाँ पे Fedoseev is the one who got his prep on the board. What do you think about that, Chad? I feel like, yeah, I have a very strong feeling यहाँ पे कि Fedoseev is the one who is getting his prep on the board. He takes on d5, by the way, and again you can capture the pawn by like 4 different pieces: pawn, knight, queen, and bishop. Remember कि knight pinned है, तो bishop, you cannot capture it back. And the best move is pawn takes d5, which I think looks nice, but I think queen takes d5 also looks pretty nice. And I am guilty of this move so many times क्योंकि queen takes d5 के बाद ना, like, your queen becomes active, you can capture on c3, you can play c5, but that's not as good.
हाँ, बिशप पेयर तो देना ही पड़ेगा. एंड ऑल्सो लाइक समहाउ वाइट कैन गेट द सेंटर. कल को d4 e4 दोनों पॉन बैठ सकते हैं. सो देर आर प्रोस. योर बिशप रिमेन्स ओपन बट देर आर कॉन्स एज वेल. एंड आई थिंक गुकेश को वैल्यूएट करना है कि भाई व्हाट इज बेस्ट. बट आई डू अग्री, पॉन टेक्स लुक्स लॉजिकल. रुक e8, knight e4, c5, वेरी वेरी लॉजिकल प्ले एज ब्लैक. एंड
भाई एक सवाल है
हाँ.
आपसे. एक नजर मारते हैं टूर्नामेंट लीडर और अनीश के ऊपर. मेरा
हाँ.
सवाल आपसे ये है साहिल भाई कि अनीश कासल किधर कर रहा है.
नहीं, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो आई हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि ये पोजीशन किस ओपनिंग्स की आई, बिकॉज दिस क्लियरली लुक्स लाइक चेकर्स.
हाँ एग्जैक्टली भाई,
है ना?
लूडो लग रही है भाई. सांप सीढ़ी.
आई थॉट चेकर्स.
दिस
रियली?
इज
लूडो?
दिस इज दिस इज सांप सीढ़ी ब्रो.
नहीं, लूडो में 4 कलर होते हैं ना, 2 ही कलर है. आई डोंट थिंक दिस इज लूडो दो. आई थिंक दिस वाज चेकर्स टू मी.
सांप
लाइक
सीढ़ी
क्लियरली
भाई,
दिख रहा है अभी
स्नेक्स
वो
एंड लैडर्स.
g3 टेक्स e5. या नेक्स्ट मूव g3 टेक्स e5. तो ये कहाँ से है, जरा समझाओगे मुझे कौन सी ओपनिंग है भाई, कहाँ से आई, ये क्या
भाई
है?
आई तो ये निम्जो इंडियन से है, पर ये रागोजन पे ट्रांसपोज हो गई जस्ट लाइक द गुकेश गेम. यहाँ पे फेडोसीव ने क्वीन c2 खेला था, बट नोदिरबेक टेक्स द पॉन, टेक्स बिशप f4. Still, I think mainstream territory. He goes knight e4, rook c1 खेला वो. It's apparently a mistake, but not really a mistake because knight c6 is the best move. I think वो update हो जाएगा. White goes knight d2 and look at this. This is where the action begins. g5. He brings the bishop back. Knight takes c3. Pawn takes c3. Bishop a3. Let's attack this rook. Rook moves f5 भाई. गया गोल्डन पॉन ते लेने. White plays g3. Bishop d6. फिर से f4 का threat. He defends f4 आ गया बोर्ड पे. Bishop c1 and now black is thinking.
वाओ, इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन. आपने कहा गोल्ड गया तेल लेने, गोल्डन पॉन. कौन सा तेल?
Good question भाई.
डू यू हैव एनी
पैराशूट.
रिकमेंडेशंस? लाइक मतलब आई एम लुकिंग फॉर अ न्यू तेल.
पैराशूट भाई. कोकोनट ऑयल द बेस्ट.
कोकोनट ऑयल. ओके, ठंड में लेकिन जम जाता है ना साज भाई?
हम एक सौ के भाई जमना ही है यहाँ पे. खूब
अच्छा,
जमेगा
ओके.
रंग.
जब मिल बैठेंगे.
एग्जैक्टली.
हाँ.
3 यार.
सो सो
आप मैं और वो टी शर्ट वाला.
भाई, नहीं, ये मिलाप ना ही हो तो बेटर है, वरना किंगफिशर एयरलाइंस की
भाई
तरह
इमेजिन
हमारी
कि
रेटिंग
कल
भी.
वो कल वो टिक्कू की शर्ट पहन के आ जाए.
ए ए नहीं भाई, अभी मुझे कैंसिल नहीं होना है भाई. मैं कल स्ट्रीम ही नहीं करने आऊंगा. कल तो मैं आ ही नहीं रहा भाई स्ट्रीम करने. कल जो शर्ट पहन के आ
कल तो भाई
जाऊं.
छुट्टी है वैसे भी.
वही. कल तो मैं आ ही नहीं रहा भाई. But okay, meanwhile, Sajbhai, I think this is a crazy position. I think Anish is calculating. Apparently, he's slightly better even. But okay, I think very, very complicated. Both players looking like they're in prep. Maybe this is candidates prep that's being accidentally revealed by Anish. But जो भी है, मजा जरूर आएगा.
कैंडिडेट्स प्रेप तो नहीं है भाई, कोई कैंडिडेट्स प्रेप नहीं है यहाँ पे. सब
ओके,
कुछ
प्रेप से
एक
याद आया साज
कंप्लीटली
भाई.
डिफरेंट खेलेंगे. हाँ भाई
कुछ
बताओ.
क्रेजी देखना है तो एक बार हैंड्स नहीं से जॉर्डन में चलते हैं ना भाई.
हैंस नीमन वर्सेस यॉर्डन भाई, चलते हैं एकदम. ओहो हो भाई, ये क्या सीन हो रहा है भाई. मतलब ब्रेक से पहले सब प्लेयर्स सारे पॉज लेके चढ़ गए एकदम. व्हाट इज
किस पे चढ़
गोइंग
गए हैं
ऑन.
साज भाई? चढ़ किस पे गए हैं लेकिन?
भाई एक दूसरे पे एकदम एकदम आग लगने वाला
ओके,
सीन लग
आई
रहा है
डिडंट
आज.
से दैट साज भाई. मैंने तो नहीं बोला, आपने बोला भाई.
भाई तो क्या हो गया. मैं तो मतलब मेरे को लग रहा है प्रॉपर एकदम वॉर लग रही है आज 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 मेरे को हर बोर्ड पे.
एंड अपेरेंटली इफ
नोलन
यू
की
गो
जो
अ मूव
मूवी आ रही है
बैक,
ना ऑडिसी, उसके ऊपर।
अच्छा ओह मूवीज देखनी पड़ेंगे, कल जाता हूँ मूवी देखने। बाय द वे
अभी
बिशप
आई
सिक्स
नहीं
के
है
बदले
भाई।
F6 वाज द बेस्ट मूव साज भाई।
नहीं नहीं
मतलब
भाई, F6 बहुत बहुत
इतना
गोल्डन पॉन हो गया भाई, अब
इतना बड़ा
छोड़ो।
फैन है मतलब यॉर्डन आपका, कि उसने F6 खेलने से मना कर दिया भाई। ही वुड टेक अ वर्स पोजीशन देन ही वुड प्ले द गोल्डन पॉन। या आई मीन दिस इज ट्रू फ्रेंडशिप साज भाई।
एग्जैक्टली भाई, एग्जैक्टली, मैं खेला भी हूँ जॉर्डन से, सो आई थिंक ही अंडरस्टैंड्स। उस पूरे पॉन उस पूरे गेम में F1 टच नहीं हुआ था मेरा।
वाह, सो ये दोस्ती साज भाई तो नहीं तोड़ेंगे और जॉर्डन भी नहीं। ब्यूटीफुल भाई,
एग्जैक्टली
ब्यूटीफुल।
भाई।
एंड क्या लग रहा है वैल्यूएशन के बारे में, साज भाई पुशिंग के बारे में, लाइक बिशप फॉर वाइज इट मिस्टेक?
भाई मिस्टेक तो नहीं लग रही मेरे को। मेरे को तो ठीक चाल लग रही है, मेरे को लग रहा है ये पॉन सैक किया इसने, ये नाइट F4 E4 क्वीन F4 के बाद। एंड ओके, व्हाइट के पॉन C4 G4 पे थोड़े वीक है, नाइट E5 आ सकता है। व्हाइट कासल किधर कर रहा है, लॉन्ग कासल तो नहीं जाओगे आप, क्योंकि इट देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ अटैक। शॉर्ट कासल तो भूल जाओ बिल्कुल। यू प्लेड G4 H4, इट फील्स लाइक अ नाइस idea, but depends. Does he take that bishop or no?
आई थिंक ही हैज टू, राइट? आई डोंट सी एनी अदर पॉसिबिलिटी देयर।
Yeah. आप बिशप E2 खेल सकते हो, which is apparently the best move.
मतलब फिर से कोई डोर पे आया यार, जस्ट चेक।
हाँ भाई, जाओ जाओ। इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू सी भाई कौन है। बाय द वे, एर्दोगमस तब से सोच रहा भाई, 17 मिनट का डिफरेंस बिटवीन एर्दोगमस एंड प्रग हियर। ओ बाय द वे, एज सून एज वी केम इनटू द बोर्ड ही प्लेज बिशप B2 आफ्टर 16 minutes of thinking. The best move, I guess, in the position. No, the second best move. Yeah, D4 was the best move. Remember वो जो line King D2, King C3 वाली थी? So Erdogmus ने कहा मुझे नहीं खेलना है वो. I'll play Bishop B2 and I'll just play simple. आप D6 खेलोगे, मैं knight को लाऊंगा C4 पे. He goes F6, golden pawn touched. अब knight को रखना है C4 पे या G4 पे. Um, because I know I can see it on my screen. That's why I'm able to tell. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to tell this. But knight G4 is a better square. Because if you put the knight on C4, then black can play D5 with just one push. And that's an extra tempo. अगर knight G4 पे जाओगे तो D5 doesn't come up with a tempo because the knight on C4 is not attacked. So knight G4 is the critical move. Black will take. You will bring the knight to E3 and then you will castle. And okay, white enjoys a slight advantage in the position. But considering the fact that Pragg is better prepared, I feel this is good news for him. लो आज प्रग का नंबर लगा नहीं भाई, होपफुली नॉट। बट भाई जो एर्दोगमस की जो फॉर्म दिख रही है भाई, वो दैट इज अ बिट स्केरी दो। उसने यॉर्डन और अर्जुन को बैक टू बैक हराया। एंड कल उसने एक इंटरव्यू में बोला भी भाई कि आई एम नॉट अफ्रेड ऑफ दीज गाइज एनी मोर। सो व्हेन यू टेक डाउन द वर्ल्ड नंबर 4 with the black pieces in that fashion, I think definitely that boosts your confidence, going into the next matches. So this is definitely a critical match for Pragg bhai. Pragg ki form bhi is not the best, of course. I think that's not a he's lost the first two games and उसके बाद सारे matches Pragg के draw हुए हैं. Even though कल का match I think Bluebaum के साथ Pragg was pushing throughout, but he couldn't find that win somewhere. But still, it's a sign of worry. सहज भाई, अनीश का कैंडिडेट्स प्रेप है क्या? नहीं भाई, आई थिंक ये आप भूल जाओ कि कोई भी प्लेयर, जो लाइनें आपको यहाँ दिख रही हैं, कोई भी प्लेयर वो कैंडिडेट्स में नहीं खेलने वाला। इट विल बी अ मिस्टेक इफ यू रिपीट वॉट एवर यू आर डूइंग ऑन द सेम ईयर। आई वुड से लाइक जो आपने पिछले 2 साल में खेला है, लाइक कंप्लीटली फॉरगेट दैट, डू नॉट प्ले दैट, बिकॉज दैट इज नॉट द बेस्ट साइन। आई थिंक सब प्लेयर्स कुछ ना कुछ क्रेजी प्रेप मतलब लेके आएंगे कैंडिडेट्स के लिए, because that is the event that decides who challenges the world champion.
By the way,
तो
Saj bhai,
भूल जाओ भाई।
that happened in the Arvind game. Have you looked at that? Arvind versus Arjun?
नो भाई, नो, आई डिडंट। ओह,
Because
ही वाज
he
बिशप F6, तो
he
ये देख रहे थे हम एक्चुअली। बट
हाँ
आई थिंक हमने वो नहीं देखा, लाइक लाइव एक्शन नहीं देखा। टेक्स ऑन F6, गिव्स अ चेक, किंग D8 एंड F3 भाई, ब्रिलियंसी ऑन द बोर्ड। लेट्स गो भाई।
साज भाई, this
गोल्डन
feels like
पॉन
a
टच और ब्रिलियंसी, ये तो भाई गलत हो गया भाई
exactly.
मेरे साथ।
ये तो पर्सनल अटैक लग रहा है मुझे भाई इंजन का आपके ऊपर भाई।
भाई ऐसा लग रहा है कि वो मेरी शर्ट, मतलब मेरी शर्ट पहन के आएगा वो। ये तो भाई गलत हो गया।
ओह नहीं नहीं भाई, आज से मैं स्टॉकफिश को मतलब बॉयकॉट करूंगा भाई। भाई ऐसे कैसे
करो भाई।
भाई की मतलब मुंह को बिलियंसी बोल दिया, बताओ भाई की, ऐसे नहीं यार।
क्रेजी भाई, वो
ऐसे
भी
कैसे?
F3 था भाई, F4 भी नहीं था भाई। दैट इज टू मच।
बताओ। एंड नाउ रुक बी 8 प्लेट सेविंग द रुक। एंड बेसिकली यू कांट टेक द नाइट बिकॉज नाइट D5 4 पे किंग और क्वीन साथ में अनफॉर्चुनेटली प्लेस्ड है। सो या लेट्स प्रिपेयर। ओ क्वीन, एक और ब्रिलियंसी भाई, ये क्या है भाई?
भाई ये तो क्रेजी हो गया। मेरे को लग रहा है क्योंकि वो D5, क्योंकि ये सैक्ट है ना, तो मतलब कंप्यूटर इसको एज अ सैक मान रहा है, तो इसलिए नाइट D5। बाय द वे H5 इमीडिएटली
भाई
प्लेड, या
he played it in a second. It's the best move. मतलब अर्जुन exactly knows what's happening.
एंड यू
यार
नो
ये
व्हाट द आइडिया
प्लेयर्स,
इज, आइडिया इज क्रेजी भाई, आइडिया इज क्वीन
ओ
H6 भाई, ब्यूटीफुल। मतलब चेस इज ब्यूटीफुल भाई, ये तो मानना पड़ेगा भाई।
वाओ, बाय द वे समय भाई और प्रोड्यूसर इन्फॉर्मिंग अस, अर्जुन की एक्यूरेसी सो फार इज 100%। मतलब
भाई
एवरी इंडियन पेरेंट स्माइलिंग राइट नाउ भाई कि आई काश हमारा बच्चा भी ऐसा ही होता।
भाई मैं भी सोच रहा हूँ कि 2 ब्रिलियंसीज अरविंद खेला है बैक टू बैक, और 100% एक्यूरेसी अर्जुन की है। ये तो गलत हुआ ना भाई।
बात सही है भाई। सो डोंट प्ले ब्रिलियंसीज चैट। आज से बैन मत खेलो भाई, ब्लंडर खेलो भाई,
बैन ही
ब्लंडर।
कर दो भाई ब्रिलियंसीज।
हाँ भाई। So meanwhile, h5 के बाद apparently knight 3d5 is the only move. You can also castle queenside, but it's the second best. And oh, knight 75 था knight। अच्छा दोनों दो moves are nice.
दोनों ही
Both moves
खेल
nice.
सकते थे भाई, तो नाइट
Hmm.
7 D5 आई थिंक दिस प्रोबेबली फील सेफर, या
But wait, after queen h6, you're not supposed to trade queens. You're supposed to play f4. By
भाई ये तो आप
f4
गलत कर
is
रहे हो भाई, आप कितना गोल्डन पॉइंट टच करोगे भाई, 14 चाले हुई नहीं, चलो 13 चाले हुई हैं और आपने 2 बार
और
टच कर दिया भाई।
और समझ में नहीं आ रहा भाई, पॉजिस के बाद क्यों टच कर रहे हो? एक ही बार में टच कर दो ना भाई, 2 कदम। लाइक इट डजंट मेक एनी सेंस, पहले 1 कदम
हम्म,
फिर 2 कदम फिर 3 कदम, ऐसे कैसे?
गलत है भाई, गलत है, कुछ तो
भाई
गड़बड़ है।
बाय द वे ग्रेट कमेंट बाय गोला जी। गोला नाम कैसे बड़ा पता नहीं। भाई 14 फेब में मैं चेस ही खेलूंगा भाई, आई थिंक feel you bhai. I think majority of us will play chess on 14th. So also उस दिन stream है सहज भाई, as we know likely कि freestyle chess की world championship है। So another Valentine's Day, you know, spent अपना मेट करते हुए चेस बोर्ड के ऊपर सहज भाई, ब्यूटीफुल।
अमेजिंग भाई, अमेजिंग, लव इट। भाई मेरे तो लास्ट 2 बर्थडेज पे स्ट्रीम हुई है भाई, तो नथिंग फील्स न्यू टू मी भाई।
या कहते हैं वी आर वर्क एजेस यू, एंड साज भाई के लिए दैट इज लिटरली ट्रू। सो
हम्म।
मीनवाइल साज भाई क्वीन एट 6 प्लेट, सो अरविंद अब सोचते हुए द फैक्ट, ओ भाई खेल दिया F4 भाई ने।
हाँ भाई, उसको पता है कि ये कुछ क्रेजी प्रेप है, बट आई थिंक ही हैज कैलकुलेटेड बिकॉज ही स्पेंट अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम थिंकिंग बिफोर दिस F4। एंड जितना अर्जुन फास्ट खेल रहा है, उतना उतना वो अप्रूवल अरविंद को मिल रहा है कि ही इज प्लेइंग द राइट मूव्स। दिस इज व्हाई अर्जुन इज प्लेइंग फास्ट।
हाँ दैट्स ट्रू। आई थिंक अर्जुन ऑल्सो नोज एग्जैक्टली व्हाट्स हैपनिंग, सो आई थिंक फिलहाल के लिए तो उनको कोई डाउट ही नहीं दिमाग में। एंड हैंस को देखो भाई चेक करते हुए कि भाई ये दोनों मतलब इतना तेज कैसे खेल रहे हैं यार, क्या जादू है इनका। एंड चैट करिए ठीक है, आपकी तो शादी फिक्स है ना? हाँ भाई फिक्स हो गई, हो भी गई भाई शादी एक्चुअली। सो आई एम गुड ब्रदर, आई एम गुड।
मतलब अब फिक्स हो गई ना, अब तो हो गई तो,
हाँ
वही तो
हाँ।
कह रहे हूँ।
Oh man, come on. I think Salve, I have a question to you and chat. What result do you want ideally to happen in this game? Two Indians, both kind of struggling at this point. What would you prefer as the result? Would you prefer Arvind winning and catching a break? Would you prefer Arjun winning and catching a break? Or would you prefer a draw and both players at least moving forward?
I think a draw is like, I mean, of course, you would expect the better player to win, the player who has played better chess to win. Yeah, but I think draw is simple. आई थिंक मतलब लाइकली भी है, बट विल सी, क्योंकि क्वींस एक्सचेंज बहुत जल्दी होने वाली है इस गेम में। अगर क्वींस इस गेम में 5 चाल तक रह गई तो अर्जुन की पोजीशन अच्छी नहीं रहेगी उधर, बिकॉज उसका किंग D8 पे है, ही कैनॉट
Hmm.
कासल एनी मोर।
Yeah.
भाई चैट में तो सब लोग अर्जुन ही विन लिख रहे हैं भाई।
भाई सच में यार, अरविंद मिसिंग सम फैंस, लेट्स गो अरविंद एज वेल। बट एज ऑफ नाउ ही डज हैव अ स्लाइटली बेटर पोजीशन, बट अर्जुन आल्सो नोज व्हाट्स हैपनिंग। इन फैक्ट 16 मिनट आगे है अर्जुन ऑन द क्लॉक, सो क्लियरली ही नोज व्हाट इज हैपनिंग राइट
भाई
नाउ। सो
अर्जुन अभी एक्टिंग कर रहा है क्या? देखिए एफर्ट तो बेस्ट चाल थी, पता तो होगी उसको।
I mean, I don't know, Saj bhai. I think chess players usually, 2018 के बाद थोड़ी एक्टिंग से डरते होंगे after what happened at the Oscars. They must be like, yeah, let's just not act, let's just play our game. You never know, भाई, कब विल स्मिथ आ जाए. Like it's just a
भाई
boogeyman, yeah.
मैं बता रहा हूँ एक्टिंग कर रहा है वो, मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको भाई, एक्टिंग कर रहा है वो, क्योंकि उसको पता है F4 वो अभी ये फोर मारने वाला है, बट वो अभी अरविंद को ट्रैक कर रहा है थोड़ा। लाइक थोड़ा सोचो ताकि अरविंद को लगे मैंने बेस्ट चाल नहीं चली है। दिस इज सम साइकिल। देखो बोला मैंने आपको भाई, 2.5 मिनट सोच के चला उसने, मैं नहीं तो ज्यादा सोचता है यहाँ पे। आई एम टेलिंग यू, एक्टिंग है भाई।
या मे बी ही इज जस्ट वो फैन, या 2.5 किलो का हाथ एंड 2.5 मिनट, मे बी दैट्स ऑल्सो रीजन, बट एनीवेज
ओह क्रेजी।
ई टेक्स F4 खेल दिया है साज भाई, एंड नाइट से मारेंगे यहाँ पे F4 पे, क्वीन ट्रेड नहीं करना है। अपेरेंटली यू कैन ऑल्सो जस्ट कैसल क्वीन साइड, दैट्स ऑल्सो अ मूव, एंड जस्ट इग्नोर द पॉन।
उसके बाद लेकिन
इससे मेरी
F3 में आई कैन ट्रेड द क्वींस।
हाँ, ट्रू, बट मे बी दैट्स स्टिल स्लाइटली बेटर फॉर वाइट, या बिकॉज रुक D1 किंग D8 थोड़ा सा, ऑल्दो ब्लैक हैज द बिशप है, डिबेटेबल।
Exactly. I don't know if I'm reading this right, but I see James in the chat. What's up, James? He's a friend of mine from South Africa. Thanks for tuning in.
Oh wow, Saj, did you teach James some Hindi or no?
No, I didn't.
Saj
Thankfully
bhai, what
not.
is this, man?
Thankfully not. I wouldn't be teaching good things there.
I'm sure you taught him a couple of words.
No, bhai.
Not even those two words. Like वो दो शब्द भी नहीं सिखाए, वो वाले।
Hello and namaste.
नहीं भाई, आप दिल्ली से हो तो,
दिल्ली से हो तो मतलब I don't understand.
दिल्ली से स्पेशल दो शब्द होते हैं ना जो हर कोई बंदा जानता है दिल्ली वाला।
Namaste and please, and that's what people from Delhi say, no?
रियली?
Yeah,
अच्छा,
yeah, yeah.
मैंने कुछ और
That's
सुना
what
है।
we're known for. We're known for our courteous behavior.
मैंने तो कुछ और सुना
So
है यार। आई थिंक कुछ
गलत सुना भाई, फरीदाबाद में भी, या
नहीं
they
नहीं,
do these
बट
things.
विराट कोहली का फेमस है ना दिल्ली से, नहीं?
Hmm.
नहीं? अच्छा, मे बी आई एम maybe okay, my bad Chad, I think I thought वो दो शब्द कुछ और होंगे, but anyways, meanwhile, let's move to the next game एक बार। I'm wondering कौन सी गेम वो है, because let's go to Prague, because I think we have a few moves। F6 फाइनली, आज तो F pawn ही चल रहा है हर जगह भाई। नाइट G4 खेला वाइट ने, बेस्ट मूव, क्वीन E4 चेक, नाइट E3 ओनली मूव, एंड नाउ D5 D4 आ रहा है नाइट को ट्रैप करते हुए। बट डजंट दिस फील लाइक इट्स अ बिट, so I want to be very soft in my tone, but this looks a bit risky at the very least. Like आपकी क्वीन ही चली जा रही है, वाइट के पीसेस ज्यादा हो रहे हैं भाई, with every चल।
Yeah, I think generally speaking, you wouldn't take such a huge risk in the opening, considering the fact that none of black's pieces are developed, only the queen is out. And generally, it's a principle that you should not take your queen out earlier in the game. But I think you can break those rules with proper preparation. And I think that's exactly what Pragg is doing in this match. And he has only invested 4 minutes so far. And I have reason to believe that this is proper prep. Otherwise, this would simply just not work. And the follow up is like knight c3, black goes queen g6. I mean, white's three pieces are out, and none of black's pieces are out. Basically, you can go knight a4, you can go short castle, and this could be very, very dangerous for Pragg if Erdogmus is able to find the follow up here.
Yeah, this does look risky, and I just want to show you something, chat. So let's say you play queen E6 instead of queen G6, also an equally good move. And here, white, there's a D4 threat, right? Forking both knights. White could just castle, allowing D4, and now just rook E1. And you're
Oh, did you
basically worse as black, because D
the
takes E3,
follow
rook
up?
takes E3, traps the queen, but D takes C3, and now,
Ask the chat, bhai. Chat, what do you think is the best move for white here?
oh,
I mean,
beauty.
it's simple, but still
Yeah,
very
but
pretty,
it's beauty भाई, it's
regardless.
beauty भाई, it's beauty। I mean, साज भाई, ऐसी चाल देख के दिल्ली वालों को वही दो शब्द याद आते हैं। क्या है वो दो शब्द, कैसे कर सकते हो क्या?
Though, for people from Delhi, you mean?
ऐसी कुछ क्रेजी चाल देखेंगे वो दिल्ली वाले लोग, तो वो दो शब्द दिमाग में आते ही हैं।
मेरे भाई. Is
वो
that the
मेरे
word?
भाई कैसे होगा, मेरे भाई थोड़ी बोलेंगे, भाभी है सामने, क्वीन
Great
भाई
move,
थोड़ी
मेरे
है।
भाई.
बट चार शब्द हो गए वो।
Oh, great move then. That's it.
यार ये तो साज भाई थोड़ा सा साउथ अफ्रीका का इन्फ्लुएंस दिखा रहे हैं, बट द वर्ड्स आर, भाई साहब, नाइट टू D5, व्हाट अ मूव, sacking the knight, sacking the bishop, sacking your lifeline and everything, because now c takes b2, Sahaj bhai, continuing, rook be hanging here, and now knight c7 check apparently, king f6,
Wow.
king f7, and now taking the queen, allowing b takes a1 queens, and now not taking that queen, but knight d8 check, king g6, and queen takes a1, bhai sahab, bhai kya crazy hai yaar।
So what is the material count now? Rook and two bishops for a queen, and but somehow white is better because of this king on g6, which is not ideally placed.
या नॉट आइडियली प्लेस्ड, लाइक मतलब हल्का सा ही खराब है, मतलब आइडियल नहीं है, मतलब बोलते हैं ऐसे, मतलब वो ऐसे वो ऐसे हमारे दोस्त अपने पेरेंट्स, हमारे पेरेंट्स से जब मिलते हैं, जैसे वो आइडियल हो जाते हैं ना, वैसा आइडियल नहीं है, हल्का सा थोड़ा नाजुक लग रहा है, क्यों साज भाई?
Great, bhai, great. But you know what? None of this happened because Erdogmus has played short castle in this position. He does not want to go into the mess with knight c3. He did not like these d4 lines, I'm guessing. And short castle is, I think, something, it's a sort of a safer option out of the two. And now I feel Pragg is thinking, first of all, and white has castled. Two pieces are out. The third one is coming out with knight c3. You are connecting your rooks in the next move, and black is still yet to develop his king side. This is not a great sign for Pragg.
And you know, after castles, black's best move is
Yeah.
actually king f7. And now white has to play either knight c3 or f4. And now black has to play h5, ताकि knight c3 के बाद queen h7. टॉक
Okay,
अबाउट
like
अ शाय क्वीन
this.
साहज भाई, मतलब ये तो बिल्कुल बोर्ड के नीचे गिर गई मुझे लग रहा है.
Okay, no chance Pragg plays queen h7, by the way. There is no chance. I am still trying to wrap my head around what is queen h7, but I'm guessing you don't want to put the queen on the e line anywhere because you can play some rook e1 and gain an extra tempo. I'm guessing. But this move h5 is insanely difficult.
But okay, he plays knight e7, third best move in the position, blocks the e file, but it also blocks his own bishop. आज तो bishop block करने का trend सा चला हुआ है. And Sajwa, it looks like knight c3, you know, developing pieces. White just looks clearly better to me. Like, forget the bar, it says plus 0.67. 67. Interesting. Have heard that somewhere. But the point is, plus
Hey, what is
0.67
this thing
छोड़ो.
with 6-7, bhai? मेरे को भी समझाओ. I don't know this, bhai.
अभी
क्या कर
पता
रहे
लगेगा
हो?
साज भाई, अभी अभी पता लग जाएगा, चैट बताएगी.
Chat is
So
gonna tell me? Okay. Chat, do
हाँ,
let me know what is this
बट
whole
द बट द पॉइंट इज
6-7
सहज भाई
business.
कि वाइट के सारे पीस डेवलप्ड हैं. आई फील लाइक दिस इज वे बेटर फॉर वाइट प्रैक्टिकली देन द बार सजेस्ट. तो मुझे बहुत डर लग रहा है भाई.
I think this is very bad for Pragg. Yeah. Okay, the time situation is great, but Erdogmus, I think, is doing this exact same thing with every single match, where after the first hour or so, he has less time on the clock, but then he finds like the best continuation. He has the more comfortable position. Black has double pawns here. He is better in development. Knight c3 is such a logical move to play here as white, followed by knight a4, which is so logical as well to take the pawn on c5. I think Pragg is in trouble already.
Like, it's so bad, I think I can genuinely bet Maggie's at this point. This is very hard. This is very hard.
Yeah.
Chat, don't tell me you don't know what 6-7 is, भाई.
No,
भाई
why
Gen
are
Z
you
वालों कहाँ हो
surprised
तुम?
that chat doesn't know it? Why are you not surprised that I don't
ओ
know
माय
it?
गॉड. जेंजी वालों भाई, एक बार जरा अपना बर्थ ईयर ऑफ बर्थ लिखो भाई, बर्थ ऑफ ईयर, कम ऑन भाई. सबके सब लोग देखना है भाई, कितनी क्या एज है, एज लिख दो भाई, क्या एज है हमारी चैट की भाई, जल्दी से. बिकॉज कुछ लोग लिख रहे हैं व्हाट इज 6-7, आई एम जनरली सरप्राइज्ड.
I don't know this either, bhai. So I don't feel like a boomer now. Thanks, chat. That's amazing. Sahaj, bhai, do you remember that win Arjun? Bhai, thoda jaldi jaldi ho gaya. Ruko ek second. Sahaj, bhai, do you remember that win against Arjun in Chennai Grandmaster 2024, which gave Arvind so much confidence that he literally had the best form of his life? Yes, actually, that's true. In the Chennai Grandmasters, yeah. It was one of the later rounds, if I remember correctly. So, and also yesterday's match also, yeah. I mean, if you remember, Anish also had something similar because in Tata Steel, he was completely winning against Gukesh last year, but then had that blunder in the end. And then somehow, like, him playing him again, I mean, some resemblance there.
या ट्रू ट्रू. एंड मीनवाइल यू कैन सी चैट्स एज, एक 9 साल का बंदा क्या घूम रहा है भाई, यूट्यूब वालों बैन करो उसको. So I think people should know the reference, but yeah, it's like a trendy meme that became popular a million years
Six
ago.
seven
That
is the height of Lamelo Ball, and then a kid in a basketball game. So six, and I don't think Sahil bhai knows Lamelo Ball.
नहीं नहीं, but
Like I
that's how it
I
started,
watch
I think.
basketball a lot. I don't
कुछ
think he would know him. It's not
no,
that
but I
bhai.
think कुछ रैपर ने भी कुछ मेंशन किया था किसी ने, एंड ऑल्सो लाइक दिस इज एक्चुअली ट्रू, किसी की हाइट थी, बट ऑल्सो आई थिंक इट वाज पॉपुलर, आई थिंक बिकॉज ऑफ इट्स क्लोजनेस टू 6'9", या लाइक मतलब इट वाज लाइक ओके
हाँ
6'9" पॉपुलर तो 6'9" पॉपुलर हो जाएगा भाई, कुछ भी चलता है भाई, तुम जेनजी वालों में कुछ भी कर लो पॉपुलर भाई, तुम लोग यार क्रेजी हो भाई। एनीवेज, मीनवाइल क्वीन साइड कैसल प्लेड साज बाय अरविंद, सो आई थिंक F3 आ रहा है, क्वीन ट्रेड आ रहा है।
Oh, so we are headed off into we're in the end game now after f3. So if you play f3, white goes gf3, queen takes d2, rook d2, and you know what the best move here is?
G5?
Exactly, by
Oh
you know
wow.
exactly what the day has in store for us, and you guessed it correct.
भाई क्या फील आ रही है भाई G5 गेस करने के बाद, ऐसे पूरा लग रहा है मतलब IM बन गया भाई मैं, क्रेजी।
वो तो आपका नाम है ना भाई।
वो तो आई एम है भाई, आई थिंक ए लगाना चाहिए मुझे, उधर ऐसे
आई
कंफ्यूजन
एम
लग
तो
रहा
नहीं
है
लगाया भाई, उसमें आई एम ही
भाई।
लिखा
भाई
हुआ भाई,
लगाना पड़ेगा
आई
वो।
एम साहिल टिकुल, दैट्स व्हाट इट सेज।
रुको भाई, चेंज करते हैं भाई, अगर अलाउ करेगा तो मुझे, बट ओके करता हूँ मैं चेंज। हु इज बेटर फॉर इंडियन ओलंपिया टीम, अरविंद और विदित? सागर, व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
I think with it, because of his experience, he's played like two different Olympiads, three Olympiads actually. So yeah, and he was the captain last time as well. So I think with it, because of his experience.
एक्सपीरियंस से याद आया भाई, लेट्स गो टू द वर्ल्ड चैंपियंस गेम एंड फिगर आउट कि भाई ये इक्वल तो दिखा रहा है, बट हु हैज द बेटर चांसेस? मुझे याद है ओलंपियाड में धोया था गुकेश ने फेदोसीव को, लाइक बुरी तरह, बट आज फिर से ब्लैक पीसेस हैं। उस टाइम लंदन खेला था आई थिंक किसी ने। व्हाट डू यू फील अबाउट दिस
Fedoseev,
क्वेश्चन? आज पोटेंशियल किस में
Gukesh
ज्यादा है?
was black in Olympiad as well, and Fedoseev went for some London system, and he lost in like some 2.5 hours with the white pieces. So he's not going for that anymore. And
हाँ,
yeah, position is very complex. I think very Gukesh like. No trades so far, not no major trades so far. And I think he's going to try and shuffle his pieces around. He goes bishop d6 now to activate on this diagonal. Maybe he can go queen e7 next and connect his rooks. Maybe some knight e4 f5 plans in the cards. Maybe some f5 g5 plans in the cards. That's also possible. But yeah, very Gukesh like position.
या गुकेश लाइक पोजीशन डिपेंड्स ऑन व्हाट गुकेश लाइक मींस। आई थिंक मेरे हिसाब से last 2 days have been traumatic for the world champion. I mean, losing two in a row. Chat, I think it's a good question to imagine. When did Magnus lose two in a row? I think he lost two in a row last year somewhere. I remember. दो गेम लगातार हारा था. And people started analyzing कि when had Magnus lost two in a row, like लगातार, and they had to go back to when he was like 10 years old or something
Yeah,
to figure
I
out कि
remember
भाई
this.
दो गेम लगातार कब हारा था. So Magnus अलग ही beast है भाई. Like normal rules don't apply to him.
Correct, bhai. Correct. Bhai, Hari is more experienced than Vidit if that's the criteria. Yeah, but Hari was not the option. It was between Vidit and Arvind. So if
Chat
I'm
Hari.
answering outside the box, that's a different story. Yeah.
Hari likely might not make it unless he has a dream run, because his rating is now 2676 or something, as far as I remember. So he's gone low on the ratings a bit. In fact, yeah, 2676 to be exact. So very difficult for him to gain like 20, 30 points very quickly. So come chance Hari Krishna ka is bar.
Yeah. Correct. Correct. So now I think again, if we can summarize this game, very Gukesh-like position, not many trades, will be a long game, but so far the position is balanced. Maybe slight preference to Fedoseev right now because he has this e4 break, maybe at the right moment, which could weaken his c6 pawn. Maybe some bishop d3, bishop b2, rook e1, e4 like this could be possible. But yeah, right now it's looking pretty balanced.
Yup. So balance yaad hai. Let's have all the boards on the screen once, just to get a balanced view of things. कि भाई कितने result as expected है, Indian players से क्या expectations है. Saj bhai, take us through the 7 boards and how many results do you expect overall?
If I had to guess a result, I would say 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3, maybe 4. Okay, 4 results. I think it's going to be a bloodbath today. Looking at the position, the results that I see are possible in Gukesh board. Hans versus Van Foreest. Then why is this position looking like? Okay, yeah, I think he was sacrificing a pawn here. I think we did take a look at this before. He actually did end up taking the pawn, so could be a result there as well. And then Keymer versus Sindarov. Look at that style, by the H file is completely open. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's kind of interesting. So I think a result there, and then I think Erdogmus versus Pragg could be a result as well.
So how many total?
4. What about you?
4, yeah. I'm also thinking like Hans Niemann is 1, Erdogmus is 2nd, Abdusattorov Giri is 3rd. So I'm going to go with maybe 3 results here. I think 3 results is my guess. And overall Indian players में Sahaj bhai, I think Arvind Arjun में तो 1 point ही आएगा. बाकी दोनों में क्या लग रहा है? Gukesh and Pragg.
Gukesh, I think result possible. Pragg, I think result possible as well. Those two are part of my 4 games. I'm not sure if Abdusattorov Giri will be a result, but we'll see.
Got it. So let's
But
do one
from
thing.
the way you spoke, I know exactly which game you think is gonna be, or like who's gonna win and who's gonna lose.
Really? So let's go to the game of Yagiz Khan and Pragg, जहाँ पे तो I clearly left no doubt Sahaj bhai, because it looks extremely shaky from my perspective for Black. Black की कोई पीस डेवलप नहीं है, नाइट डेवलप किया है, वही बिशप को ब्लॉक करते हुए इसको दोबारा हिलना पड़ेगा फॉर द बिशप टू मूव. एंड ऑफ कोर्स लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट जो ये पॉन 3 है यहाँ पे, C5 pawn looks incredibly weak. कल को knight C3, knight A4, bishop A3 could just win that pawn. Let's not forget the F6 pawn, yeah, opening up the diagonal towards the king from multiple angles, the E6 square. White is so solid. And 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5 6. भाई तो 6 7 से मिला क्या ब्लैक को भाई इसके लिए, like you know, for all this, like I don't see any compensation.
I think the compensation is not necessarily on the board, it's on the clock. He has a 40-minute advantage, more or less, almost 50-minute advantage over his opponent, which I think is, I mean, it's an ideal situation when you're preparing this hard. To have 50 minutes more than your opponent after move 10. Yeah, that's the dream.
By the way, we have some Turkish people in the chat. So question to the Turkish people in the chat. What do you think
what do you think is the result of this game?
I mean, that's not a question, yeah. What do you think will be, Yagiz Khan's rating, let's say 2 years from now? Like, what do you expect if anybody is there in the chat? We'd love to know what are your expectations. When he's 16 years old, where would he be in the ratings? Sajbhai, any guesses from you?
And also another question is to the Turkish people, when was the first time you guys heard about Erdogmus? Tell us about his story. Like where did you see him first? How old was he, and when did you know that he's a world champion material there?
एक बंदा कहता 900 भाई, बताओ यार, शर्म नहीं आती बंदे को, अपनी रेटिंग नहीं बतानी है 2 साल बाद. भाई तो इंडियन ही लिख रहे हैं भाई.
When he is 9. So what caught your attention about him? Like, was there a specific game maybe that you saw that he took down a very strong? Because I mean, I've played in Turkey many times before. World Juniors I've played, and there's this Cheshme Open which I play almost every year. And I know that Sanal Wahab is one of the, I mean, he's been the number 1 player of your country for a very, very long time, right? So how did that dynamic change when Erdogmus is now sort of dominating that scene?
By the way, chat में 2750 27, like people are not even going below 2750, yeah. So huge expectations from Indian and
I think in the
Turkish
next
fans.
4 months he's 2700.
Even possible. I would not be shocked by that. I would genuinely not be shocked by that.
He's already 2670. He's 30 points away.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
if he has
at
enough
the Olympiad,
rounds, he could be 2700 here.
Yeah, so at the Olympiad, like the Turkey team will have a 2700 basically. Like he will be 2700, I think, very likely.
Yeah.
So yeah, Sajbhai, meanwhile, as he thinks, he's taking a lot of time as he usually does, but always comes with the best ideas. Which game shall we jump to? Because Arvind game maybe, but Arjun is still thinking. So maybe he's out of his prep finally.
Arjun, you mean, yeah?
Yeah.
So Arjun, this is the position, and now he because he has not played F3 yet, makes me think that this is not prep. Yeah, maybe Arjun is thinking, do I really need to go into the endgame? Because maybe my king is safe. Maybe I go like bishop E6 and try to launch something on the queen side. Look, it looks too risky, bhai.
I think maybe if you can put the king, let's say rook C8, king C7, king B8 somehow, then maybe there is hope, but it does take some time. Oh wait, what?
plays bishop d4. Interesting.
Very
Yeah, very
interesting,
interesting.
actually.
What's the
No, I
idea?
was
Maybe
thinking,
does he want to play b5, or does he want, or maybe he just wants to fix his bishop on e5, yeah? He wants to keep
oh,
the extra pawn.
I like that move actually. Because now you kind of force White to decide, yeah, do you want to take on f4 or I will not let you to do so later? And also, I was thinking, Sajbhai, instead of bishop d4, like knight b4. It's a mistake because of simply knight takes f4, which is apparently too strong. But if knight takes b4, there was a nice move, bishop e3, bhai. Goodbye, Rani.
Ooh, very sharp today, Tiku. Nice.
भाई बिल्कुल शार्प है भाई आज तो मतलब ऐसे मतलब नाइफ की तरह शार्प है भाई कट जाएगा अपना ही मतलब आई मीन मूव्स सो गोइंग टू द गेम्स आज भाई बिशप d4 बिशप e5 इनकमिंग हाउ डू यू एक्सपेक्ट वाइट टू टैकल इट बिकॉज c5 पे चलने का प्रॉब्लम है कि d6 पॉन कुड बी वीक नाउ
Yeah, but bishop e5 looks very, very promising. Now I think if I'm looking at this position from the white side, I want to take that pawn on f4 as quickly as I can, because if you get bishop e5, maybe that's a bit of a worry for me. I'm already starting to panic a bit as white here. Like I'm also looking at moves like some knight b5, knight takes a7. Like, can I go knight b5 here? Is that possible? Bishop e7, knight takes. Is it possible? Knight a7? Actually, it is. Yeah.
yeah it is definitely possible
Wow, because I was thinking knight a7, this queen f5 check, and that looks amazing for white. But now apparently you have to play f3 here, only move. This is crazy actually. Knight takes c8, pawn takes g2, queen takes h6 or bishop g2. It's kind of the same. Rook c8, and okay, eventually you will exchange the queens, and okay, we are in the end game.
okay draw ki chance is high in there so
Yeah.
ओके आई थिंक यहाँ पर ड्रॉ के चांसेस बहुत हाई हैं चैट बिकॉज ऑपोजिट कलर बिशप्स भी हैं वी कैन सी हाउ इन सम वेरिएशंस द बिशप ऑन c8 getting exchanged for the knight on d5 so it could lead to an opposite hand game द ड्रॉ के चांसेस बढ़ेंगे और मैं तो तेज की बोल रहा हूँ मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा है meanwhile Salva, do you know there's Sabarto Mani? He's 9 years old, of course he played in Vishy Anand's team, no, when they played the FIDE World Team Rapid and Blitz. Yeah, there are a lot of youngsters in India, bhai. Lot of youngsters, so
Completely
it's
right.
gonna be an exciting future.
Sahil bhai says, "Where do you think Arjun is peaked already?" No, bhai. No one. I think no. None of the Indian players have peaked yet. I think your peak is like between 25 to 30 years old. So for some players, it's even later than that. So I think
You
that could
know,
be the peak.
there is also law of probability, Sahaj bhai, ki looking at three Indian players who are at the top right now, just probability dictates कि इन तीनों में से ना लाइक कोई एक डाइवर्जेंस आएगी एट सम पॉइंट सो वन ऑफ देम विल गो वे हेड one of them will stay where he is like 2750 2800 and one of them will fall down a bit like it's just kind of mathematics at the end कि it's very low probability कि तीनों के तीनों आगे जाएंगे if it makes sense
No,
so
आगे नहीं जाएंगे, but I think they will stay 2750. Yeah, that's I think their strength. Their strength is 2750.
yeah,
That
yeah,
is
yeah.
for sure.
So they might get stuck at 27, 40, 30, 50, but basically it's very unlikely तीनों के तीनों 2800 पहुंचेंगे. It's just very difficult. So I think you might see a stage जहां पे गुकेश अर्जुन प्रग में से like one guy or two guys just go ahead, reach 2800 and एक बंदा पीछे अटका हुआ है.
Yeah,
And
but
that will
I
be kind
don't
of sad for
consider
that
your
player.
rating as your peak. I think your peak can be defined by your accomplishments instead. So, like for example, winning a certain event or beating a certain player and being consistent throughout. I think that is more important for me. Like 2800 is, I mean, of course, Arjun has already reached 2809 if I'm not mistaken.
Hmm.
I mean, with the rating deflation, I don't know if 2800 right now is possible. I think it's harder for sure than it used to be. So yeah, but I don't see rating as a metric there. I think as long as you're above 2750, you're good.
Got it. But okay, yeah, I mean, for Gukesh, I think World Championship definitely. But for the others, I think maybe right now, at least the rating is the major metric. Although Olympiad is a big win, you can never really discount it. What a win it was indeed. Though round to spare, हम लोग जीत गए थे. I don't think we'll get such a win this year
No,
because
no.
competition भी tougher है, and also to hit that same peak for everyone will be very difficult.
I mean, I think going into the Olympiad last time, everyone was sort of rising. So everyone was on their A game. I mean, I don't think we're on our A game right now, number one. And secondly, I think for example, Uzbekistan is a very dangerous team this time around. Because there's Nodirbek, there's Sindarov, there's Yakuboev. These three players are going to be leading the charge. And they're very dangerous.
Hmm.
Remember that Nodirbek, Yakuboev was the player who basically barely missed out on the candidates. because he was one of the semi-finalists in the World Cup, and then he probably didn't handle the pressure well, or I don't know what happened there, but he barely missed it. So that's a very dangerous team there.
True, and let's not forget US, let's not forget Turkey, let's not forget I think I don't know what's the status with Russia.
Turkey
I
में
don't
तो
know if
सिर्फ I think 2 players है, right? Maybe 3. Like there's Edis Gurel, there is Erdogmus, and of course there is San Al Wahab. But I don't think there is like
why
none of those players. Maybe Erdogmus is that one player who's reached that level, but the other two, I don't think they are 2700 level
why
yet.
China? Let's not forget China. And also, let's not forget, I don't know if Russia will play actually. I'm still not clear because there was some discussion with FIDE, right? Ki, like they were lifting the limitations on people playing from Russia. There was
But
some
वहां पे तो
discussion
कोई
there.
player ही नहीं है ना अब तो. Like no one is playing for Russia. Like वो players तो उन्होंने अपनी federation change करी थी, right? काफी players ने.
Why there is one name that comes to mind.
भूल जाओ भाई, छोड़ दो भाई. वो खराब
अरे it's
खराब
a friend,
कंडीशंस
भाई,
रहेंगी तो
Dubov.
फिर वो बोलेगा खराब कंडीशंस है तो मतलब चलेगा भाई.
नहीं, I think I was mentioning some other name, but नाम तो बहुत actually. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi is there, Kramnik is there, Dubov is there, Grishchuk is there. They still have a very strong team. But yeah, I don't know if they'll get to play. We'll get to know soon. Meanwhile, chat, Arjun के opponent यहाँ पे सोच रहे हैं. So Arvind, as he thinks, let's jump to another game. And by the way, Bluebaum is apparently just close to winning. His
What?
opponent has blundered.
नहीं कह दो झूठ है ये. ओ हो भाई, rook takes v4 is possible here. What?
Yes.
What?
I think he
No, that's
completely missed it.
surely that's not. Yeah, no, surely there's some counterplay here with f5. Yeah?
But Queen B6 Saj, I think it's just counterplay जो दिख रहा है, but है नहीं.
No, I will be shocked actually if this happens on the board. Maybe that's what he's considering. Yeah.
But होगा ये. I think ये होगा. Of course he'll not miss it. Yeah, it's Bluebaum, the candidate. He's gonna go for the variations. पिछली 2 गेम क्या बढ़िया खेले हैं. I think he will have a chance here to win. And let's not forget, Bluebaum, by the way, has only lost to Sindarov in this event, has drawn everybody else, and has beaten Keymer. So he's on 50%. Doing very well on 3.5 points.
Correct, bhai. Correct. So this is, I think, a golden opportunity for him to get close to Nodirbek, the tournament leader. Let's take a quick look there as well, how Nodirbek is playing against Anish, because I see the bar kind of favoring Anish there. But I look at the time, I look at the clock, and I see, okay, maybe this is not a sign of worry for me because there's half an hour difference between Nodirbek and Anish right now.
It depends how you look at this e3 move, because I could potentially just play f3. And that's a unique structure because
I don't like that for black.
Yeah, but it still
because
looks a bit
imagine like I go bishop d3. At any point I can play h3. I can take on g4 and I can open up the h line completely. I don't like this for Anish. I feel like Anish has to be very precise here, not to be lost here. Like look at the moves. By c6, rook goes somewhere, let's say b1, and now he has to find knight g6. Just sack the pawn.
And if takes,
just play king g7 with 1 pawn less, and that's apparently the best way to play here. Doesn't make sense.
भाई जो भी हो इस गेम में देखने में बड़ा मजा आने वाला है, बिकॉज अगर जो भी स्ट्रक्चर आएगा इट्स नॉट गोना बी इजी. एंड ब्लैक ऑफ कोर्स डज नॉट टेक ऑन e3 because f takes e3 के बाद the bishop comes into the game. Suddenly white is clearly better in the live position right now on the board. So black has to make a choice, and somehow साथ में जो मैं engine lines देख रहा हूँ f3 has to be played. There is no option, चाहे c6 के बाद या फिर directly.
And when you see f3, you immediately look at the idea of h3, and then you say, okay, maybe this is not the best. Because after f3, first of all, why am I playing bishop d3? Why can't I play h3 immediately here? So yeah, sure. You have to play c6, kick the rook away, and then you have to play b5 here. Okay, who's going to do that? That doesn't make sense.
Tough, really tough chat. So I think यहाँ पे थोड़ा pressure बनता हुआ. I think we're going to see a bunch of results chat, and Nodirbek, I mean, if he loses, the tournament could be wide open though. So there is some benefit for everybody. But if he wins, I think he's basically almost guaranteed himself the winning title, Saj, by like already kitna lead hai, 1.5 point ka. If he wins,
he has 1 point lead over Sindarov right now. And I believe Sindarov is the only player on 4.5.
Yes, and he's worse. Yeah. Sindarov is worse right now. So looking at the situation, I think if Nodirbek wins, I think he's almost, almost through. And
Okay, no, I mean
like to
still
win the
like
event.
6 rounds remaining, so things can be hectic there. But yeah, 1 point lead is very comfortable. By he's also, I mean, technically, Abdusattorov is also worse, right?
Yeah, true. That's true. That's true. But I think देखना पड़ेगा क्या खेलेंगे यहाँ पे Anish. So Anish under deep thought right now. Super crucial moment. Time difference देखो by the way. Like it's 35 minutes. Pretty understandable for the position we have on the board. Anish के दोनों king के pawns आगे बढ़ चुके हैं. And they've
And
left a lot of empty squares behind.
speaking of time difference, let's check out Erdogmus versus Pragg because there is a 50-minute difference between these two players right now. That is too much. And I feel like this happens a lot with Erdogmus in this event. It's been happening way too much where he's getting sort of surprised in the opening. But I don't know how long can he keep this up where he has almost half the time of his opponent. He had the same situation with Aravindh as well, but he managed to sort of overcome that. But how many times can he do that? That's a sign of worry for me.
It's a sign of worry, but it's working out for him, Sajbhai, so far, and that's why
No,
he's not hesitating.
but it's not healthy. It's not healthy to have
No, I
half the time of
agree.
your opponent after the first hour.
I agree, Saj bhai. Like for example, कई चीजें बहुत healthy नहीं होती, but sometimes to attain a certain objective, we indulge in them, and you can fill in the blanks there. But the point is, कहीं ना
Yeah,
कहीं
yeah,
पे
yeah,
यहाँ
of
पे अगर
course.
आप position देखो सामने, he's thinking, he knows he's less experienced, he's thinking for longer to understand the position, and now he's coming up with the best moves. And यहाँ पे, I think he already has an edge, and if he can put pressure on Pragg, for example, I think Pragg automatically ज़्यादा सोचेगा, so he will cover the clock anywhere. Although I agree with 50 minutes is a lot, he should play because 10 ही चाले हुई हैं chat by the way. He has to play 30 moves in 64 minutes, so it's a lot of time. But his moves are natural and knight is on the board.
Not
Yeah, he
that
could have
much
played this
time.
in.
He goes knight c3, by the way. Finally, he has made a move. And how much time has he spent on it? 25 minutes on one move is too much, भाई. And
But I'm
chat में
pretty
बहुत
sure.
लोग लिख रहे हैं भाई फुल स्क्रीन
Huh.
कर दो फुल स्क्रीन कर दो भाई फुल स्क्रीन करिए तो लोगों को हमारी शक्लें अच्छी नहीं लग रही. We can catch also Pragg sitting down there. लो भाई आ गया full screen
Saj
as
bhai,
Pragg sits down.
this is a great moment for that कंबल वाला moment. ये कंबल ओढ़ के अब बैठ सकते हैं हम चिल करके.
भाई वर्टिकल स्ट्रीम है भाई बोलो मत.
अच्छा हाँ, ओ शिट, नो कंबल.
हाँ भाई वर्टिकल स्ट्रीम पे
वर्टिकल
है
स्ट्रीम
काफी
वालों
लोग.
देख रहे हो तो
वो
भाई
जेम्स
से
जो
हाई
आया
इन द
था वो
चैट.
वर्टिकल स्ट्रीम पे ही था भाई.
अच्छा, ओ से हाई इन द चैट. वर्टिकल स्ट्रीम गाइस, हाउ आर यू?
What's
um
up? Said hi. Said hi is going on in the vertical stream right now. क्या है भाई
Ooh, nice.
ये said hi. Ah, okay. Got it.
आपकी शक्ल प्यारी है. थैंक यू राधा जी. आई डोंट नो हम में से किसकी प्यारी है, बट विल टेक इट. The man behind has Pragg printed on T-shirt. By don't even get me started on how crazy that guy is. By like he's been there as a hardcore fan on every day. Like it's glad. Like it's very happy to see so much support.
Oh yes. Lovely to see it. But he has worn Arvind's t-shirt right now, so keeping a close eye there. And knight c3 के बाद, by the way, the advantage for Erdogmus is enormous. Like it's huge because when once
Gigantic.
the queen goes back,
Some more
there
synonyms, Aj bhai. It's huge, gigantic, or
if true,
नहीं मतलब और क्या synonyms होंगे भाई huge के?
huge, enormous, massive, um,
Immense,
immense. कर लिया
cosmic.
खोल लिया गूगल.
हाँ, colossal,
Colossal.
monumental,
ओहो हो.
gargantuan. Oh my god, interstellar
कह
reference.
दो कि झूठ है.
Jumbo,
By the
whopping,
way,
thumping.
by
Wow.
he has gone queen h4. That's a mistake.
अरे बाप रे यार. Saj bhai, I can bet Maggie यहाँ पे. I am in if you want to bet. I think
क्या?
a dog must wins this one. This is looking tough.
नहीं भाई मेरे को नहीं जानना है कि ये सच है कि नहीं. मैं नहीं चाहता भाई एर्दोगमस बीट्स अर्जुन एंड परग बैक टू बैक भाई.
भाई चाहता तो मैं भी
दैट
नहीं
इज
हूँ. But
भाई.
I think this is
नहीं भाई कह दो कि झूठ
gigantic.
है. या दिस विल बी ह्यूज इफ ट्रू.
This match is gone, Saj bhai. This match is gone. Tough लग रहा है भाई.
ओके बट आई मीन प्रग ने 8 मिनट भी नहीं लगाया भाई. मे बी देयर इज सम मीट इन द पोजीशन. यू नेवर नो.
Yeah, meat तो है.
He does have double
Saj,
bishops. They are not
Saj
out
bhai,
though.
कीपिंग इन माइंड द वर्ल्ड वॉर 3, व्हेन विल यू अबे यार, ये सवाल भी कोई पूछेगा व्हेन विल यू बिकम अ फादर, मेरे को दिमाग में नहीं आया था कि ये भी पॉसिबिलिटी है. डैम, आई जस्ट रियलाइज दिस. ओके, एनीवेज, मूविंग ऑन.
चैट है ना, मतलब वो आंटियों वाले काम कर रहे हैं भाई। शादी कब करोगे, बच्चे बच्चे कब होंगे आपके?
तुम आंटी हो चैट, पता नहीं था मुझे.
आंटियों वाले
कौन
काम कर
कौन
रहे हो
चैट में
चैट आप।
आंटी, एक बार हाय लिखो भाई, लेट्स गो.
मतलब आपने वर्ल्ड वॉर 3 बोल दिया भाई इसलिए यू शुड बिकम अ फादर। ये कैसा लॉजिक था भाई?
भाई, इन माय एक्सपीरियंस, जितनी मैंने मूवीज देखी हैं, ठीक है, kids are the one who get you killed in these end of the world scenarios. कोई शो कर देगा, कुछ कर देगा. So if there's a
हाँ
world war
भाई,
3
वो मूवी
happening.
थी ना, क्या नाम है, जहाँ पे यू कुडंट रियली स्पीक अ वर्ड, लाइक इट्स अ हॉरर मूवी, जहाँ
हाँ
पे यू कुडंट से, आई थिंक इट्स कॉल्ड बी क्वाइट, नो नो, समथिंग लाइक अ क्वाइट प्लेस।
हाँ
तो
हाँ
उसके
हाँ,
10
क्वाइट
मिनट के
प्लेस.
अंदर ही भाई। ओके, मैं कुछ स्पॉइल नहीं कर रहा, बट या जो आपने कहा वो सच है भाई। अ
नहीं, सही में
क्वाइट
भाई.
प्लेस।
तो अपने बच्चे को चेस प्लेयर बनाना नहीं भाई, चेस प्लेयर नहीं बनाना है भाई. मे बी देखते हैं क्या होगा. वी हैव क्विच ऑफ प्लेट बाय द वे, साज भाई.
नहीं
सो
नहीं भाई,
प्रग
बनाओ
इज,
भाई चेस प्लेयर, क्यों नहीं? बनाना
तो
चाहिए
खुद
भाई।
बनने का
चेस
मन
इज
नहीं है यार,
चेस इज
दूसरों को
बूमिंग,
कैसे.
तभी तो बच्चों को बनाओ, ताकि दे गेट द राइट डायरेक्शन एंड दे get into it at the right time and they have the right resources because you're there.
वाह, क्या रोस्ट किया भाई.
नहीं भाई, दैट वाज मैं रोस्ट नहीं कर रहा था भाई, यहाँ पे मैं सच में बोल रहा था भाई
अच्छा
आपको।
अच्छा, रोस्ट
आई
तो
थिंक चेस
मेरा
के
बच.
जो लोग चेस में इन्वॉल्व हैं उनको जरूर करना चाहिए, बिकॉज आई थिंक देन योर किड हैज अ वेरी इजियर पाथ। या हमारे लिए मुश्किल था ये, बिकॉज
हाँ, सो
लाइक हमारे
टॉकिंग
पेरेंट्स नहीं
अबाउट,
थे चेस में।
not that I don't want to talk about this hypothetical kid more, but I think फिलहाल के लिए we have two kids in front of us, 14-year-old and one is 20-year-old, 19-year-old. So let's focus on their games पहले. And meanwhile, the 14-year-old is better, Sahaj bhai. So even though kids are not great in a end of the world scenario in a movie at least, but they are great in front of a chessboard. And it feels
या
like Prague is really struggling.
या भाई, हैव टू अग्री। ऑल्दो टाइम देख के, अगर आप सिर्फ टाइम देखो यहाँ पे, तो लग रहा है कि इट्स प्रग हु इज डोमिनेटिंग हियर, इज डेफिनेटली द मोर कंफर्टेबल वन। एंड आल्सो आई मीन, यू कैन ऑलरेडी फील दैट Erdogmus is feeling that pressure, yeah. He knows the time is less. I mean, very soon he's going to be start, moving in his chair like he was doing yesterday.
भाई साहब,
But yeah,
कल
this
तो
is not
क्या ही
healthy,
डांस
bhai.
कर रहा था बंदा. हम्म. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, Erdogmus तो better है ही है. Uh, Apparently, Arvind has taken on f4 finally. So if he jumped to that game, bishop d4 is where we left it. And after that, he played knight e2. So he didn't want to take with the d5 knight. He feels it's placed on a good square. Bishop e5, and now knight e takes f4 played. What do you make of this transformation in the position?
So firstly, I think it's the most logical for me, because as we were talking about this before, that once black plays bishop d4 and bishop d5, your mind starts to panic and you think to yourself, okay, I don't want to be a pawn down, so let me just capture the pawn as quickly as I can. Now, of course, I couldn't capture with the queen, because then there is takes and bishop e3 check, and then the piece is falling. I couldn't capture it with the knight because I think there's bishop takes c3, which I don't, maybe not immediately, but there's bishop g4 first, and then you kick the rook away, and then you play bishop takes c3. And white has to recapture with the pawn, because if you capture with the queen, then the knight on f4 falls. So that leaves out just one option, which is knight e2, and up knight e2 wale knight se up f4 ko maro. And I think it's
Hmm.
equal right now. I think still very high possibility that we're going to see an endgame very, very soon. For example, agar black यहाँ पे bishop g4 खेलता है, then you go bishop e2, knight e2, and queen takes d2 is an endgame. So very high
Hmm.
probability कि ये game अगले 1 घंटे में, like it goes into a draw, because अगर ये end game आ गई board पे, तो I have reason to believe it will be over very soon. What do you think about
Yeah,
that?
I agree, bhai. It will be over very soon. That's what I thought about my chess career, and it was absolutely true. So I think यहाँ पे अच्छे chances हैं कि draw के. And I think queen h4 के बाद दोनों, by the way, very interesting. Pragg की queen is also on h4, and अर्जुन की नहीं नहीं नहीं, sorry, h4 h6 है. My bad, भाई. मैं थोड़ा सा I think high लग रहा हूँ आज. Moving on.
Okay, so knight ef4 के बाद अभी he's thinking time is balanced, looking normal. By the way, Bluebaum has indeed taken that bishop on b4 with rook takes b4, and we are getting that position on the board where he is going to capture on b4, and we're going to have that rook and one pawn versus two minor pieces.
भाई ब्लू आज जीत के ना जैसे दिल दहला देने वाली परफॉर्मेंस देने वाला है भाई। A5 क्वीन B6 कैसल बिशप C3 रुक के वन ट्रैपिंग एवरीथिंग भाई। आज ब्लू को कोई रोक नहीं सकता भाई,
भाई
आज
आपको
दिन।
10 चालें दी फिर भी आपने ब्लंडर कर दिया भाई, क्वीन E2 मर रहा है उसमें।
क्वीन D2 कैसे मर रहा है भाई?
क्वीन E2 भाई, बिशप C3
अरे नहीं
खेलोगे ना।
मतलब व्हाट आई मीन इज लाइक धीरे धीरे करके भाई, नॉट मे बिशप C4
हम्म।
फर्स्ट एट सम पॉइंट, अगर A5 नहीं खेलते हो तो आराम आराम से, आराम आराम से, कोई जल्दी नहीं है भाई। पनवेल नहीं जाना है, हम ऑलरेडी पहुंच चुके हैं, चिल करके आराम से खेलेंगे। एंड ये ए पॉन को कैप्चर कर लेंगे सही मोमेंट पे। आई थिंक ब्लू बाम जी आज बहुत बढ़िया खेलने वाले हैं भाई। आज की गेम ब्लू बाम के नाम।
I think Bluebaum, yeah, he's looking very, very good. So who has a higher probability to win, by the way? Bluebaum या Erdogmus?
ओह वाह भाई, क्या सवाल पूछा। आई थिंक ब्लू बाम में भी, मे बी
Yeah,
ब्लू बाम, व्हाट
for
डू यू
sure.
थिंक?
For sure, Bluebaum, I think.
है ना?
Hmm.
हम्म हम्म। बढ़िया।
Because Erdogmus
मीनवाइल
has 1 hour less now.
साज भाई एक बार हम वर्ल्ड चैंपियन की गेम देखते हैं। सो
Oh,
वी हैव अ
yes.
फ्यू मूव्स। फिर का नाइट घुमा फिरा के मतलब थोड़ा किंग साइड की तरफ आ रहा था, एंड नाइट H4 वाज
We left
प्लेड।
it here. Knight H4, Rook E8,
हाँ।
Knight F5, Bishop F8, F3. He kicks the knight away and he goes Knight G3 and Rook C8. Again, very, very Gukesh type position, keeping all the pieces on the board. No captures, no trades. And I think धीरे धीरे करके he'll become slightly better and then he will start pushing.
एंड
That's
एंड
my take.
चैट, मेरा एक सवाल है। इफ यू गो बैक हाफ अ मूव साज भाई, रुक C8 वापस ले लें। यहाँ पे इंजन की फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस एक इंटरेस्टिंग चाल है, एंड आई वांट चैट टू गिव अस द आंसर, ठीक है? व्हाई डू यू थिंक दिस इज द बेस्ट मूव, बट रॉन्ग आंसर्स ओनली, ठीक है? द
Why? You
बेस्ट
can
मूव इन
ask
द
them also.
पोजिशन।
I don't think it's easy enough for them to know.
हाँ तुम राइट ही बोल दो भाई। रुक B8, व्हाई इज रुक B8 द बेस्ट मूव इन द पोजिशन? कम ऑन चैट, लेट्स गो भाई।
There
क्या
is
लग
a
रहा है
real
साज भाई?
answer to this, by the way.
आज 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 चैट, चैट बताएगी हमें भाई क्यों है सही चाल।
Correct, bhai. Does Gukesh have
डेट्स।
any chance of winning this tournament? Right now, no, because the tournament leader is 2.5 points ahead. So I don't think. I think we should be rather aiming for top five right now. I think after you gather a couple of wins, then you can start thinking about winning the tournament. But yeah, right now, theoretically speaking, he's 2.5 points behind Nodirbek. And कितने round बचे? 6 round बचे, right?
हम्म।
So it's possible, but unlikely.
टू पुश पॉन्स protects the bishop. Actually, chat, all of you are correct. To prepare C5. Absolutely true, Sajbhai. Is that the reason?
Exactly, because after c5, white was going to take on c5 with the b pawn, and Amin should take b takes c5. This rook looks at the b7 bishop, which was not defended before. So rook b8 defends that. And is what is this type of a move called, chat? I think you
Sukha
know
rook
this.
move.
Nahi, bhai. What is this type of move known as though? ये इसका आंसर ऐसा है जिसमें बहुत अलग अलग तरह की हमें स्पेलिंग्स दिखती हैं whenever chat says this. That's a hint for you, chat. Yes, prophylactic move, correct. But he goes for rook c8. I think still his plan is to play c5 at the right moment. But yeah, not anytime soon, because c5 I think introduces another trade in the game.
Chat, by the way, spelling सबकी अलग है. So कुछ लोगों ने तो कुछ और ही लिख दिया भाई. एक बार सब spelling लिखो. What do you think is the correct spelling of prophylaxis? Come on, chat. Let's go.
भाई मुझे भी सीखना पड़ा था, like I had to remember it. It's very difficult actually, the spelling of this.
I mean, chat को तो पता ही होती है. Chat तो smart है. अपन लोग का थोड़ा difficult है, but chat knows. भाई
Okay, now I
गैलेक्सी
think they're,
गैलेक्सीज में, हाँ सॉरी सॉरी,
yeah,
कंटिन्यू।
now most of them are right, no?
प्रोपेन, परपेंडिकुलर एक्सिस।
परपेंडिकुलर तो उसमें था ना, किसी मूवी में था, बहुत बड़े मूवी में
भाई
था किसी।
मैथ्स में था भाई, मूवी में नहीं।
अरे यार किसी मूवी में भी था यार।
भाई मैथ्स में था।
उसमें था भाई, गैंग्स ऑफ वासेपुर में था परपेंडिकुलर, याद नहीं आपको?
मैंने वो गैंग्स ऑफ वो देखी नहीं है भाई.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? भाई परपेंडिकुलर, एक्चुअली इफ आई रिमेंबर दिस करेक्टली, ही रोट गैंग्स ऑफ वासेपुर. Did you know this? Like he's actually a character in it, and he wrote the entire story as well. भाई वो अगर नहीं देखी, definitely watch it. भाई it's a great movie.
लास्ट मैंने जब देखा था परपेंडिकुलर वाज इन मैथ्स व्हेन आई वाज ट्राइंग टू फाइंड माय एक्स, तो परपेंडिकुलर वहां देखा था मैंने लास्ट भाई.
Crazy भाई, huge if true.
ट्रू भाई, मेरे दुनिया के सारे लोग अपनी एक्स
हाँ
ढूंढते हैं भाई मैथ्स
डेफिनेट,
में.
सॉरी सॉरी भाई, डेफिनेट wrote it. डेफिनेट था भाई, उसका नाम डेफिनेट था, परपेंडिकुलर नहीं था, सॉरी भाई.
प्री
ओके सो बिशप
हिलाजुराइजेशन.
D2.
एनीवेज, सो क्या चल रहा है गेम में साज भाई?
भाई आई थिंक स्लो गेम चलेगा गुकेश का तो.
ठीक
आई
है, so
थिंक
let's go
ही
to another game then, yeah. Let's go to the game of Yagiz Khan because now he is still thinking, which is a big surprise because कहीं ना कहीं पे he has to start playing quickly. जितना भी एडवांटेज हो, अगर समय ही नहीं होगा तो वॉचिंग कैसे आएगी साज भाई?
समय तो है ना भाई.
That's also true.
प्रग के पास भी समय है, हमारे पास भी समय है.
बस यागिज के पास नहीं है,
हाँ
तब भी वही
एग्जैक्टली.
जीत रहा है.
तो उसकी इसीलिए उसकी वॉचिंग नहीं है अभी.
हम्म. साल भाई, आप चुल्लू भर पानी में डूब जाओ वासेपुर नहीं देखी भाई, तो क्या हो गया भाई? हम इंटरस्टेलर के फैन है, देखेंगे वासेपुर भाई. कभी फ्री टाइम तो मिले, कभी ये लोग जीतना, जब
भाई
जब जो इंडिया सारे जीत रहे होंगे फिर
भाई
आराम से
कल
टूर्नामेंट
रेस्ट डे
खत्म
है.
होगा.
रेस्ट डे
हाँ
है मेरे हिसाब से. आप आज ही देख लो भाई दोनों. आज रात को जैसे ही खत्म होती है स्ट्रीम, वॉच बोथ ऑफ देम, दे आर
भाई,
अमेजिंग.
भाई रात को 12 बजे फ्री होते हैं, उसके बाद जो स्क्रीन टाइम होता है ना, उसके बाद तो आंखें बंद जो दर्द करती है ना भाई, उसके बाद डॉक्टर का अपॉइंटमेंट की जरूरत ज्यादा है वासेपुर की मूवी से ज्यादा.
भाई बट आपको मैं बता रहा हूँ, यू वोंट रिग्रेट इट. इट्स लाइक पीक फॉर मी, मतलब पीक सिनेमा, पीक इंडियन सिनेमा देयर, पीक
एक
बॉलीवुड.
बंदा लिखा है इंटरस्टेलर इज बोरिंग, इस बंदे को 400 साल का बैन दे सकते हैं क्या भाई? मे बी इफ ही ट्रैवल्स थ्रू दैट वर्म होल ही विल रिकवर द टाइम एंड कम बैक. अगर मूवी देखी होती तो पता होता.
क्रेजी भाई. भाई वैसे ही फीलिंग है भाई, इंटरस्टेलर जैसी मूवी है वो. लाइक इन टर्म्स ऑफ हाउ इम्पैक्टफुल इट इज.
वाह रियली, अब तो देखनी पड़ेगी भाई.
भाई सीरियसली, इट्स सो गुड.
चलो भाई, डन भाई, देखेंगे भाई. टाटा स्टील खत्म होते ही मैं पहला पहला टू डू लिस्ट पर काम मेरा यही है. सो मीनवाइल,
भाई पूछूंगा मैं आपसे फिर.
डन भाई, डन डन. फेब के फर्स्ट वीक में वासेपुर देखेंगे हम लोग. By the way, question by Subodh bhai. What do you guys think will be the greatest threat to Gukesh from candidates who low-key Gukeshly wishing not to win? I think first of all, on the second half, I don't think Gukesh should have the attitude कि भाई ये बंदा ना जीते, because गलती से वो जीत गया ना, you're already on the back foot. पहला चीज. दूसरा, I think um, objectively maybe Fabi is the biggest threat because he has experience. But I think personal record wise, Gukesh has a good record against Fabi. So very hard to know, yeah, because objectively Fabi is best, but Gukesh has a good record. But then Gukesh doesn't have a great record against some other players. So it's very hard to know. Sajay, who do you think is Gukesh potentially wishing ki na qualify kare?
I think like you summarized it pretty well, that Fabi is, I think, the favorite. I think we've discussed it many times. But because Gukesh has a good score against him, especially in the past 2 years. Beating him in GCL, beating him in Olympiads. I think he does generally he does really well against Fabi. So I probably Hikaru would be my guess, because Hikaru also is the beast at something which is not Gukesh's strength, which is fast chess. So you are running the risk that Hikaru will just create some, he will have some crazy prep. Like even in the previous candidates, he was having he was willingly accepting worse positions and going into the end game, and then he was kind of, अगर classical section से अगर आपने हटा दिया, and if you go into the, rapid and blitz, and I think Hikaru becomes a heavy, heavy, heavy favorite against Gukesh. So that's a
Agreed.
risk.
I think especially Blitz में तो I think it's not even close. So देखना पड़ेगा. And regardless of whosoever qualifies, the match will not be easy, as we can already predict, because to the qualify to the candidates, you've kind of have to either win a big, big event or you have to play spectacularly well throughout the year. So it's not been easy to reach there, and everybody is motivated. And usually क्या होता है ना, when you have the world champion, you've achieved that goal. बट जो बंदे फाइट कर रहे हैं उसके लिए देयर मे बी अ बिट मोर हंग्री, साहब वैसा आपने कहा था लास्ट टाइम, एंड मे दे माइट बी मोर मोटिवेटेड देन गुकेश पोटेंशियली.
Could be. And also, chat में people are saying Sindarov. I don't know if Sindarov. I mean, I don't think he's a favorite to win that. Not yet, at least. But yeah, I think any player who plays against Gukesh, I think is not gonna make it easy for him. But for me, I think Hikaru is like the biggest threat,
So
just by pure numbers.
to make it easy, maybe they should allow me to play the World Championship, Saj. But I think I can may solve many problems. कैंडिडेट्स करवाने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी. सो कितना पैसा बचेगा वो सारा हम दोनों में बांट देंगे. एंड देन उसके बाद जो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप मैं खेल लूंगा जस्ट फॉर द सेक ऑफ प्लेइंग, एंड he can retain the world champion. I think that's a good solution to this
Yeah,
problem.
but World Championship challenges को Gangs of Wasipur देखना एक compulsion होता है, एक rule है
अच्छा,
FIDE का.
तो
तो
मतलब you're telling me कि Anish Giri and also like Bluebaum, like basically Bluebaum और Anish Giri रात को बैठ के वासेपुर देख रहे थे मतलब
Gangs
before
of
they
Wasipur,
qualified.
yes. Gangs of Wasipur, yes, yes, yes. I mean,
Good
Anish
to
ने जो
know.
last round Grand Swiss में हंस को हराया, कैसे हराया? Because he
अच्छा,
watched that movie. That was the prep
अच्छा,
right
अच्छा,
there.
अच्छा. हाँ, मैं सोचा चेस प्रिपरेशन कर रहा होगा, बट दिस इज वेरी
नहीं नहीं
इंटरेस्टिंग.
नहीं भाई, क्या बात कर रहे हो आप? It was not prep. It was proper
तो बेचारों
just.
ने VPN
विशी
लिया.
सर भी लॉर्ड ऑफ द रिंग्स देखते हैं, on the way to certain places. So it's very very likely भाई.
वाह, वाह, अब तो देखनी पड़ेगी भाई. सो अल्ट्रामोस्ट टाइम पे हारेगा भाई, ये हम पिछले 3 दिन से बोलते आ रहे हैं, ऐसा हो नहीं रहा
भाई वो
है.
हारे
सो
नहीं रहा है भाई.
हाँ, और मेरे को समझ नहीं आया नाइट C3 क्यों सोचा भाई. लाइक नाइट C3 यू कुड हैव प्लेड इन 20 seconds अगर अब सोचना था, बट आपने पहले सोच लिया और अब दोबारा सोच रहे हो, तो आई एम वेरी कंफ्यूज्ड.
I'll tell you
लाइक
why,
क्वीन.
because after knight c3 he was only looking at queen g6. He didn't look at queen h4.
बट स्टिल लाइक इट्स वन ऑफ द लॉजिकल मूव्स, नो? लाइक यू ओनली हैव अ कपल ऑफ मूव्स. क्वीन G6 के बाद क्वीन H4 ही तो है, और क्या है.
Yeah, but maybe he spent all of his time on queen g6. He knows it's a critical moment, and yeah, as I said, this is not healthy for Erdogmus. He has to find a way to manage this better, because if this continues, then people can target him like this.
वाओ, wow. So, we also see Vedant in a nice suit in the background, who's also slightly better in his own
By
game.
For
Hmm.
me, Vedant has been one of the best dressed guys in this entire event, by the way. I have to say, I have to give it to the guy.
Yeah, I have to agree there, Saj bhai. I think it's a chance to play at the Tata Steel. I mean, if I ever played the Tata Steel, like it would probably be Ludo, but like I would be well dressed for sure. Yeah, game. मैं personally गेम तो ला नहीं सकता, तो मैं तो भाई मतलब बेस्ट ड्रेस कंपटीशन खेलता भाई डेली. लाइक बढ़िया से
Crazy,
बढ़िया
bhai.
सूट, बोलते हैं ना मतलब क्रिस्प, लाइक मतलब किसी की शादी में जा रहा हूँ, मतलब लिटरली ऐसे कपड़े पहनता भाई डेली.
Crazy. By the way, chat में बहुत लोग लिख रहे हैं Arjun match, भाई. So let's go to Arjun's match, because we do have some moves there. We left it at knight ef4. Arjun has gone for bishop g4. Now remember, chat, we were talking about this, that Arvind, if he wants to exchange the queens, he can play bishop e2, and you will take knight takes, and the queens are suddenly now traded with queen d2, or white can take on h6. But Arvind says, I am gonna go rook e1. That means there is no trade happening now in this position, and Arjun just has two moves in this position, which keeps things equal. One of them is, I think, logical, which is rook c8. This is the second best move. The best move is bishop e6, which I think is not so easy to play here.
Yeah, bishop e6 is weird because knight के influence में है bishop. You've just moved it to g4. Why would you put it back to e6? So rook c8, I agree. I think makes a lot more sense. But after rook c8, king b1, you anyway have to find bishop e6 apparently. That's the only move. So at some point he has to find it, or Arvind could be clearly better in this game.
Wow, crazy. I think Arjun has to find two only moves, basically, bishop e6 or rook c8, otherwise he's worse.
He's about to play.
Well,
He's about to play, I think. I
he's
think
going
he's
for
moving
it.
the
He's going
bishop.
for it. Yep, played by bishop e6.
Oh, wow. Why he plays it?
Apparently, Fiona also said that he's the best dressed in this tournament. Vedant. I think I agree, yeah.
Yeah, have to agree, I think. I mean, of course, these are contenders, but he's definitely one of them. Ajay, I'll just be back in 1 minute, yeah?
Yeah, sure, sure, sure. Said hi. What's up, guys? Arjun accuracy is 99.9. Nah, yeah, exactly. But his time, yeah, time is also more or less good. So the question is, when do we go into the end game here? Because here also, I think Arjun is saying bishop takes d5 ke baad, you have to go knight takes d5, and queen takes d2 would just go into the end game. And then Arjun's king on d8 is not as weak anymore. But Arvind can say, let me play g3, because if you take on d5, maybe I can capture back with my pawn, and fir se no queen trade possible. So that is possible in this position. But Arvind is thinking, and finally, by the way, itne time ke baad, almost ek ghante ke baad, Erdogmus has made his move. So let's actually take a look at what he played. He played the move rook to e1, and it might surprise some of you because he took a very long time before he played this move. I think about in total, he with knight c3 he took about 25 minutes, and rook e1 ke saath, I think he took another extra 10 minutes or so. But rook e1 is not the best move here for Erdogmus. And Pragg right now, by the way, Samir bhai, if we can change the cam to Pragg, that would be great. But Pragg has to play king f7, as we can see from the blue arrow. It's the only move in this position that does not give an advantage to Erdogmus. Now, let me just clarify that king f7 is a logical move here, because rook e1 ke saath, I have pinned your king. And once you see, okay, maybe there is some tactical problems with d4. Now, honestly, I didn't look at d4 yet. But if you, once you figure out the tactical problems of d4, the second move you look at is king f7. So I have reason to believe he's going to play it. Now, let's also look at what happens after d4. If you play d4 in this position, attacking both of the knights, and white just has one move here, which is knight to c4. So I'm inviting you to take this knight on c3, and then I say, I'm not going to capture this back. In fact, I'm going to go give you this check and damage your castling. Up king ko hatate ho d7 pe, d8 pe rakhoge to maybe some knight f7 check idea, so you have to be careful. Now I just take the pawn on c3, and white is just winning here. So this is why Pragg cannot go d4 and be greedy in this position, essentially. And the move is king f7, of course. Show game Fedoseev. Why are so many people saying show Fedoseev? Oh, by the way, you are right, chat. Fedoseev has made a huge inaccuracy against the world champion, which is e4. Now looks logical because all of your pieces are surrounded on the king side, because knight on c3, knight on g3, pawn on f3, queen on c2, all looking at that e4 square, which is eventually something you should play. But it's a bad move because black can now play, as you can see from the blue arrow, the move is c5, sort of breaking the center. Like, if you break the center, I break the center as well. And the point is, if I take bc5, and maybe this is what Fedoseev missed, Gukesh can just go pawn take c5 and say, okay, take this bishop on b7. And this is not easy to see. And I think this could be something that he missed. If I go rook b7 here, black has pawn takes d4, and ye c3 ka knight mar jayega, and Gukesh will be completely winning here. So you cannot take the bishop on b7. If you play e5, for example, this becomes very messy. Pawn takes d4, and dono bishop and knight mar rahe, dono pieces mar rahe yahan pe. You take ef6, queen f6, I'm guessing, rook takes b7, and d takes c3, and Gukesh is technically a piece down, but somehow he's fine here. Like, he's not winning, but he's fine.
Am I seeing this correctly that Gukesh is close to winning?
Not winning, but I think if you go a bit deeper, I'm not sure if it's winning anymore. Thoda deeper jao.
So, okay, I'll go deeper. C5.
bc5.
bc5.
e5.
साथ में, by the way, दिल्ली के कोई दो शब्द जो हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे, कोई हिंट मिला आपको इस सीक्वेंस से?
नहीं भाई, क्यों?
नहीं मिला क्या?
अच्छा,
मेरे को लगा नहीं मिला क्या? Okay.
अच्छा,
So, okay, now
ये
if
move you mean, yeah? ये move.
yeah, the sequence, overall sequence in general. Okay,
अच्छा,
नहीं मिला
अच्छा,
तो नहीं मिला भाई, क्या कर सकते हैं?
क्या कर
तो
सकते
c
हैं?
takes d4, e takes f6, d takes c3, and bishop c1. And apparently it's very hard to see actually.
Yeah, and then queen f6, white goes rook b1, rook b7, sorry, knight c5, and you are accepting a piece down position. Granted, you have these two pawns on c3 and d5. Maybe you'll push d4, d3 at the right moment. But I have to give it to Fedoseev. I don't think this follow-up is easy. And even if you calculate all of this, I think it's incredibly difficult to judge or evaluate this position is better for black.
And if you really want to go crazy, chat, the second best move in this position, the live position, आपको एक प्लेयर का नाम याद आएगा इस मूव से, ठीक है? तो उस प्लेयर का नाम चैट में बस लिखना है, ठीक है? रेडी हो? द सेकंड बेस्ट मूव इन द पोजीशन इज नाइट टू H5. कौन से प्लेयर का नाम इससे याद आता है चैट? कम ऑन.
मेरे से 10 मिनट दूर रहता है, क्या ये वो प्लेयर है?
नहीं भाई, ये आपसे कुछ 10 साल में भी दूर रहता है आपके उससे, ज्यादा एक्चुअली 30 साल में भी, 40. यस, बॉबी फिशर भाई, नाइट H5, जो आई थिंक ही प्लेड राइट, नाइट H5 GH5 आ गया था वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में. ऑफ कोर्स हियर दैट
मेरे को
आइडिया इज
रैपॉर्ट याद आ रही थी
डिफरेंट.
भाई इसमें.
इसमें बिशप D4 हैंगिंग है, दैट्स द मेन आइडिया, बट या इट्स क्रेजी इनसेन.
Oh, we have a super chat. So,
Oh
thanks for
wow.
the super chat, bhai. Sahaj bhai, when people criticized Gukesh last year for not doing well in rapid and blitz, many defended saying his strength is classical, but he hasn't been doing well in classical too, i.e. Grand Swiss, World Cup, and now Tata Steel. Your thoughts? I think I think he's not doing badly. He's just not doing great. Like he's not. I mean, because he's the world champion, I think our expectations of Gukesh has increased by a lot because he's the world champion and he's expected to win, at least from the eyes of the viewer, from the eyes of the commentator. You want the world champion because he's a world champion for a reason, right? So you expect him to win and dominate in every single format, but I don't think that has happened in the past, like since he became a world champion. And I think maybe that's the sad part there. But still, Gukesh is pretty young. I think he's around 19 years old only. So he still has a lot of. I think he's yet to hit his peak. So we still need to see a lot more from him to understand what actually went wrong. It could be the weight of the crown. It could be the pressure. It could be just him having a bad year. It happens to a lot of chess players. Yeah. So that's my take on that. What do you say about this, Sahil bhai?
I think there were a couple of years when Virat Kohli didn't even score a century. I think maybe 3 years, and people thought he I think it's just over. But then he came back, scored one, and then they just didn't stop. So I think it could just be a bad year, and also expectations ka point to hai hai. But more importantly, can he play well when it really matters? So, for example, Olympiad and World Championship. Can he play well then? Because if you look at the last two Olympiads, he played spectacularly well. Like 8 on 9, 8 on 10, like 9 on 10. Like it was such a performance that like Magnus would be proud. Then World Championship also he ended up winning. So can he do so this year? If he performs in those two big events and wins them for India and for himself, I think, rest maybe doesn't matter that much. Yeah, I mean, if you win those two events, if you don't win those two events, you might crush in the entire year, but people will still say, okay, we lost the world championship crown. So he's not as consistent as Magnus, but when he's doing well, he's doing really well. So let's see. I think, can he strike when it matters, like he did in 2024?
Yeah, and I think maybe the sign of worry here is that when Gukesh is sort of suffering from a loss, can he bounce back? Because he sort of had his, let's say, one of the biggest shocker of I would say, the entire year or the entire. I mean, I have never seen Gukesh do something like this. What happened with Nodirbek? Now, can he bounce back, or is he strong enough in that sense? And that remains to be seen. Yeah, because what happened yesterday was not Gukesh's best chess. But if he is able to pull a win today, if he's able to play like himself, like he dominated Fedoseev in Olympiad last time they played with the same color, then I think that is saying something. And I agree with you, Sahil bhai, that I think if he wins or if he defends his world championship title, nothing else matters.
Yeah, and also look at it, Virat se compare nahi karna chahiye. That's fair, but also Virat is 37, Gukesh is 19. If my math, and barely 19 by the way, he turned I think pretty recently. So if my maths is correct, that's literally half the age of Virat Kohli. So he does have a lot of years to prove his mettle, and if he's done it at the age of 19, that's pretty impressive. So vote nahi kar sakta tha banda, but world championship jeet gaya. And now, for example, this moment, now is he gonna find C5 is crucial, right? Because that's the only way, even if it is not as strong as the engine suggests, it's the way to move forward. Can he push C5 now, Saj? Will he do so? Yes or no?
I think yes. I think he will calculate and I think he will go all in there. He was also
Hmm.
looking at on that side of the board. I feel that's at least that's the feeling I'm getting. And I think also C5 is logical by after E4. And by the
Hmm.
way, chat is telling us that Anish has found a crazy sequence of moves. And guess what? Nodirbek has just made a huge inaccuracy, and Anish has a golden chance to take down the tournament leader. He is virtually
Wow.
winning right now, bhai, with knight f5.
And look at this. He did find C6 after E3, as we
Yes,
discussed. Tough. Rook B2, F3 played, H3 as we discussed. He found B5.
exactly. Bhai, I was telling you that winning against, I think, Gukesh as a candidate brings a lot of confidence. You cannot ignore that because Gukesh, in this sense, is the final boss. Because when you win the candidates, you're playing against the world champion. You challenge the world champion. And if you can take down the world champion with the black pieces in the same year before the candidate says has even begun, that's going to do wonders for your confidence. And I think from Anish, you can see he's feeling like himself now.
And if you look at the simple move knight to f5 here, आप basically h4 g3 पे pressure डाल रहे हो, white को मारना ही पड़ेगा. I don't think you have a choice there. Bishop takes f5 and now the question is, ये queen d3 पे क्या morning walk करने आई थी कि sightseeing? Because you have to now go back to d1. And even if you just take on h3, bishop h3, and bishop g6, not kind of opening the h file, it seems like black is doing really well. Now, of
Almost
course, it's
winning.
not, yeah, it's not completely over because थोड़ा सा है, like there's some potential, but ये f3 pawn is a complete, like, बोलते हैं ना वो, मतलब आपने आपने बोनलेस चिकन ऑर्डर किया एंड उसमें एक बोन आ गई भाई, यूर लाइक अरे भाई ये क्या चल रहा है, कहाँ से ये वही बोन है भाई f3 पे, एंड इट्स कंप्लीटली डिस्टर्ब्स
अगर एडिटर
वाइट्स
भाई अगर आप
पोजीशन
सुन
हियर.
रहे हो तो ये जो साहिल भाई के जो वो जो होते हैं ना कनेक्शंस जो वो मारते हैं भाई, इनका एक कंपाइलेशन बनता है भाई. मतलब मिलियंस ऑफ व्यूज आएंगे भाई उसमें. जस्ट पुटिंग इट आउट देयर भाई.
भाई मिलियंस ऑफ पीपल लाइक बटर चिकन एंड उसमें कई बार बोन आती है तो बहुत इरिटेट होता है, तो जस्ट रियल लाइफ एक्सपीरियंसेस साथ भाई. मीanwhile देखते हैं यहाँ पे क्या होगा. चैट चिल्ला रही है अर्जुन गेम प्रग गेम, अपेरेंटली बोथ गेम्स हैव अपडेट्स. लेट्स स्टार्ट विद प्रग बिकॉज यागिज खान डिड नॉट फाइंड द बेस्ट वे टू मूव फॉरवर्ड. ही प्लेड रुकी वन.
Yes, yes. And by the way, Pragg played the best move, King F7, and now Yagiz Khan has, well, Erdogmus has 35 minutes to play 28 moves. Bhai,
वाह.
I don't think Erdogmus, I think this is the moment where Erdogmus is going to, I think he's shown his weakness that he takes a lot of time in the opening. And I think today is going to be the day where it's going to cost him.
वाह.
Bhai, even Magnus 2025 was not good. He was literally getting crushed by every Indian gym every day. Bhai, कौन से साल में जी रहे थे भाई आप? Where did this happen? Like,
You know,
I don't
Saj bhai,
think that's fair to
basically
say, bhai. He had an
there was
amazing
this
year. He won
famous
everything he played,
theory.
bhai.
There was a guy who showed up at a I think Tokyo airport or whatever. He had a passport to a country which did not exist. He just showed up at the airport and said कि मैं यहाँ भी लैंड हुआ हूँ, and everybody was confused at immigration कि ये country तो है ही नहीं. So they
Hmm.
locked him in a hotel room for the night कि भाई अगले सुबह देखेंगे, and अगले सुबह that guy vanished. He was not in the room. So there was a theory कि maybe he was from a parallel universe. There was some collision of universes. He was from a parallel universe, came here for a day and then vanished. So उसी यूनिवर्स की बात कर रहे हैं आई थिंक ये, मे बी
हाँ,
स्पार्कलिन जी,
मे
जहां पे
बी
बैनस.
यही होंगे भाई वो बंदे. इनको बोलो
मे बी
पासपोर्ट भेजे अपना भाई.
पॉसिबल दैट्स डेफिनेटली अ पॉसिबिलिटी.
भाई वो जो मैग्नस जो भी टूर्नामेंट खेला ही won it, basically last year. So आपने गुकेश ने उनको हराया, यस अर्जुन ने भी हराया, बट okay, but I think overall Magnus is untouched, yeah. But I think Erdogmus, bhai, I'm ready to take you on that Maggie bet, bhai. I think Erdogmus not winning today, bhai. No chance.
Yeah, now I'm getting a bit skeptical because उसने रुकी वन के बाद I think it's not so clear and Pragg should be feeling more confident purely because of the clock. Practically, I still feel white is better, but 35 minutes, bhai, that is a that is no time at all.
By 28 moves you have to play. You can already see, by the way, he's rocking his chair already, going up and down. I think he feels the pressure. By we feel the pressure because Pragg ने सिर्फ 13 मिनट यूज करे भाई.
भाई उसको एक अमिताभ बच्चन की रॉकिंग चेयर भूत मूवी से दे दो यार, ही विल बी मोर हैप्पी बेचारा. दीज चेयर्स आर वेरी हार्ड टू रॉक, या मूव बैक एंड फोर्थ, तो we need a chair upgrade for a Dogmas. Let's start a GoFundMe campaign. But for now, let's not forget he's still a very talented chess player. Did defeat Arjun yesterday, so it will still not be easy for Pragg. He has to be on his guard. The king has lost his right to castle. The king castle nahi kar sakta. You always have to be careful. Meanwhile, Saj bhai, one look at the Arjun game में भी just to see कि वहां पे क्या हो रहा है.
Yep, he has gone h4 in his final moves. Let's go through the moves. After rook e1, remember, no queen trades. That was decided, and Arjun played the best move, bishop e6 here. We were talking about his plan of taking on d5 and exchanging the queens, but Arvind says g3, because if you take, I might capture back with my pawn, and still no more queen trades. And now Arjun plays the best move, h4. And now the position is equal, maybe even a tad bit more comfortable for Arjun. Sahil bhai, I'll just be back in a minute, yeah?
Yep, a minute is all it takes, chat, for you to be happy in life. If you get a diamond membership at chess.com by लो और chess में improve करो. And I think पता नहीं कितने सालों से member हूँ भाई, कितना improve किया है. Okay, maybe you won't become a GM alone with chess membership, but 2200 तो पहुंच ही जाओगे भाई, जैसे मैं पहुंच गया. And 2200 free days a lot. Meanwhile, Arjun h4 के बाद बिल्कुल कूल डूड की तरह बैठे हुए हैं, चिल कर रहे हैं. आई थिंक ही इज रिलैक्सिंग. ही नोज द पोजीशन इज इक्वल नाउ. ऑफ कोर्स h takes g3 इज अ बिग थ्रेट. रूक g1 खेलना ही पड़ेगा. एंड उसके बाद एक और पॉन ट्रेड g5 भी आ रहा है, बाय द वे, मूविंग फर्दर ऑन द किंग साइड, एंड लुक्स लाइक इट्स ग्रेट. लोग कह रहे हैं Erdogmus ने क्वीन f3 खेल दिया. वील जंप टू दैट गेम क्विकली. कैन वी हैव दैट बोर्ड समय भाई, इवन अर्लियर बिफोर सहज कम्स इन एंड कैमरा भी, बिकॉज क्वीन f3 looks very natural because आप क्वीन को किंग के सामने रख रहे हो. ब्यूटिफुल. क्वीन एफ थ्री ऑन द लेफ्ट चैट. बट कहीं ना कहीं पे इट फील्स लाइक अब क्या भाई, मतलब लाइक आई एम नॉट श्योर एग्जैक्टली वेयर इज दिस गोइंग. जस्ट लाइक वो रिएक्स ने कहा था, वेयर इज दिस रिलेशनशिप गोइंग. मेरे पास जवाब था नहीं, बस यहां पे भी जवाब नहीं है. एंड आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं पे व्हाइट के पीसेस बहुत एक्टिव लग रहे हैं, but black is going to develop. For example, यहाँ bishop e6 is such a natural move. एक और piece game में आ गया. h5 apparently is very strong as well, because आपका आइडिया होता है bishop g4 का, knight से मारोगे तो pawn takes and suddenly the h file opens up and my rook on h8 is placed perfectly. So I think कहीं ना कहीं पे Erdogmus has lost the plot a bit and time situation is not getting any better at all. So Pragg को थोड़ा यहाँ पे अच्छी चालें खेलनी है, प्रेशर डालना है. And I think as long as he makes sure कि game lambi chale, he has good chances to win this. Super important game for Indian players, chat, because can we have the standings once, just for 10 seconds? Want to show how difficult this tournament has been for Indian players. Charo Indian player are on the right. Look at the standings. 10th, 11th, 13th and 14th. अगर नगुयन भाई का आधा पॉइंट और होता तो हम लास्ट 4 रैंक्स पे होते. So this is how tough this has been, and this is the way how strong players, how champions come back. 6 राउंड पेंडिंग है. 6 में से अगर 4-5 पॉइंट्स सब मार लें तो हम कुछ यहाँ कर सकते हैं. Let's go back to the live board and see
bhai,
क्या खेलते हैं.
just for 1 second, I just want to highlight something, that in 7 rounds we have only won 2 games. That is the crazy part. I just want to highlight that in 7 rounds 4 players में सिर्फ 2 wins आए हैं भाई अभी तक. तो clearly not the best tournament for Indian players, yeah.
Agreed. The combined की बात कर रहा है वो सर. He's talking about combined, by the way, not individually.
Yes.
You would expect individually 2 wins होंगे हर प्लेयर के, but combined भी 2 wins totally. यार, that's crazy actually. हाँ. By the way, big update. नहीं, अपडेट में नहीं. चैट मजे ले रही थी भाई. चैट ऐसे मजे लोग
Gukesh is still thinking in that moment, c5, and by the way, bar thoda it's being a bit, I think, unforgiving to Fedoseev. I think utni kharab nahi hai position, but yeah, it was a mistake, but it's not that bad.
Yeah. चैट ऐसे मजे मत लो यार, हम इनोसेंट आए हैं दोनों. साज भाई, हाउ वुड यू rate yourself on innocence out of 0 out of 10?
0 being the lowest and most innocent,
10 being the most innocent.
6.7 bhai.
But I would rate myself like 9.9. Like innocence ही भरी हुई है भाई, पानी की तरह. मतलब people are 90% water. I think both of us in fact are like 90% innocence, नहीं?
Exactly bhai. Done bhai. सहज भाई, नाइट सैक लाइन दिखाओ प्रग गेम में. या भाई मैं वही देख रहा था, बिकॉज अगर क्वीन f3 के बाद प्रग ने d4 खेला यहाँ पे, लुक एट दिस, नाइट c4, pawn takes c3 and simply bishop takes c3. And to evaluate that this is okay for white is not easy. In fact, the best move for Pragg here is insane. I I'm trying to make sense of it because it doesn't make sense to me whatsoever. It is, I mean, your bishops are not out, your knight is undeveloped, but you should play king g6. I'm guessing to get away from this knight e5 check. And white can now go sacrifice the rook with rook e7.
Bhai, there's also rook e4 apparently.
Arey, bhai. And if queen h only move territory, yeah? Queen g3 check, queen g5, queen d3, and
Bhai,
bishop
Sahab, allowing
f5.
bishop
What?
f5 and now knight d. What? Wait, look at this move. Chat, white to. Oh, come on, chat. White to play. What is white's best move here? Come on, chat. This is.
Insane.
That is just not. This is not chess, Sahaj Bhai. I think this is like some alien intellectual, World of the Galaxy game. Yeah, I mean, this is not chess. Chat, what is white's best move?
Do you think this is why Erdogmus thought for so long? He has considered these possibilities?
Bhai, if he has considered this, he is the next Magnus. Like, I mean, दे दो भाई इसको Magnus बुलाना चालू कर देते हैं आज से. This is no way he thought
मैग्नस
of
का
all
ये
this.
स्टाइल थोड़ी ना है भाई बिल्कुल. मैग्नस
नहीं
doesn't play
मतलब
like
he
this
is the next
whatsoever.
goat भाई. मेरी तरफ से he is the next goat. If he found
नहीं
all of
नहीं
this already, he is the next goat भाई.
भाई ऐसे तो फिर Rapport should be a goat too. Like what Rapport did against
नहीं
Pragg is
भाई
like I
पर
think like that's the one of the greatest games I've ever seen in my life.
I know, but Sahaj bhai, the move is chat में एक बंदा नहीं निकाल पाया. Knight d6 is strong here, but even better is pawn to g4.
Bye,
And
bye,
now
bye.
apparently the only move for black is rook d8. Sacking the rook.
ये बहुत crazy है भाई ये. Because if you go bishop e4, then there is queen takes e4, king f7, check, and mate.
And if king h6, and look at this, king h6 खेला अगर तो chat, look at this. King h6 का chat, white to play. Come on. White to play, chat.
बाप
Come on,
रे.
come on, come on.
Your
White to
your
play.
hint is कि इस रुक को गेम में लाना है किसी तरह से.
Come on, chat. White to play.
थोड़ा
This
ट्रिक
is
किया मैंने
beautiful.
चैट आपको यहाँ पे.
This is white. This is beautiful, bhai. This is just beautiful. Anybody joining chat, today we're going to see some crazy variations. You're going to learn a lot about the games. So stay tuned, like and subscribe because आज बहुत चीजें सीखने को मिलने वाली हैं. And the move is not d3. Although that might be great. Not king g2. You're thinking in the right direction, bhai. Very close. Yes, आज भाई the answer आ गया है h4. बाप रे.
And if you go queen h4, then king g2, and you bring this rook to h1, and you say goodbye to the queen. I am telling you, I think Erdogmus has considered, at least he has looked at d4 very deeply, going to the live position. And I think he has looked at these knight c4 ideas, and I think he feels comfortable. And I think Pragg is in trouble.
So now the question is, chat, for you and Sajay, for you, Pragg is definitely considering d4. That's one move. Does he go for this? Because objectively, if he has other choices like bishop e6, I would say let's just play that. Play bishop e6, knight g6, bishop d6, develop. Let's drag this game longer. On the other hand, he might think, by time come opponent ke paas, let me go for d4. But d4 is such a crazy concept. Queen f3. And I agree with you. I think white has seen a lot of this. Maybe not everything, but a lot of this here. And he's banking on d4 where he'll play knight c4 and create a lot of threats.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I like bishop e6 more in hindsight. I think it's a bit more solid, and I like that. d4 के बाद जो craziness आ रही है बोर्ड पे, I do not like that for Pragg because Pragg का king एकदम unsafe है वहाँ पे. So I would not go for that.
Saj bhai, I have a question for you. ठीक है? Chess में who is the ultimate baddie among chess pieces?
The knight.
नहीं भाई.
Then कौन?
एक और guess.
Knight भाई. The दूसरा knight.
भाई, that's very close, but it is actually Nodirbek's king. Because if we go to his game right now, look at his last move. Because queen d3, rook f7 खेला है. ये क्या है साज भाई? जरा मुझे समझाइए. ये क्या है?
भाई, I have no idea what this is. I'm guessing he wants to go king c2, king b1, and artificial castling बोलते हैं इसको.
भाई बट जब भी किंग c2 आओगे तो नाइट f5 टेक्स टेक पे तो क्वीन ही गुड बाय हो रहा है ना भाई.
ठीक है भाई, तो डोंट टेक ना देन f5 पे.
बट देन h4 मारेंगे भाई फिर सडनली.
हाँ, बस बिशप h3 मर जाएगा उधर, hg4 मर जाएगा, something like that. Yeah, but this looks bad भाई, very very bad for Nodirbek. भाई अगर नॉदरबेक यहाँ पे हार जाता है तो टूर्नामेंट खुल जाएगा भाई. देन नो प्लेयर इज रनिंग अवे विद इट. मे बी देयर इज अ हाफ अ पॉइंट डिफरेंस एंड दैट्स इट.
खोल दो भाई, खोल दो, सब खोल दो भाई. तो आई थिंक इट्स गोना बी ग्रेट इफ वी कैन हैव some यहाँ पे अनीश का एक crazy attack because there is a new baddie in town and nobody likes her, the king on d1. So let's see what happens.
वाओ
Wow,
वाओ वाओ वाओ.
wow, wow.
Huge if true.
Meanwhile, Gukesh is still thinking, why? What is the gigantic move he's considering? Because still no moves, yeah? We know c5.
I mean, if he doesn't play c5, I would be a bit surprised. Because he has spent what 25 minutes by in this position. So for sure he senses that something critical is going on here. This is the move where the direction of this game will be decided. So if he
Yeah,
plays c5, it will be huge by
yeah. It is a
monumental. Exactly, Soj King.
yeah
Monumental move.
mammoth moment in this enormous game with vast possibilities, massive consequences for both players, and of
Huge,
course, a
colossal.
gigantic watching chat. That is you, chat. So like करो ताकि और gigantic हो जाओ तुम लोग. Do you want to be gigantic in viewership? तो like करो भाई stream जल्दी से. Let's go.
But after c5, follow-up moves are very difficult. Correct, bhai. Correct. It is very difficult indeed because he is losing a knight. But then we did actually look at this variation with bc5, bc5, and e5. And जहाँ पे takes के बाद you have to accept that you're going to be a pawn down with dc3, bishop c1, queen f6, rook b7, and knight c5. And I don't know, like I feel it's not easy to evaluate this as better for black. Maybe you think it's equal with correct play for white, but it's definitely, and also it's a committal decision. इसके बाद अब पोजीशन आप वापस चेंज नहीं कर सकते, तो या टाइम लेना यहाँ पे बनता है.
Hmm. वो ले भी रहा है बहुत सारा टाइम, तो देखते हैं क्या होगा. So meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, maybe it's time to switch games again. I would love to go to Pragg's game and get your opinion on how much time do you think Pragg takes now? Because it's a crucial moment. He could just ignore everything and just develop his pieces, bishop e6. But I feel he's tempted by d4. Like he's really tempted. Ki bhai, d4 fork, there is no way white has enough compensation. Let me just fork the knights.
By you see the compensation, you see all of these possibilities of knight e5 check, knight d6 check, and the king is not looking safe whatsoever. So for sure there is compensation there. I don't think he will play d4. I think he will play like bishop e6 or some chat में कुछ लोग h5 भी बोल रहे हैं. That's also possible because you might want to develop the bishop to g4. But I think bishop e6 is the safest. Because remember, Chad, after h5, let's say this move, I can go knight a4 to attack this. And if you go knight g6 here, I have knight takes d5. And this is also something critical you have to analyze because you cannot capture back because queen d5 check के बाद रुक मर रहा है 8 पे.
Yeah, an absolute monstrous moment on the board, chat. And we have some gigantic
Huge.
players in the background as well. So, yeah, jumbo game in front of us. Let's see what happens. Jumbo if true, Saj bhai. Jumbo if true.
That's the quote of today. Yeah?
Yeah.
How to detox from chess by puzzle rush. बढ़िया detox होता है उससे. Try करो आप कभी. By the way, Arjun, I think, has made an inaccuracy. Yeah, I think so. He has
नहीं.
gone bishop d4, and that's an inaccuracy in this position, by because rook g2, which is the only move, you're not going to go rook h1 because pawn takes g3 ke baad rook is hanging, and rook g2 ke baad Arjun is a bit worse from what I can see.
I think he's banking on rook g2, like maybe h3, and
Played
maybe he thinks there is some play there.
h3, rook e2, bishop
Bishop
g4,
g4.
I guess.
Oh, look at this. After bishop g4, rook e3, and white is like +1.
Yeah, takes and knight takes and okay, the pawn on d6 is under attack, bishop on g4 is under attack. Black ka king is very, very unsafe. Rooks are not connected. Queen is on h6 doing nothing. Question is,
Wow.
after rook g2, does he take the exchange? Because otherwise, this move doesn't make sense. Bishop d4.
Yeah, bhai, he's going for it. I think Arjun is going for the exchange stack. Do not go anywhere. He's taking the rook for the bishop, but the bishop on e5 is the strongest piece black has. It's like, आपके पास एक बोलते ना वॉर लड़ रहे हो, एक छोटा छोटा सा 20 साल का लड़का है. यू थिंक ही इज नॉट लाइक सो स्ट्रांग, बट ही इज द मेन स्ट्रेंथ इन योर आर्मी. उम्र से नहीं भाई, स्किल से डिसाइड करो. एंड राइट नाउ आई थिंक rook g2 played. If he goes for h3 and then bishop g4 trying to win the rook, I think kahin na kahin pe that's a step in the wrong direction. Arvind has a golden opportunity here.
भाई ये एडिटर वाला मोमेंट फिर से आ गया भाई. यू नो जहाँ पे वी आर कंपेयरिंग थिंग्स. इसकी कंपाइलेशन बननी चाहिए भाई.
भाई कंपाइलेशन तो बहुत तरह की लोग देखते हैं. आई एम नॉट श्योर चेस कंपाइलेशंस ऑन चेस किस तरह की कंपाइलेशन डू यू लाइक इन
भाई
जनरल. आई
देखेंगे
थिंक
लोग अगर यहाँ पे अगर आपके ये जो ये जो जब कनेक्ट करते हो चीजें भाई, आई थिंक लोग
नहीं
देखेंगे इसको.
नहीं, आई थिंक लोग ज्यादा सबसे ज्यादा कंपाइलेशन जिस टाइप की देखते हैं दैट इज लाइक cricket moments or like Samarena jokes or Dragon Ball Z abridged or something like that. But chess maybe not so much.
करेक्ट भाई. ह्यूज इफ ट्रू.
Like by jumbo. I think we moved on from that, Sahaj. That is so 2025, Sahaj.
The chat में someone is asking के would Sindarov be a dark horse like Gukesh? So I think Gukesh was not a dark horse. I think Gukesh was 2750 if I'm not mistaken, maybe a little bit lower than that. But he was already one of the top players there. So I think Sindarov in comparison is not as, actually maybe he is, yeah, could be, like because he's won the World Cup, he could be one of the you know stronger players there. Could be, bhai.
No, for sure. If Sindarov wins the World Cup, it would not, I mean, it would be surprising, but not a shock. Like, I just feel like Sindarov is that player, like who, if he has a good start, he could definitely, create some chances. And I think it would be like a thunderbolt, yeah, like a revelation, Sahaj, by a complete shock and surprise if he were to win that event.
With Sindarov winning like that, I think is not a surprise. But yeah, I think considering the favorites of the event with Fabi and Hikaru, from that angle, yes, it will be a
No,
surprise. And
but
by the way,
Sahaj
Gukesh
bhai,
has played a move,
oh wow, what is it?
and it is c5 by.
Let's go. If you Google shock synonyms, तो a bolt out of the blue भी एक मैं अगले लाइन में यूज करूंगा. But Gukesh has played c5. That's crazy. But now, is it as good as the engines suggest? That's the main question.
So we did look at this that after bc5, e5, takes, and कुछ rook b7 मर रहा था यहाँ पे. Okay, maybe not this exact move order. By the way, he has played a move, bc5 already taken. I think we'll just see this action unfold.
मारो मारो मुझे मारो कह रहा है बिशप ऑन b7 भाई.
भाई रिस्की लग रहा है, लेकिन ये पता नहीं किसके लिए, लेकिन
भाई ऑडियंस के लिए
बहुत ही जल्दी खेल
दिल
लिया उसने.
दहला देने वाली मूव्स हैं. बिकॉज आइदर यू विन और यू लूज.
क्या बात है भाई. ब्रिलियंसी
देख
ऑन
रहे
द
हो
बोर्ड bc5.
क्या. ओ वाओ. वाओ. जस्ट वाओ. वाओ वाओ वाओ.
क्या बात है भाई, लेकिन either you win or you lose.
Those who haven't seen Tikku in real person, you are up for a huge surprise. Bro, what does that mean? That sounds so sus. Is Arjun better or equal? I think he's worse.
By a lot, yes. And it could become worse अगर वो exchange के लिए जाता है.
He has lost 2 games back to back, so he's maybe doubting himself. That is true. When you lose, I think you start doubting your decisions, but that's where the strong mindset comes in. Mindset is super crucial. Can Gukesh back himself when he doesn't believe himself? That's the point.
टू बैक टू बैक लॉसेस के बाद लाइक ऐसा गेम खेलना गुकेश के लिए insane. I mean, he is definitely going for the win here for sure. He senses the moment. And maybe, just maybe, Gukesh is that guy who stops that rampage. जो Fedoseev सारे इंडियन प्लेयर्स को जो हराया जा रहा है बार बार, he stops that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, rook takes b7 पे chat. The problem is c takes d4, and वो knight pinned है, and this pawn on c3 will be still not capturable, and ये pass pawn मिल जाएगा. So it's worth sacrificing that bishop just to get that knight on c3 potentially, and of course ये center जो e4 pawn है, it will also open up and give black pawns more chances. And let's not forget जो diagonal है g1 to a7, it's open towards white king, तो कभी ना कभी यहाँ कोई ना कोई टैक्टिक जरूर आएगी जिसमें आंख में चोली हो जाएगी व्हाइट किंग के साथ.
ये f3 पे पॉन थोड़ा खराब लग रहा है. f2 पे होता तो मे बी आई थिंक इट वुड हैव बीन अमेजिंग. यू आर राइट, दिस डायगोनल इज द प्रॉब्लम. But let's see, Fedoseev is looking like he's about to make a move. I think he has looked at all of this. By the way, Nodirbek works with the white pieces, Fedoseev works with the white pieces. Bluebaum almost winning against Van. Erdogmus versus Pragg looking equal according to the bar, but वो बिल्कुल equal से एकदम मतलब it's the furthest game from equality. And Aravindh is slightly better against Arjun, and then Hans is maybe slightly better against Jorden. Although I do like Jordan's piece placement there. And between Vincent and Sindarov, it is looking slightly better for Vincent in that game.
Agreed. Looking better, looking better. Meanwhile, as Fedoseev contemplates his choices, I'm just trying to wonder if Pragg has played. No moves by Pragg still. So maybe stick to Gukesh. I don't know. But
भाई
Pragg की
भाई
गेम का
प्रग का सोचना बनता भी है भाई. मतलब 1 घंटे का डिफरेंस है. ऑल ऑफ द लाइंस दैट Erdogmus has looked at, I think Pragg also needs to check those. So makes sense.
नहीं, makes sense, but I'm super excited. I want to see what he plays because अगर वो d4 आया, oh, the lines are so beautiful. Sometimes chat, I know we support Indian players, but we get a chance to see a beautiful game. Either way, you want to see that. And by the way, e5 played by Fedoseev, Saj bhai. He finds the best move.
And he takes on d4 immediately, not wasting any time. I think both players have looked at this, and now ef6 and dc3 played again. And now Gukesh has an option: take the pawn or take the knight. Both are possible. Both are, I think, basically the same. He takes on c3, attacking the bishop. अब आप g7 मारते हो तो मैं d2 को मारूंगा. So Gukesh is officially a piece down, or is going to be a piece down, but he has evaluated that as slightly better for him, or maybe more comfortable for him, which is great, which is true.
Yeah. Amazing. So we'll be interested to see. By the way, if you look at bishop c1, which is the best move here, queen takes f6, let's say, rook takes b7. अगर आप पीस काउंट करो, व्हाइट के पास है बिशप 2 और एक नाइट, हमारे पास सिर्फ नाइट और बिशप. और पॉन
भाई ये
काउंट
मेरा
करो तो
इंटरनेट है.
नहीं भाई, ऑल गुड. हाँ. So basically you have 2 pawns for a piece, and now knight c5
मेरा ही है
के
भाई.
बाद भाई you're even giving the last one. So I think कहीं ना कहीं पे बहुत रिस्क है. And how is this so good? भाई भगवान ही जानता है.
बाय द आ गया होगा लाइव बोर्ड वापस अब, बाय द वे. तो dc3 बिशप c1. अच्छा, जैसे आता है मेरे को बताना. आ गया. ओके, परफेक्ट. तो क्वीन f6, रुक b7, यहाँ पे थे आप, राइट?
Yeah, and now knight c5 has to be played. And again, it's not so clear to me why is it so strong. So काफी interesting है.
क्लाउड एनालिसिस भाई, यहाँ पे आई थिंक द डीपर यू गो द मोर equal the cloud analysis is going to be. I think I wouldn't be surprised if it's 0-0-0. But it's definitely more comfortable for Gukesh because he has the initiative. It's much easier to play with initiative than it is to play with material.
By the way, Arjun has played h3. So he is going for that rook. उस रुक का समय समाप्त होने वाला है. लेकिन क्या वो ब्लैक किंग को अपने साथ लेके जाएगा साज भाई? लग रहा है वेरी लाइकली.
भाई रुकी टू के बाद बिशप g4 तो फोर्स दिया, नहीं तो अब क्यों खेलोगे ऑल ऑफ दिस. And by the way, the position is so like good for white that you can even just play king b1 and it's still better for white. If you can believe it. King b1 is just better for white. What is this?
Wow. By Arjun, I think misjudging the position a bit. If he does go for the rook, honestly, he's already misjudged a bit. And now it's super crucial for Arvind to take advantage of this opportunity and not miss it out. Yeah, he needs that win so badly.
भाई वो अरविंद की टी शर्ट थी या फिर अर्जुन की थी? जस्ट चेकिंग। जो पंदू
Pragg,
फैन पहन के आया था।
Pragg.
प्रग की थी। कल 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 अरविंद की पहनी थी उसने, राइट? इफ आई एम नॉट
हाँ, जो
मिस्टेकन।
हारा था उस टाइम उसकी पहनी हुई थी, तो ही चेंज टी शर्ट्स मिड गेम तो
हम्म।
Salve, any Valentine's Day plan? Yeah, but bilkul. I'm gonna, talk a little bit. I think I'm thinking of sitting for 6 hours and, talk a lot on Valentine's Day with Sahaj Bhai for Freestyle World Chess Championship.
भाई क्रेजी, ह्यूज इफ ट्रू। अरविंद विल लूज अगेंस्ट होल टाउन बट बीट एन इंडियन। भाई वो भी इंडियन ही है। And yeah, I think every player is looking to score. I mean, all of these players are super strong, um, of course, elite players. So at any moment, something can switch on, and if you give them the right position, they will destroy you there.
Ah.
अरे सोच किंग भाई, मतलब हमारी कंपनी इनफ नहीं है आपके लिए? इज दैट व्हाट यू आर सेइंग?
हंसना था क्या साहिल भाई? नहीं, थोड़ा हंसता करो यार।
थोड़ा तो ऐसा करो यार, अच्छा अच्छा
सारे
लगता
जोक
है।
समझ लेवल के नहीं होंगे भाई। कभी कभी हंस
हम्म।
दिया करो भाई, खून बढ़ेगा, ऐसा मेरे को बताया था किसी ने बचपन में। Find the little things in life that give you happiness.
How is Arvind better? Why he's better? Because his king is safer, his pieces are better, well coordinated, he has more space in the game, and yeah, and all of this for just one exchange. To be honest, like exchange के बदले अगर सिर्फ king opponent का king ही unsafe होता ना, that is enough. If the king is unsafe, that is more than enough.
So meanwhile, Arjun, I think, has played Bishop G4. So this is looking great for Arvind now. He's going to lose his rook, but his position is going to be still fantastic. Top notch by top notch. Pragg अभी भी सोच रहे हैं तो maybe it's time to go to the World Champions game जहां पे Fedoseev has dropped the bishop back to c1. He is not ready to exchange that one now. And अब f6 pawn है. Let's take it with the queen. And Gukesh के chances अच्छे लग रहे हैं भाई.
Oh yes, अभी तो बढ़िया लग रहे हैं भाई। He could like win in the next like 1 hour or so, or that is provided if Fedoseev makes a blunder. But yeah, I think I mean maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but I think Gukesh has very very good chances now.
Why do get ahead of yourself? No, we want to see Gukesh win. Because Nodirbek draw gaya. Yesterday he lost. He needs a win so badly right now. Like so badly. That would completely turn around the event for him. Suddenly he wins a game with the black pieces against Fedoseev. He's on 4 points. Comes on the first half of the standings. Like you never know what can happen tomorrow.
Agreed, bhai. Agreed. Guys, don't you think Pragg and Arjun are overall stronger than Gukesh? I think Gukesh basically had an exceptional rare year where everything he touched turned into gold. Um, Overall, what do you mean by overall? Like maybe if you're considering faster formats, to be honest, I don't think like there is a very big difference in strength between Arjun, Gukesh, and Pragg. I do agree that there is a very big difference in style between Arjun and basically anybody else. Pragg and Gukesh, I think, still are kind of similar to me, but like in Arjun is like very different in style. But strength, में नहीं बोलूंगा मैं, like there is a big difference. And Gukesh having that amazing year where everything he touched, turned into gold. Like that's part of his strength. Yeah, when things work well for him, when he's in that momentum, then he's basically unstoppable. So that is the one momentum thing that Gukesh has that maybe no other player has had.
Yeah, Olympians can attest to that. Meanwhile, chat अगले round में after tomorrow's rest day, so Tuesday को, it's Arjun against Hans, Arjun White, Pragg against Arvind, Pragg White, and Gukesh against Matthias Bluebaum. So that feels like a pairing जहाँ पे the white players are again much stronger than the black ones. So optically, काकस पे it looks like a potentially good day, but as we know, काकस पे विश्वास नहीं कर सकते भाई.
Correct, bhai. And Bluebaum के लिए भी बड़ा दिन because he plays the world champion. Yeah, all the people saying that he is not a favorite in the
Hmm.
candidates. Imagine if he takes down Gukesh. Then
Hmm.
suddenly the narrative changes.
Why? How come Indian players so strong, but still the Olympiad team will have always three names fixed? Because they are the strongest three. Why? They are so far ahead of the others. तो तीन नाम तो फिक्स ही है ना बिकॉज दे आर सो मच स्ट्रॉन्ग विदाउट दीज थ्री आई थिंक टीम विल बी वेरी वीक सो ये तीन तो फिक्स होंगे ही होंगे विच इज लाइकली विल नॉट प्ले सो बाकी दो स्पॉट्स एम्प्टी हैं इफ यू वांट टू रीच
भाई
प्ले फॉर द
imagine
ओलंपियाड
अगर
टीम
विशी सर प्लेड.
ओ भाई दैट वुड बी क्रेजी एक्चुअली
भाई वो तो चीट कोड हो जाएगा भाई.
यू नो यूजुअली ओलंपियाड का जो जीते थे जब इंडियन टीम तो विशी ने दिया था उनको मेडल याद है सो विशी खुद को ही
हाँ.
बनाएंगे वो मेडल ओलंपियाड में इन दैट टिपिकल ओबामा मीम या दैट बी हिलेरियस
I imagine like Vishy, Gukesh, Pragg, and Arjun as an Olympic team. Bhai. I think that is just unbelievable. The strongest team ever assembled.
विशी सर खेल लो यार प्लीज हाँ प्लीज खेल लो दैट विल बी क्रेजी to see it happen once, but yeah. Would Vishy play on board one? Oh, that's ये तुम थोड़ा detail में चले गए. I don't think so. Like maybe he will keep Gukesh where he has played so well in the last 2 years. Like that makes sense to me. Maybe board two. Sahaj, what do you think? If we had this four-player team, what would be the board order?
You can't not put Vishy on board one. I'm
But
sorry.
Gukesh, yeah, like the form he's had in the last two Olympiads, it will be criminal to take him off board one, no?
Okay, then you put Vishy on board two. Then I mean,
Board two.
I still wouldn't agree with that, but I think you can't have
No, I
a
get your point. Of
you
course, I get
can't
your
have
point.
Vishy and
Like,
not have him on board one. It's just wrong.
yeah, I know, but it's you also have a golden egg laying goose. Yeah, I mean, you
I
cannot really
also
just.
remember कि then Arjun maybe goes on board 3 or board 4. Yeah, मतलब एक point तो
भाई
पक्का है भाई हर मैच
भाई
में.
तो टीम ही इतनी स्ट्रांग है ना भाई वही तो पॉइंट
हाँ.
है दैट्स द पॉइंट लाइक द
अभी
एवरेज रेटिंग विल बी लाइक 2760 दैट्स क्रेजी
मतलब उज्बेकिस्तान की टीम ने नॉर्दरबेक को बोर्ड 3 पे रखेगी या बोर्ड 4 पे रखेगी टू मेक श्योर कि वहां पे एक पॉइंट ना जाए हमारा.
दैट विल बी इनसेन बाय द वे सो बड़ा मजा आएगा एंड या सहज भाई कुड बी द कोच मे बी इन
हाँ, एक तो
कंपाइलेशन
वीकलिंग होना चाहिए ना टीम में.
हाँ इन कंपाइलेशन विद श्रीनाथ या वेट प्रग
क्रेजी.
ब्लंडर क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई Wait, what did he play? He played
हाँ
Queen
भाई.
G5. Why he again moved the Queen?
वेट अ सेकंड. सो क्वीन F3 क्वीन G5 का पॉइंट क्या था भाई?
Good question.
नाइट
I'll get back to you
A4.
on this.
और आधा घंटा सोच के खेला वो. Ah, maybe he didn't like knight d5. So if black goes knight g6 here, there is no knight d5. That's why he played queen g5. Bhai.
Oh, by the way, very interesting. After knight G6, White's only move is Queen G3. So that
Yeah,
forces the Queen trade, and that's practically a great weapon.
yeah. If you take, you're also forced to take. Pawn takes g3, and okay, you are in the end game. जहाँ पे maybe Pragg has these two pawns which are not ideally placed. Bishop a3 के बाद you might lose this pawn instantly. I don't know. I don't like this for Pragg, bhai. Especially considering that he has less than half an hour at Dogmas, and we are going into the end game where it's easier for White to play.
Hmm. But I think this is the best he has now, Sahaj. He's chosen this option, and that means position में defend तो करना ही पड़ेगा. When will the Olympiad happen and where? So it's going to happen in September. I'm not, I think, second half of September. As usual, and last time it happened in Budapest, Saad bhai ke apne ghar mein literally, and this time it's going to happen in Uzbekistan. So if you want to visit the event, this is a great opportunity, bhai, for your first international trip, yeah, whatever.
Do we know where in Uzbekistan? Samarkand, kya?
I think so, it's Samarkand, but I'm not completely sure.
Okay. Like lots of major events have happened there in the past. That's why I took that
Yeah,
guess.
it's shifting actually. So earlier you would have all these events in Europe. Now you're seeing like a bunch of events in Asia, Uzbekistan and India emerging as two major countries where you have these events. Of course, we had Singapore for the World Championship as well. So I think the chess global order is shifting a bit towards
Hmm.
Asia now.
Speaking of the global order being shifted, by Bluebaum is completely winning. Like literally completely winning, by.
So,
कोई
so
chance ही नहीं है
first
black के पास.
question, like, how did the global order bring you to Bluebaum?
हो जाता है भाई कभी कभी.
Acha.
हाँ, आप
That
गैंग्स
makes
ऑफ
sense.
वासेपुर
That
देखो,
makes
आपको
sense.
समझ आ जाएगा भाई क्यों.
Acha. Acha. That makes sense.
वहीं
That
से तो
makes sense.
ग्लोबल ऑर्डर सेट हुआ है भाई.
Acha. Okay. I
बाय द वे
thought,
इट्स +3, या. Van literally
wow.
made a blunder in the last move, so it's +3 for Bluebaum. He's about to
Is
win.
भाई क्वीन ट्रैप पूरी है क्वीन B4 के बाद.
अरे, yeah, you're right. Queen e6 may be possible, but okay, that's too bad. Yep, this is really bad, I think, for Van.
Wow. So Bluebaum again having a winning position. Can he convert though is the question. He's messed it up once before. Can he do so this time? Meanwhile, in the Arjun game, rook e3. So Arvind, great understanding of the position here. Sacking that
Why?
exchange.
I think Arjun is not looking good. Yeah, I think this could be Arjun's third loss by in the last 4 rounds. This very well could be his third loss by.
Oof. And let's not forget half point in the in 4 rounds.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
he will be in last place likely if he loses. So he ideally should not lose this. And let's not forget, if he loses, he will, he will drop to world number 8. And then he's one loss away from there being no Indians
By
in the world
blunder,
top 10. What?
blunder from Arjun. हाँ भाई, G5, another huge mistake. And if Arvind plays knight e2 here, then it is borderline winning for Arvind. By okay, I know, like it's not nice to discuss this, but we are looking at a reality जहाँ पे as soon as this tournament finishes, there might not be a single Indian in top 10.
That's a genuine possibility. Maybe there will be one player in the world top 10, but I don't see a situation now where there'll be like 3 people in the world top 10 and 2 people in the world top 5 because that ship has sailed, I think.
Yeah,
Just to kind of
exactly.
show you, Arjun's rating is minus 11.2 in this event. Gukesh is minus 6.9. Pragg is minus 13.2. And Aravindh is minus 13.5. And as we can see, Arjun losing, that's going to push his rating to minus 17. So this is really not the event the Indian players wanted at the start. And G5, Saj, why is knight e2 so strong here?
I think some tactical reason. I'm guessing you take on e3. I take back with the knight, bishop पे pressure, knight f5 का threat, knight g4 hanging. Shouldn't take on e2. I'm guessing because bishop e2 के बाद knight f5 will be very scary. If you go bishop d7, which is the best move here, then knight d4 is just virtually almost winning for white. Yeah, knight f5 is still incoming.
Wow.
Bhai, I think Arjun losing is a very real possibility here. Very, very real
But can
possibility.
Arvind convert this? Because he's also low on confidence.
I mean, this is where you get your confidence back. I mean, I like from Arvind's perspective, भाई आप knight d3 खेल के आप क्या कर रहे हो? Like कोई threat ही नहीं है आपका. And plus, you cannot move your rook anywhere, right? With knight e2, at least you're creating urgency in the position. You move the bishop, I move my rook. So you're basically forced to take on e3, and then the game just continues. I think massive lapse of judgment from Arjun. I think he believes this position is fine for him, but yeah, it's a massive lapse.
Yeah, talking about lapses, let's go to the game of Gukesh because I think Fedoseev has played. Gukesh did play knight c5, the best move. He took the bishop Fedoseev, and now rook b4 played. So trying to control this d pawn on d4, that I think feels like the goal. For example, if you play d4 instantly, there is knight e4,
Mm.
basically removing that strong knight on c5. And if knight takes c4, simply f takes e4, and white is basically winning in
Yeah,
that
because you
position.
are blocking everything on the light squares.
Yes.
So you should
So
not fix your pawn on the light square just yet, क्योंकि आपका bishop dark है.
exactly, and that's why you need a5 first. You push the rook back. Rook b1 is the only move, by the way, for white. And now you push d4. In this case, if white goes knight e4, now there's a beautiful move, chat. Black to play. What do you play? I think this should be obvious by now, but black to play.
Actually, it's still not obvious, yeah, but very,
Yeah,
very
it's still
nice
not
move.
obvious, actually. You're right. It's still not obvious. But this is the idea. If you don't find this, I think Gukesh is lost. So he has to find this idea. Like the best option is minus 1.5. The second best is plus 1.5. So if he doesn't find this, he's gone.
Arey, arey.
Yes, chat. You're correct. It's a rook exchange sacrifice. Levy
But
noises. So pawn takes e4 and now d3, which looks like, wait, what? Free pawn, but then there is queen d4 check and you drop the bishop.
you move the king, queen takes d3, and Gukesh is just winning here, basically.
Oh man, this is
So
so
if we
interesting.
go back to rook b4 and d4 ideas, यहाँ पे rook e4 is not possible, chat, because fe4 d3 के बाद bishop takes d3 and there is no queen d4 check. This is his plan of playing rook b4. Very nice, I think, idea there by Fedoseev. He spotted this tactic.
So a5 is super crucial in this position, chat. The rook has no squares, and then you play all of this. Come on, Gukesh. a5. Subtle move, but very strong.
Logical one as well. You want to gain momentum. Keep attacking on the queen side.
Yeah, you just have to see rook takes e4. Once you see rook takes e4 in that position, I think you will find the rest. Meanwhile, I think Anish is completely winning.
Yeah, Anish basically like very close to being completely winning. Yeah, I think basically he's winning. Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
वो भी black से भाई crazy. Anish taking down Gukesh and Nodirbek both with the black pieces back to back.
Yeah, and King c2 doesn't inspire confidence, unfortunately. Um, it feels like, I mean, you're going from the frying pan into the fire. Yeah, I mean, the king is not safe on b1 either. a5, a4, bishop a3, b4. It just feels like a knight c8, knight b6, knight c4. Oh my god.
भाई मतलब if you look at the position, it's like Anish is basically blocking all the breaking points. Yeah, e4 नहीं खेल सकते आप, g4 नहीं खेल सकते, c4 नहीं खेल सकते, a4 नहीं खेल सकते. So the position is like very, very um, passive for Nodirbek, and that's where the winning advantage comes from.
And very interesting now looking at this game. Can we have all the games on the board once? I think we guessed like 3 or 4 wins, Sahaj. But board number 1, Arvind is kind of winning. Board number 2, Gukesh has good chances. And if he doesn't find, then Fedoseev is winning. Board number 3, I mean, also looks crazy with that H pawn and F pawn. So white is clearly better or black is better. God knows, but it looks crazy. So 3. Board number 4, maybe you can say equality. Board number 5, black is winning. Board number 6, I mean, is crazy. Board number 7 is winning. So we could have 6 results potentially today. And it would not be surprising.
Yeah, that's true actually. Nice observation there. By board number 3 जो Hans versus Van Foreest का चल रहा है भाई, एक साल में mate हो रही है B2 पे. Yeah, like
अरे
anything is
बाप रे.
possible there. Very, very scary. But yeah, it feels like it's very like rest day से पहले all players are going all out. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, and this is gonna change the standings completely. I just hope कि जो Indian boards है वहां पे हम लोग जीते. Rest, I think we can manage. So this board, Anish completely winning. Saj by no moves by Arvind so far. No move by Pragg so far. No move by Gukesh. But Gukesh की game में अगर हम जाएं, he has 37 minutes to play 17 moves. Any sign of worry there, or do you think it's comfortable? I think if he finds the sequence, he's comfortable. If he doesn't, I think it will be dead lost. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. And I don't see like a clear path for Gukesh. It could be a potential sign of worry, but right now, no. I think right now he's fine. A5 looks very logical in this position. And I think also, bhai, मेरे को D4 अभी खेलने की जरूरत ही क्या? Like I can also play something like H5, Rook D8. I can also plan this D4 business. मेरे को किसने force किया D4 खेलने के लिए? So he can take his time, I think.
So very interesting position. H5 also very good. I think वहां पे एक ही reply है white के पास, bishop b5. So Gukesh has a choice. right now in the position. But a5 is like that, clean way to get the edge. So
Played.
if he can do so, he's played.
Yeah.
Oh, beauty move by Gukesh by a5 attacking that rook. I think Fedoseev, we can see from his expression, yeah, the hand on the
ये मैंने
head.
क्या कर दिया?
क्या से क्या हो गया वाली फीलिंग आ रही है भाई.
तो अब rook b1 I think is basically forced for Fedoseev. Apparently rook
अरे
b5, which also looks fine, is bad.
गुड क्वेश्चन बाय चैट. वाला रुक f4. चैट ध्यान रखो, हमने बहुत पहले कहा था कि ये f पॉन, ये डायगोनल जो है, इज द रियल प्रॉब्लम हियर. एंड नाउ इफ रुक f4, देयर इज क्वीन b6 and basically knight somewhere discovered check is a deadly move. And if you play king h1, then queen b3, and basically you cannot stop the pawns anymore. It is over.
The last
Resigns.
जो डिफेंडर था, ब्लॉकेडर था, वो हट गया. ऑल्सो इन रुक f4 पे क्या कर रहा है, राइट? Like it doesn't have any place to get back into the game. Like it has no squares. ये g4 h4 से कुछ हो नहीं रहा. बाकी सारे स्क्वायर्स कवर्ड है यहाँ पे. तो ये रुक एकदम मतलब खाली, मतलब वेस्ट हो गया.
एब्सोल्युटली. एंड वही रुक काम आता, बट वो चिल कर रहा है किंग साइड पे. सो आई थिंक दिस इज इंटरेस्टिंग साज भाई. आई थिंक आई एम गोना गो फॉर 5 minutes. आई थिंक किसी का बर्थडे का केक काटना है, तो आई विल बी बैक इन 5-6 minutes. तो
ओह, हैप्पी बर्थडे भाई.
नहीं, मेरा नहीं है भाई. फैमिली में किसी का है. तो आई विल बी
आई नो,
बैक इन
जिसका
5.
भी बर्थडे उनको हैप्पी बर्थडे भाई.
हाँ हाँ, थैंक यू भाई. आई विल बी बैक इन 5-7 minutes.
श्योर 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 भाई. बर्थडे पे तो टाइम लगेगा भाई. पर लेट्स सी क्या होता है, क्या चल रहा है चैट में. कैन वी डू भाई? आप क्लाउड एनालिसिस ना, जी मैनेज भाई, मेरे हिसाब से छोड़ देते हैं आज क्लाउड एनालिसिस. बिकॉज आई फील जितनी बार भी हम क्लाउड एनालिसिस कर रहे हैं, उस दिन इंडियन प्लेयर्स का मतलब मैच अच्छा नहीं चल रहा. आई डोंट नो, आई एम गेटिंग दिस फीलिंग. सो आई फील लाइक हमें एक दिन के लिए अवॉइड करना चाहिए टू ब्रेक द पैटर्न. व्हाट डू यू से? लाइक आई फील लाइक दैट वुडंट बी द वर्स्ट आइडिया हियर. सहज भाई, हाउ टू होल्ड नर्व्स व्हाइल फेसिंग हाई रेटेड अपोनेंट. भाई मतलब आई थिंक आपको हमेशा, लाइक वेदर यू प्ले हाई रेटेड अपोनेंट और लो रेटेड अपोनेंट, द जनरल प्रिंसिपल इज यू लुक एट द बोर्ड, यू डोंट लुक एट द प्लेयर. लाइक बट ऑफ कोर्स इट्स इजियर सेड देन डन. ये इसकी में भाषण देना बहुत ईजी है कि ये करो, बट लेकिन बोर्ड पे जब व्हेन यू आर फेसिंग हाई रेटेड अपोनेंट, देन इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू कंट्रोल योर नर्व्स, एंड इट्स समथिंग यू लर्न विद एक्सपीरियंस. लाइक मेरे साथ आई थिंक देयर इज ओनली वन मोमेंट आई कैन रिमेंबर इन रेकियाविक ओपन इन आइसलैंड. आई प्लेड सम मेनी ईयर्स बैक, एंड मेरा एक प्लेयर से मैच पड़ा हु आई यूज्ड टू फॉलो अलॉट एंड आई यूज्ड टू एडमायर अलॉट. एंड मेरे को याद है मैं मैच से पहले ही वो मैच हार गया था. And it wasn't like someone who's a 2700 player or anything like that. Not I'm sure you probably don't even know who he is, but um yeah, that's उस match में जो मैं हारा. I mean it was a 4 hour long match, but I know I never had a chance. But उस match में मैंने बहुत सीखने को मतलब मिला मुझे, because on how to sort of approach this problem of facing high rated players. So I think it comes with experience. एक दो बार it's going to hurt you, but then after that you start learning from it. सहज भाई, मैं तो ऑनलाइन गेम्स अबॉर्ड कर देता हूँ हाई रेटेड वालों के अगेंस्ट, बट या दैट्स प्रोबेबली समथिंग यू शुडंट डू. या यू आर ओनली फीडिंग दैट प्रॉब्लम. तो व्हाई नॉट रुक बी फाइव? आई थिंक गुड क्वेश्चन. प्रोबेबली सम लाइक टैक्टिकल रीजन, जो मतलब आई एम गेसिंग बैक रैंक पे रुक को होना जरूरी है, बिकॉज एट सम पॉइंट यू विल प्ले c2, बट कोई टैक्टिकल रीजन होगा. बट आई एम गेसिंग रुक बी फाइव का कोई पॉइंट नहीं है ना भाई. ही प्लेज रुक बी, ओह ही प्लेज रुक बी फाइव. वाओ. Oh wow. So Gukesh having a golden opportunity here to take control of the game. And you can see from the blue arrow, by the way, h5 is that move. And that gives him a good advantage. Not a winning one, but a very good advantage. And h5 के बाद basically white rook c5 मार सकता है. And I'm guessing यही उसका plan है. तो यहाँ पे मतलब एक आप blockade सा create कर रहे हो. Bishop d3 और queen c2 पे रख के. And black cannot progress anymore. I'm guessing this is his plan. But it's not good. एंड याद रखना चाहिए यहाँ पे d4 हमेशा बैड मूव है, बिकॉज यू हैव knight d4 अटैकिंग द क्वीन एंड द रुक, एंड दैट कैन बी वेरी रिस्की. बट रुक b5 बैड मूव. And wow, Gukesh plays h5 by instantly with 46 seconds only. Why he already thought about this. So Gukesh looking pretty solid so far. Guys, why Gukesh always Nodirbek के सामने struggle क्यों करता है? Is it psychological? Could be भाई. Could be. I mean that blunder that he made, I think it's not something I've seen before. Could be a psychological thing, you never know. But it's also a one move blunder. It can happen to anyone. I have blundered a mate in one before, and I have never forgotten that. Like I think about it like even to this day. कि ऐसा कैसे हो गया मेरे साथ? But I think it happens, why? You learn to understand that we are all humans, we all make mistakes, and then you just try to better yourself where you can. And you accept, okay, this was a mistake, and then you move on. I जीत जाएगा Gukesh. I think so, bhai. He's looking pretty strong. I think pretty confident, and from like the way he's playing, I think sacrificing a whole piece for initiative, and then uske baad he's also managing his time more or less pretty well, I would say so far. I think he has good chances, yeah. But from the chess perspective, like technical perspective, की अगर हम बात करें यहाँ पे chat, तो after rook c5, it is hard for Gukesh to make progress in this position. Like if I play bishop d3, black cannot really access the b2 square because my bishop is here. You cannot access the e2 square because all of my pieces are here. Max you can do is you can play d4, but that gives me the e4 square. So it's very hard for black to make progress. Maybe at some way you can go queen b6, rook b8, and queen b1 to try and trade the queens, but I'm not sure if that helps really black in this sense. And black is only better if you can somehow prove that these two pawns are, dangerous. But if these pawns remain here for a long time, then maybe white can improve with f4, f5. So I don't know. Like it kind of looks like a better position for Gukesh, but I don't know. Practically, it feels easier to play as white. Black का कोई clear plan नहीं दिख रहा मुझे. Like what do? You play h4, I move my knight, h1 or e2, doesn't matter, and I still have f4, f5. But what does black do? And यहाँ पे आप सोचने बैठोगे तो maybe you go below the 35-minute, the 30-minute mark, and suddenly the problems with time start to arise. Can white win this? Yes, he can. This is a 3-result position. No two results here possible. Definitely there's a third result. If Gukesh makes one inaccuracy, a big one, then it can actually be losing for him as well. Sage bhai, can non-Indian citizen and non-Indian represent India in chess changing citizenship? Yes, you can, bhai. You can. Many players have done that. Not in India necessarily, but you can. Queen d4 is the move. No, queen d4, there is king h1 just. So not much you accomplish here. And I can play knight e2 again to kick this queen back. And then suddenly I get f4, f5. And you can see also the bar is leveling here for white. But question is, does he go rook c5? Actually, he doesn't. He plays rook d1. That was an inaccuracy. And this tells me that rook takes c5 was not in his cards. And now Gukesh has, I think, a golden opportunity to play h4, kick this knight away. Let's say this knight goes to h1. By the way, only move. Knight f1 is losing, basically losing. So knight h1 only move. And now you have this very, very nice idea of queen f5. Offering the trade of queens, you take, I take back, and suddenly c2 becomes a problem. Rook takes c2 is hanging. And I don't know, this looks problematic for white. I think big problems for white. Yeah, huge problems, I think. So I think this could be very, very good development for Gukesh here. So h4 is the move. Already I'm seeing a -1 advantage for black. And -1 advantage only starts to increase as the moves progress. भाई व्हाट इज द क्लाउड एनालिसिस ऑफ भाई तुम छोड़ दो भाई अर्जुन को अब तुमको आंसर भी दे दिया मैंने तो यार यहाँ गुकेश का तुम ऐसे एनालाइज कर रहे हो और तुम क्लाउड एनालिसिस पे बैठे हो छोड़ दो भाई क्लाउड को doesn't change the outcome. I'm telling you Arjun is worse. Okay, let's take a quick look there as well because some updates have happened. He played knight e2 by the way, brilliancy on the board, and bishop e3 and knight e3. यार आप बोल रहे हो ना तो मैं आपको दिखाई देता हूँ since we are here. रुको अर्जुन is lost here. I would say like plus 1.8 or 1.9 is my guess. But I'll tell you the exact answer very soon. Stay tuned for that chat. But cloud analysis पे इतना भरोसा मत करो यार ऐसी positions में I think it can never be crystal clear. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna let it run for a little bit and then I'll let you know. So from what I can see right now, it is plus 1.8 by on depth 28. जितना डेप्थ इंक्रीज हो रहा है उतना अर्जुन की लॉस्ट हो रही है पोजीशन 1.8 पे आ गया भाई जो बोला था भाई and Arjun just has one move in this position which is retreating the bishop back to d7 which he just played so great move there only move the and 1.9 है भाई position of plus 2 basically. And if Aravindh finds knight d4 in this position, he is basically winning. So that's the cloud analysis there, by on depth 30. So Arjun, I think, is in deep trouble against Aravindh. And if Aravindh plays knight d4, let's also remember, chat, there are 15 moves to be played on this in this position before you reach the 40 move mark, and you get extra half an hour and the 30-second increment. Un 15 chalo mein, we have 33 minutes for Aravindh. So it is a slight sign of worry, because it's hard to play top moves in a position like this while worrying about the clock. Not easy for him whatsoever. So we'll see. By the way, the only player who I see is completely winning right now is Bluebaum. Bluebaum is just completely dominated, basically over the game is. And Pragg, by the way, has been taking a very long time to think after his last move, knight to a4. And you can see here, knight g6 was the move, and after which queen g3. We looked at this variation briefly, and we concluded that once you take pawn takes g3, it is an endgame. White's pieces are better developed. Your king is castled, your rooks are connected, your bishop is developed, knights are in a very nice place as well. You have bishop a3 incoming as well to attack the pawn on c5. And I think it's easy to make sort of hand moves here as white. So the problem with the time is not as much of a problem as it is in the other game, even though he has to play some 26 moves, I'm guessing, in 29 minutes. So it's very close, but because it's an end game, it's easier. क्योंकि आपको ज़्यादा कैलकुलेट करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है यहाँ पे. Cloud analysis is just like looking at Stockfish or any of your engines, but on steroids. Like they're much stronger on the cloud. So you reach a higher depth much faster. All of the top players use this when they're preparing for their matches. Yeah, so that's the story there. Taking a quick look at the other matches, by the way, I think let's go to Arjun, because Gukesh is gonna think there for a while, and as soon as he makes a move, we'll jump back to there very quickly. But let's go to Arjun to see what is the update. Look at this. Arvind already didn't play the best move. He had to go knight d4, but he goes knight c3. It's still very good. Still, I would say like a plus 1.5 or so advantage here. And if you look at the position optic, forget the engine here whatsoever. Look at the piece placement. Yeah, queen h6 pe kya kar rahi hai? Nothing. It's basically blocked. There is no access on the h file. The rook on h8 hasn't even moved. The rook on b8 is, I mean, it's moved, but what is it doing? King d8 पे सबसे बड़ी problem है यहाँ पे, because it's stopping the rooks from getting connected and going from one side to the other. And the problem is that if you play king c7, I'll give a check. You play king e7, I'll give a check. तो दोनों knights एकदम perfectly बैठे हुए हैं against the king. And I think it's very difficult to come up with a move from the black side in positions like this. In fact, at a lower level, let's say, not elite level, we're not talking about 2750 and above, we're talking about, let's say, 25, 26, 24 level, it is very easy to go wrong here as black. Because initiative white ke paas hai, development white ke paas hai, aapka king unsafe hai, and this is the moment where blunders can happen very easily. So for Arjun, this is a sign of worry. But of course, he's an elite player. He is very experienced, and he's tactically quite sharp as well. So let's see if he can make a comeback. But right now, it's not looking pleasant for him. Meanwhile, let's take a look at our tournament leader, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who's playing against the candidate Anish Giri. He is basically dead lost with the white pieces, Nodirbek. I also would like to remind everyone that Nodirbek is right now 1 point ahead of the rest of the field. And there is a rest day tomorrow. So if he is able to draw this, it would be perfect. I think he would love it. But Anish has different plans in mind. He is dominating on both sides of the board right now. The queen on g4 is perfect to not allow any g4 ideas. No e4 incoming. The knight is going to jump to d6, where it will control both c4 and e4. This knight on h4 is a completely ridiculous piece. Rook on h1 is blocked by its own pawn. If you play queen h3 to try and trade, मैं h5 खेलूंगा उधर. If you take, I take back, and black's pawns get connected. The knight on h4 is still a ridiculous piece. I think Nodirbek is not going to save this one. Anish, I think, wins 2 games in a row. And if he wins, then the tournament opens up, because the tournament leader gets taken down. So as Nodirbek thinks, let's switch to the world champion. He has played h4. Good move in this position, extending his advantage and now asking the real questions. Where are you going to put this knight? Are you going to put it on f1 or are you going to put it on h1? f1 in hindsight looks better because it's more closer to the center. You want to go knight e3 perhaps next, and it's just closer to the king. Knight h1 optically looks bad because it's on the corner of the board. Kone mein ghoda, you remember the phrase there. So of course it applies here because kone mein ghoda kaam kare thoda. So knight f1 is losing, knight h1 is the best move. That's a sign that the position is not good. So if we can sort of summarize this, I feel Fedoseev is in deep trouble. And also there is another factor here which should be considered. For a very, very long time, we were thinking about rook takes c5 here. And if you go rook takes c5, generally we were talking about rook takes c5. But now the problem is in this position, I have this very sneaky queen b6, pinning this rook. And in the next move, I'll take queen c5, bishop d4, and Gukesh is just virtually winning here. So big problems for Fedoseev up ahead. Thank you so much, Shubham Bhai. Thank you for the nice comments there. Sahaj Bhai, in AMA, Gukesh answered a question about who he wanted to play in the World Championship, and then he answered Pragg. What do you think? Really? I did not know this. I'm not sure if this is true. But I think it would be very, very cool to see a World Championship match between Pragg and Gukesh because they are, they grew up together. They're from the same city and, same kind of upbringing there. They're good friends and they're also similar players. So I think having a world championship match between these two players at some point, it should happen. Kabhi na kabhi to hona chahiye between Pragg and Gukesh. I think we would all love to see it. In fact, as a commentator, I'll tell you, chat, that one of my, actually not my one of my favorite, I know my top 3 moments. And in those top 3 moments, the match between Pragg and Gukesh that happened last year in Tata Steel tie breaks is right up there. Like covering that event as a commentator was, I think, a highlight for me because you had no idea what was going to happen there because they are so close. They are basically complete players. And yeah, it was just amazing to see that match. Agar wo World Championship match mein ho gaya bhai, to it will be insane. Fedoseev is cooked. Bhai, I think he has gone knight h1, so he has played the best move there, even though it is not, the most attractive looking move. At some point, you might go knight f2 to, get this knight back into the game. But right now, ऐसा लग नहीं रहा कि फेडोसीव के पास एक्स्ट्रा पीस है इस पोजीशन में भाई, क्योंकि ये नाइट h1 पे कोई, आई मीन इट्स नॉट अ पीस, राइट? इट्स नॉट इवन अ पॉन, कोई यूज ही नहीं है इस पीस का. एंड दिस आल्सो गिव्स गुकेश an extra tempo. Like as the knight gets to f2, white is going to use an extra move, and he uses that. Yeah, knight e6, beautiful move by the world champion, threatening knight d4 and already putting Fedoseev in only move territory. You can see that from the blue arrow. That move is rook b takes d5. Does he go for it or not? I'm not sure. To be honest, it looks very risky because if I look at the follow-up, rook b takes d5, black plays knight d4, only move by the way, white captures rook 5 takes d4, and now chat, black to play and get some material back. By we are 2 pieces down right now. It is not ideal. What should black play here? What should Gukesh play here to get some of that material back? Queen takes rook, nahi bhai. Good idea though. It's a good plan, but I think you will lose a lot of material there. Remember that you're already 2 pieces down and you'll get queen for 2 rooks, but still those 2 pieces are bad. And yes, the move has been said by Hari and AKS Aditya. You're correct, bhai. Queen b6 is that move to pin this rook and capture this with the bishop. That's it. कोई बचा नहीं सकता इस रुक को. You might play queen d3, but the problem is ये queen e2 के bishop को already बचा रही है. So if I can just simply take and just capture on e2 at the end of the line, and that will just be very good for him. He has gone 96 though, and now Fedoseev thinking he has 46 minutes to play 13 moves. And the most critical moment, I believe, in the game is right now for Fedoseev. If he finds Rook BD5, he's in the game. If he doesn't, he will be objectively lost. That's my take here. What was the idea behind A4? I think you're talking about instead of 96 A4. I think the idea of A4 was to bring the knight to B3 and still play knight D4. Gukesh ने same चीज किया 96 खेल के, but he's just doing it one step faster, and he's also giving up the D5 pawn as concession. भाई आप ले लो, because अगर आप D5 का pawn यहाँ पे मारते भी हो, then black goes knight D4 takes and queen B6. We just looked at this line. You did lose the pawn, true, but at the same time you also got access to this D file, which is amazing. Like let's say you take bishop D4, you move the bishop away, you bring the rook to D8, and suddenly rook D2, rook is tarah ki moves become very very dangerous to deal with from Fedosev's perspective.
भाई ये गुकेश तो बढ़िया खेल रहा है, ऐसे देखने में लग रहा है.
अरे अरे वेलकम बैक भाई, हैप्पी बर्थडे हो गया, केक खाया आपने?
केक टेस्ट किया, अभी खाया नहीं है प्रॉपर, बट खाऊंगा.
अरे खाओ भाई, केक खाओ, व्हाट इज दिस?
खाएंगे खाएंगे भाई, अभी
बर्थडे
अभी
बर्थडे विदाउट केक इज नॉट अ बर्थडे भाई, केक तो खाना
नहीं,
चाहिए.
ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू. खाया, टेस्ट किया थोड़ा सा, पर अभी खाएंगे प्रॉपर बैठ के. अभी जब जीतेगा ना मुकेश, व्हेन ही विंस, दैट्स
हम्म.
व्हेन वील हैव केक. आई थिंक दैट्स द मोमेंट. वेट कर रहे हैं भाई. डिलेड ग्रेटिफिकेशन यूजुअली अ गुड प्रिंसिपल इन लाइफ. मीनवाइल साज
अमेजिंग
भाई,
अमेजिंग.
D5 पॉन तो गया, बट स्टिल लुक्स लाइक अ गुड गेम. बाकी गेम्स में क्या चल रहा है भाई?
से अगेन.
बाकी गेम्स में क्या चल रहा है भाई? इस गेम में तो गुकेश इज स्लाइटली बेटर, लेट्स से -1 व्हाटएवर. व्हाट्स हैपनिंग इन द अदर गेम्स?
So Pragg and Erdogmus have headed off into an endgame like we predicted, with knight a4, knight g6, queen g3 played, takes and takes. And we did a deep dive, just a little bit earlier in this position, that white has, I think, almost a dream-like position. You have bishop a3 incoming to attack the pawn on c5. Your king is safe, rooks are connected, knight is developed, bishop is developed, better pawn structure, and so on and so on. So Pragg would have to play some, I think, only moves in order to not be worse here. I think it remains to be seen how he plays here. यहाँ पे एडोगमस का टाइम जो इतना कम था, आई डोंट थिंक दैट्स अ प्रॉब्लम फॉर हिम एनी मोर, बिकॉज एंड गेम में ये सब खेलना इज इजी. एंड आई थिंक लेट्स टेक अ लुक एट अरविंद वर्सेस अर्जुन एज वेल भाई.
भाई अर्जुन इज जस्ट गेटिंग क्रश्ड राइट नाउ.
हाँ
D5
भाई.
मेरा, F5 मेरा, B5 मेरा. भाई मतलब ये तो वो डायलॉग याद आ रहा है मुझे भाई. मेरे पास बोला है, मेरे पास B5 है, D5 है, F5 है, रुक है, नाइट है, क्वीन है, तेरे पास क्या है? लाइक अर्जुन हैज नो आंसर टू दैट क्वेश्चन अनफॉर्चुनेटली.
मेरे पास मेरे पास एक्सचेंज है, दैट्स व्हाट अर्जुन कैन से भाई.
भाई पर एक्सचेंज तो एक्सचेंज हो जाएगा भाई. मुझे लग रहा है कि यहाँ पे दिस इज गोना बी एक्सट्रीमली डिफिकल्ट. इनफैक्ट लुक एट द काइंड ऑफ मूव्स द इंजन इज सजेस्टिंग फॉर ब्लैक. G4, King E8, Rook E8. I mean these moves make sense, but King E8 क्या चाल है भाई?
भाई
किंग कहाँ?
क्वीन एक्सरे कर रही है किंग को, आई थिंक उससे
भाई तो
निकलने
किंग
के लिए. भाई किंग
तो
E7
कहाँ?
तो नहीं खेल सकते ना भाई आप.
हाँ बट किंग E8 देखिए आगे गोल कहाँ है? कहाँ जाने का गोल है भाई किंग E8 के
कहीं तो
बाद?
मतलब E7 जाते तो E8 चले जाओ, फिर F8 चले जाना, थोड़ा सेफ हो वहां पे, आप सेंटर में नहीं हो.
F8 या ऑन द ओपन F फाइल. भाई भाई बिशप C4, Rook F1, गुड बाय.
क्रेजी भाई. अजय, व्हाट इज योर टॉप 3 फेवरेट मोमेंट्स एज अ कमेंटेटर भाई? एक तो मैंने आपको बताया प्रग वर्सेस गुकेश का जो लास्ट ईयर टाटा स्टील में था, दैट वाज लाइक अ हाईलाइट फॉर मी. एंड आई टेल यू वन मोर, ठीक है? वन मोर वाज, इट केम वेरी रिसेंटली, द मैच बिटवीन मैग्नस एंड अर्जुन, where Arjun defended that FNH pawns wali position in the rook end game. I mean, you can check it out. I mean, it was happened after some 6.5 hours of commentary. But bhai, mera I couldn't even believe ke how Arjun is holding that. And everybody, I think Asail bhai has also told me this before, that everybody in that hall was saying कि भाई अब तो मैग्नस जीत जाएगा, अब तो मैग्नस जीत जाएगा. एंड इनफैक्ट हमें भी ऐसा लग रहा था कि मैग्नस ऐसी पोजीशंस कभी छोड़ता नहीं है. बट अर्जुन did not give him a single chance, which I think is, for me, one of the biggest like things that I have commented on.
And also I think that tells you ना, like confidence and momentum means a lot. वही अर्जुन जो ब्लिट्स में ये डिफेंड कर रहा था, क्लासिकल में स्ट्रगल कर रहा है. So that
Hmm.
just tells you कि
Bhai,
इतना
Bhook.
आप कॉन्फ.
It's Bhook, bhai.
हाँ
I told you. We have had this conversation
हाँ
before. Bhook बहुत बड़ी चीज है, I think, chess में. He has got those 2 bronze medals, and I think वो Bhook उतनी नहीं है अभी.
हाँ, मे बी you're right. एंड यहाँ पे आई थिंक जब व्हेन यू लूज अ फ्यू गेम्स तो भूख बढ़ती है. And hopefully he will strike back. But right now, Arvind in the driver's seat, and I'm sure Arjun understands that this is not looking great for him. Meanwhile, one look at the Bluebaum game because Black Cup on A2 तक जाके बैठ चुका है. One square away from queening. There's a mate in one thread which White just parried, but still somehow White is completely winning.
You've got these two majestic pawns on d4 and e4, and this is the main reason why it's winning. You'll go d5, and this bishop, ये जो a1 पे बचा रहा है, it's also will be controlling the biggest diagonal of the entire position in chess. Period.
Yeah,
So yeah, I think he's winning by. Also, Van has to play what 16 moves in 12 minutes by.
yeah, not
Van
gonna
गया, I
happen.
think 40 साल पे नहीं जाएगा ये मैच.
Yeah, Van तो गया. And chat पूछ रही है कि भाई which tournament are you looking forward to more, the candidates or the world championship? I think both, to be honest. Like, why not both? I would say add Olympiad, add World Rapid Blitz, Total World Championship, Freestyle World Championship, add like all these events. Like, why not both? By एक time पे थोड़ी है.
But
And
I have to
EWC.
say that for me, candidates is like a very, very, very special event. Because like I don't know who's gonna challenge the world champion. Yeah, world championship में of course एक तो अलग एक craze रहता है. But
हाँ.
candidates का जो मजा है, it's different. Yeah, because you don't know who's gonna challenge. So it's all because there's a lot more players there. I don't
Agreed,
know.
agreed, agreed. I think वो बात तो है. Candidates में I think it's more of a race, right? World Championship is more of a boxing match. So I think a race always more contestants, more stuff to watch. But candidates में एक risk रहता है कि, for example, let's say कि if the only Indian who's playing doesn't start off well, then it can really become a dull tournament sometimes. That's my only worry about the candidates. I'm hoping Pragg starts off well. That's so crucial.
Yeah, bhai, because he is the candidate this time around. And yeah, speaking of, let's go to his game, bhai, to see क्या चल रहा है वहाँ पे. He has made a move. He actually a couple of moves have happened. He played knight e5 and bishop a3 के बाद Pragg has gone for c4. So let's exchange the bishops. I will save my pawn for now. But इसमें एक problem है कि I can always take and play knight c5, Sahil bhai. And
Hmm.
this knight is a problem.
It is. It is. And look at the bishop on c8, completely dominated by that knight. No piece can touch that knight right now. Literally, knight d7 खेल के, passive खेल के, you can try to hope to get it off. And दूसरा knight e3 पे है to join on d4 maybe at some point. So not looking great this endgame for Pragg. Defensible, but really it's full of misery at the end. पूरा game बस defend करते चलो.
या भाई दिस लुक्स वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू होल्ड एंड
By the
यहाँ
way,
पर मैग्नस अगर होता भाई ये पोजीशन तो इट्स लाइक अ नाइटमेयर टू प्ले
oh,
दिस अगेंस्ट
Magnus
मैग्नस.
wins. Like there's no doubt.
या
Magnus of White. This is the. इसमें लिखा हुआ है Magnus literally position में. दिख नहीं रहा है मुझे M कहाँ है, but दिखा हुआ है. And meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, if you jump to Gukesh's game, he's just played the best move in the position, knight to d4, and instantly exchange sack करना पड़ा. वहां Fedoseev को rook takes d4 के बाद finds the only move queen b6, spinning that rook, king f1, bishop d4, and as of now, chat. Let's count the material. Bishop versus what? Wait, rook versus rook, queen versus queen. It is. What's the material? Rook for two pieces, yeah? Essentially.
rook and one pawn for two minor pieces. So rook and one pawn
Huh.
for two minor pieces. Bishop on e2 and knight. If we can call this a minor piece, that is.
Now, imagine the situation, Saj bhai. Let's say knight is on d3 and king is on h1.
भाई
I
e4
would
पे रखो ना
assume,
knight को.
knight
Why
e4,
d3?
let's say, and king h1. I would assume the evaluation will be quite different.
I think white is winning that.
Yeah, very likely.
Yeah, basically white no, not I mean I'm sure white is winning that. King h1 पे for sure because those are the only two problems. Yeah, ये bishop को ये जो बैटरी लगाई हुई है नाइट को कभी निकलने नहीं देंगे भाई.
भाई क्या है knight on h1? This is like,
कोने में
this is
घोड़ा.
like, yeah, this is like me in a chess tournament, bhai. मतलब I'm there, but why am I there? It's not clear.
Also,
जीतना तो है नहीं.
in the vertical stream, people are asking why white cannot play a4 in the match of Gukesh. Please tell me why he has played a4 just now. So it is possible, and I think it's one of the best moves. And the idea of a4 is simple. You want to maybe play bishop b5. Also, not allow your opponent to play a4 and play queen b3 and so on. Remember, a queen को c2 पे रखना बहुत जरूरी है. The moment you move this queen, black gets c2, and that would just be winning.
Yeah. कितना आगे आ गए हम. पिछले साल तो होपिंग कि एक इंडियन कैंडिडेट जाए. नहीं, आई थिंक पिछले साल 3 थे. आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाई वन फील्स इनकम्प्लीट. एंड इट्स जस्ट कि मतलब कैंडिडेट्स इज सच अ ह्यूज इवेंट, एंड Pragg has not been in the best shape in this tournament and for the past, let's say, 2-3 months. Uh, and कहीं ना कहीं पे we want an Indian to win. I think it's always a dream. And मान लो, okay, let's imagine कि एक hypothetical event है, and एक कैंडिडेट है, एक hypothetical इंडियन प्लेयर है, उसका नाम है टिक्कू. एंड टिक्कू खेल रहा है कैंडिडेट, एंड टिक्कू पहला राउंड हार गया. तो लाइक यू फील लाइक टिक्कू का कोई चांस नहीं बचा कैंडिडेट्स में.
बट वो
लाइक लाइक
हाइपोथेटिकल
इट्स
थोड़ी ना होगा, टिक्कू का हारना इज नॉट हाइपोथेटिकल ना।
नहीं, बट कैंडिडेट्स में हार रहा है ना भाई. दैट्स द हाइपोथेटिकल.
वही
लाइक
तो,
ही इज प्लेइंग द
हाइपोथेटिकल
कैंडिडेट्स.
कैसे हुआ?
Well, that's candidates खेल रहा है तो hypothetical हुआ ना भाई. Otherwise, he can't play the
अच्छा अच्छा
candidates in this
अच्छा,
universe.
करेक्ट
So in
करेक्ट
that
करेक्ट।
parallel universe, he plays the candidates and he loses the first round and maybe draws the second and loses, like, just in a couple of rounds you could be out from contention for first place. So that's the problem there. So Pragg has to start off well. It's going to be super important in that tournament.
करेक्ट भाई। Even when Vishy sir won it, like he started off with 2 wins back to back.
Yeah.
So momentum is super important. And speaking of momentum, भाई Nodirbek is lost, और ज्यादा lost भाई, पहले से dead lost. Look at this position. I think he's a pawn down now. Yeah, he's a pawn down. And this knight on h4 is just completely
2
useless.
points down, no?
हाँ भाई, 2 pawns. Wow. Basically he sacrificed them, yeah, e4 and d5 करके ऐसे sack किया उसने, and he just lost both of the pawns basically.
Hmm.
Nodirbek about, I wouldn't be surprised if he resigns here, bhai.
Nah, he won't resign. You know Nodirbek, yeah? Like he'll play till the end. But I do agree with you. I think it's lost. And also Queen trade ke baad to, of course, the advantages kind of solidifies because you will have no counterplay whatsoever, and you can't even claim ki, okay, Queen C1, Queen G5, maybe I have some checks and maybe I can create an attack. So you want to avoid the
Hmm.
Queen trade with Queen C1 anyways. But then again, Black will bring the knight, Knight D6, and kahin na kahin pe Black seems to be doing pretty well. C4, wow.
You can play queen d1, you can play queen e5, both of them are winning. But yeah, it's a great move, offering the third pawn.
Wow.
I also, Praveen ji asking bg1 threatening checkmate. I think हम गुकेश की गेम की बात कर रहे हो. So let's take a quick look there. And I think आपने सिर्फ एक इकलौता यूज निकाल लिया स्नाइट h1 का.
हाँ.
और इसके
हाँ.
अलावा स्नाइट का कोई काम नहीं है. लाइक बिशप जीवन के बाद रिमेंबर क्वीन f2 चेकमेट नहीं है, बिकॉज नाइट h1 पे इसको बचा रहा है, एंड दैट्स द ओनली थिंग दैट दिस नाइट इज डूइंग. लाइक
Thanks for
फॉर
showing
द
that, भाई.
ग्रेटेस्ट, फॉर लाइक द लॉन्गेस्ट टाइम. बिशप जीवन.
तो नहीं, प्रवीण भाई ने बताया कि भाई आप लाइफ में कितने भी यूजलेस हो, यू हैव सम पर्पस फॉर समवन. सो
हाँ भाई.
that is so that's a motivational story, to be honest, कि भाई मतलब even this night has a purpose. So anybody feeling sad about life, it can't be worse than the night on h1, and still he's doing well.
या भाई, crazy. But whether
By the
he
way,
is
we
able
have
to win this, I don't know why.
we have a bunch of moves in the Pragg game, by the way. Let me quickly check. A bunch of moves.
Okay, so we were at c4, we left it here. It takes in place f4, doesn't go knight c5 though. Knight g4 आता है, he takes on c4, black takes on e3, white takes back, and now pawn takes c4 is possible. And okay, you're looking at a good knight, bad bishop scenario. Maybe this bishop is not as bad. Like bishop f5 से थोड़ा active तो हो रहा है. But the question is, does he take on c4? Because इसके बाद pawn structure थोड़े ugly लग रहे हैं नहीं?
But okay, you can take and play bishop e6 maybe. And if you want c4, now you have to give the knight for the bishop maybe. And let's say dc4, rook c3, bishop e6. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
just forcibly holding the pawn for now. And next rook d8 to attack d2. So maybe that limits white's options and it's more forcing and more clean.
Hmm.
But it still works for sure. But maybe I think Pragg holds.
Yeah. Looking a bit more balanced, but भाई कल एर्दोगमस ने बड़ा एकदम मॉन्स्टरस एंड गेम टेक्निक दिखाया था अर्जुन के अगेंस्ट. So let's not count that out. By the way, after d takes c4, I do see a move which is appealing to me quite a lot, and that is rook a e1 with the idea of rook e7 check.
अरे बाप रे.
I don't know how much I like this for Pragg. This looks risky.
That looks extremely scary at first glance, and apparently you can just play rook d8 and chill, which I'm not in the mood for. after rook e7 and king g6. Okay, maybe king g6 saves the day, yeah? Like, doesn't look that bad. But you have to calculate this for now. And time देखो भाई कहाँ 1 घंटा आगे था Pragg. Now it's just a 13-minute difference.
Yeah, and still 19 moves to be played. So दोनों टाइम प्रेशर में आ सकते हैं यहाँ पे.
Yeah, time pressure से याद आया. Let's go to Gukesh's game again, जहाँ पे he's played rook e d8. A great move. By the way, another great point by I think somebody in the chat कि भाई bishop g1 का bishop h2 मार सकते हैं, then queen g1 can be the mate. But जब h2 मारोगे, I think the knight will hop to f2 potentially. So you might end up
Yes.
activating the knight. And h2 pawn important है, but maybe you have better moves for now. And if nothing works out, then that's always there to
Also,
take.
by bishop h2 मारने के बाद knight f2, and then this knight can potentially sit on h3, जहाँ पे it's more active, it controls both of the important like checkmating points on f2 and g1, and also some possibilities to generate an attack on the king side as well with knight g5. So, and you are activating the knight at the cost of a pawn which is of no use right now. ये pawn का कुछ use नहीं है position में. So you should focus more on activity and making sure your knight active नहीं होता position में.
In fact, I'd look at how useless that h pawn is. Black ka best move instead of rook d8 was actually h3. Just opening up the king side completely, like gh3 and now bishop e3. So just to open the king further. But anyways, he plays rook d8, and I think white ka best move of h3 है to stop that move.
Yeah, to stop black from breaking through. Yeah. अभी
Yeah.
अभी तो लेकिन गुकेश चिल भी कर सकता है ना. You can just play king g7. Like what can white do? You cannot play knight f2. If you cannot play knight f2, then you're worse.
Yeah, and I think white का move है तो white खेलेगा भी क्या? You are in some weird situation. There are no good moves. Like queen can't move from c2. Bishop c1 से आप कहाँ ही खेल दोगे? Bishop e2 से आप कहाँ ही खेल दोगे? Knight can't move. Rook, I mean, is on the best square it can stay on. So I'm not sure. Okay, bishop b. Oh, that's a blunder.
Yup, huge blunder भाई. Moment of truth. Because Gukesh find you can भाई अब तो बताने की भी जरूरत नहीं है because the blue arrow is telling us, and that's the move. Bishop e3 is winning now officially for Gukesh.
Wow. And chat, bishop e3 के बाद, if you take on e3, let's say, rook takes d1 is the intermediate move, check. Queen takes d1 and simply queen takes e3 or even just c2. But let's just take the bishop for now. c2 c1 आ रहा है and it's just game over. There is no defense. For example, queen c2 और आप खेलते हो फिर से pawn को रोकने के लिए rook d8, rook d2 आ रहा है भाई. It's just over.
So what did he miss? So bishop e3 के बाद let's just take a quick look. The bishop d3 e2 से आया था b5 पे and bishop e3 खेला हमने. So bishop d3 is the best move. That doesn't make sense.
But
If
that
I
is the
go rook
only move, Sahaj.
takes d8, then
Otherwise, you
rook takes.
can resign.
Maybe rook e1 भाई.
Huh. But okay, I get the d2 square though. So maybe I'm happy now.
Takes. अच्छा rook d2 भी आ रहा है यार. ये तो बहुत scary है.
Queen
Yeah.
e3, rook d2.
भाई बहुत
So
बड़ा
I
मिस
would,
है ये Fedoseev
I
से.
like bishop d3. I like bishop d3. I think that's the best option. But now what does black play to finish off white after bishop d3? That's,
बट वो
I think,
खेलेगा नहीं ना
the...
भाई. bishop b5 खेल के bishop d3 क्यों आओगे? That doesn't make sense.
But maybe he doesn't have any moves, Saj. Why did he play bishop b5? There was no purpose to bishop
Because
b5 actually.
because
He didn't have a
for
move.
sure he no I'm telling you he looked at bishop e3 and he has a move in mind. And that move is not bishop d3. It cannot be bishop d3 because he just moved the bishop forward. It has to be another move. So
Is bishop...
I'm interested to find out what that move is. Like what has he calculated here?
Is it bishop d7?
Then queen a6 check का threat है ना मेरे पास कहीं तो. I'm not sure.
Queen a6, bishop b5 वापस maybe.
हाँ rook d7 इनको ऐसे ये तो नहीं दिखी मुझे भाई. But rook d7 queen a6 क्या आइडिया सही था. Plays भाई.
Who
Played it.
played? Let's go. Chat, this could be the moment. Come on, Gukesh. He gave a stare to Fedoseev, by the way. I am pretty sure like Fedoseev saw that one incoming. And now this is a golden moment. Can he convert this win? By the way, even after Bishop D3, the best move, it's minus 2.65. Look at his reaction. He can't believe it. It's over.
Yeah, for sure he blundered this. Maybe he goes bishop d3. Yeah? It's possible कि Sahil bhai he just completely didn't see bishop e3.
Yeah, but I mean, even like anything else, Queen C7 is minus 2 for black. H2 is attacked. Okay, it's not H minus 2, but minus 1.6 or something. So it wasn't like this was the only move. And Bishop E3 is always, of course, a move. Yeah, you want to remove the defenders. So It's not like a weird, scary, unorthodox move. Yeah, very normal.
या फॉर श्योर यही तो प्लान था रूकी D8 का जो उसने लास्ट मूव खेला था टू प्ले बिशप E3 बट आई थिंक
The
ही मिस
best.
समथिंग टैक्टिकल
Yeah, maybe I think he just, and whatever happens, chat, one thing is this is an important win for Gukesh. I cannot stress this enough how important this is to win when you're kind of down the dumps, have lost 2 games. You to come back in this fashion with the black pieces against a strong player in form really means a lot. And Bishop D3 played Sahaj Bhai. Now let's find out what is the best way to convert for the world champion. Apparently, you can just take on C1, and if you can't move the queen because then the pawn could push, the rook takes c1 and then just queen e3 looks very strong. Or is there something
Why,
else?
I don't know, but it feels strange that Fedoseev accepted that he missed bishop e3 and corrected his mistake with bishop d3 in a minute and 26 seconds.
You mean he's acting?
I think he's acting for sure.
Oh.
Like I don't believe that. I think for like kuch to blunder hua hai usse and he's just trying to play it off as this was part of my plan.
I mean, I can believe Fedoseev acting. Looks like a great actor. तुम मुझे exchange दो, मैं तुम्हें checkmate दूंगा. Like possible तो है. But the question is, Taj bhai, after bishop c1, rook c1, how is black even winning this? I'm not completely sure because now the
After bishop c1, rook c1?
knight is coming back into the game, by the way. Let's keep in mind, knight f2 is now a possibility.
Yeah, but it's too late, bhai. Queen e3 apparently.
Let's
Attacking the
say
bishop on d3,
knight
knight f2
f2.
only move. क्योंकि bishop move करेगा तो rook d2 is GG. And now critical move, yeah, h3.
Okay, at
If
8,
you
queen f3
capture
should
with
be losing.
pawn capture किया तो f3 तो is gone. But so
Knight
you
से
have to
मारा
play
तो
like a
bishop गया.
random move here.
Let's say rook. Can I play rook e1? Oh, look, edge e2 हारा है. So rook d1 maybe then.
भाई रुकी वन पे क्वीनी वन मर रहा है आई थिंक अच्छा नहीं क्वीनी वन में
Uh,
नाइट जी टू है एक्चुअली मर रहा है
oh,
भाई मर रहा है लुक एट दिस नाइट एच थ्री एंड रुक टेक्स डी थ्री इज विनिंग फॉर ब्लैक सो ब्यूटीफुल
oh, that's so beautiful actually. Wow. Oh, nice, nice. But okay, rook d1 then. Maybe I don't want to lose in 2 moves.
so रुक डी वन बट ये किंग्स ये तो टूट गया ना आपका पॉन स्ट्रक्चर सो आई जस्ट टेक एंड जस्ट रुक डी फोर अपेरेंटली
Rook d4.
इट लुक्स लॉजिकल रुक बी फोर रुक बी टू का प्लान
Oh, side से आ रहे हो. Oh, that is so nice. Actually, completely missed that. Rook b4, rook d4. Oh, that is so pretty actually. Okay, but the game goes on for now. Like it's not a game जहाँ पे you will lose in 2 moves, for example, जो लग रहा था एक second के लिए. So Fedoseev
एग्जैक्टली
still fighting on basically.
And Yash bhai asking bishop g6 sack possible, but bishop g6 mein it will be a repetition if I capture back. I don't have to capture back. I can play queen g5 check here, for example, and then take on g6. So yeah, it's not necessary for me to capture back. और अभी तो नहीं भाई क्योंकि queen भी है b6 पे so
गुकेशु को ओवर एक्साइट करना चाहता है. नहीं नहीं भाई, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. गुकेश is very calm and composed usually. He will maintain his nerves. He will not show them over the board for sure.
भाई वेदांत का गेम हमने चेक नहीं किया आज तक चैट में कोई पूछ भी रहा है let's take a look
Vedant,
what's happening there Vedant by the way is slightly worse in the end game he is down a pawn अगर white gf4 यहाँ पे recapture करता है तो and this pawn on b3 looks nice but I don't think he has any count to play here he's not lost but he has to play some very accurate moves to survive this end game doesn't look easy though
yeah, this is going to be tough actually. But okay, number of pawns are few on the board, so always some chances to hold. And I think this is going to be a long defense and time hai enough. It's more about the position now. So Saj bhai, also one more look at the game of Bluebaum against Thai Dai Van. भाई ये वाइट के सेंट्रल पॉन्स बस एक बार एडमायर कर लें एक बार हम तो जरा फिर हम आगे बढ़े.
भाई उसे तो उसने तो दे दिया है तो फ्री में दे दिया बिशप पे फ्री पीस नहीं है क्या अब
भाई वो
सॉरी
ले
बट
भी नहीं
भाई
रहा
वो
है क्या?
बिशप पे तो मर रहा है ना
वो ले ही नहीं रहा भाई, लिया ही नहीं उसने.
क्यों नहीं इट्स हिज मूव
नहीं
ही हैजंट
नहीं
प्लेड
है मन भाई.
भाई उसको 14 मूव्स खेलनी है 6 मिनट के अंदर
भाई वो खेल चुका है एक मूव, आई थिंक वी आर, दिस इज नॉट द पोजीशन साज भाई, आई थिंक।
भाई आर यू श्योर?
हाँ।
यही है पोजीशन भाई।
नहीं, उसने नहीं दिया भाई।
भाई ऑप्शन है बिशप एट का, क्या बोल रहे हो?
भाई 27 मूव्स हुए ना अभी उस गेम में।
अच्छा हाँ, राइट 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 राइट, सॉरी माय बैड। क्वीन बी फाइव रुक एट यार, नहीं मर रहा। ओके ओके, पॉन डी फाइव पे
हाँ
अपेरेंटली।
हाँ हाँ। तो वही पॉन्स थे भाई,
महाराज।
क्या पॉन है भाई, ओहो भाई, ऐसा पॉन मैंने आज तक नहीं देखा। D5, D6, D7, D8 भाई बढ़ता जा रहा है। नाइट कमिंग टू C5। एंड ब्लैक के पास दो थ्रेड्स है, दोनों हमने एक एक बिशप ने एक थ्रेड रोक दिया, एक बिशप ने दूसरा थ्रेड रोक दिया, एंड अब पॉन और नाइट क्वीन विन कर रहे हैं।
भाई ये पॉन्स तो एकदम ब्यूटीफुल। E6 is also winning भाई, D6 is winning, such a nice position that Bluebaum has. And look at the time also guys, 13 moves to be played in 6 minutes is not gonna happen.
या
बोल रहे प्रग एडवांटेज नहीं भाई, क्रिस भाई आई थिंक प्रग का एडवांटेज नहीं है उधर। आई थिंक ही इज स्टिल Erdogmus who is driving this game for sure. Good night, classic case of good night bad bishop.
बाय द वे गुकेश हैज टू प्ले 8 moves in 15 minutes. Not tough, not tough, but it is a crucial moment in the game. If you can switch to that one, I think this is the one where we are potentially winning chat. So, update agar results ka dein, Arvind is beating Arjun right now. Pragg and Dogmas is equal. So, two players who can potentially win today. So, we could get two wins today, chat. That is Arvind as well as Gukesh. At least a much, much better day for Indian players, yeah?
या भाई तो कल तो आधा पॉइंट था भाई चार में, आज एक पॉइंट तो बाय डिफॉल्ट आना था तो या
Yeah, yeah. And Gukesh still thinking. गिरी ब्लंडर नहीं, नहीं भाई, गिरी भाई ब्लंडर नहीं करते यार। गिरी भाई सिर्फ पीसेस ग्रैब करते हैं ओपोनेंट के। एक तो इंडिया के अगेंस्ट, हाँ है नो भाई, बट विन तो है ना, लाइक इट्स स्टिल अ विन। लाइक अरविंद हैज टू प्ले अ गुड गेम टू बीट अर्जुन, ऐसे कुछ भी खेल के तो जीतेगा नहीं। सो इट कुड हैव बीन अ ड्रॉ बट वी गॉट अ विन, सो इट मींस कि एटलीस्ट अरविंद गेट सम कॉन्फिडेंस। अर्जुन का हाउएवर आई मीन इट्स गोना बी हार्ट ब्रेकिंग ऑफ कोर्स।
या
वो बंदा
सो
ट्रक
बट
की टी
लेकिन
शर्ट।
टाइम इज अ बिट ऑफ अ प्रॉब्लम फॉर गुकेश सो फार।
But okay, I think his intuition should tell him the best moves. I think H3 as a move is pretty good. Uh, we can already see how it makes sense. In fact, why can't we start with H3, by the way?
आई मीन फॉर श्योर
Because
यू कैन।
Hannah, it just feels like maybe he's a bit more okay, but it's transpose likely after bishop e3, queen
नाइट
e3, knight f2.
F2 खेला तो क्या हो रहा है? हाँ इट्स लूजिंग या बिशप F2। ओ भाई C2, क्वीन टेक्स B6, pawn takes, winning.
Wow. Queen
Beautiful.
sack. भाई ये हो जाएगा तो मजा आ जाएगा यार।
Okay, let's stay here. The 30 minutes for the world champion. Let's see if he finds all of this. H3, I think, is the maybe the cleanest. Yeah.
Yeah, I think both moves pretty strong. Gukesh can just play the one which makes sense. Even queen d4 is better for black. He can't really go wrong, to be honest. Come on, Gukesh, keep an eye on the clock. Keep an eye on the clock. Because Chad, dhyan rakho, you know, when he blundered against Nodirbek, he had 8 minutes or 7 minutes on the clock. So time pressure
Yeah.
में कुछ भी हो सकता है. So you want to keep, some time on the clock, like you have those, you don't feel the nerves in the final moments.
Correct. Very, very critical. By the way, looks like Arjun is fighting back here. I don't think he's lost anymore. Can we let's take a very quick look there. तो यहाँ पे भी 10 चालें बची हैं for in 21 minutes or so, and he's not losing anymore. Although the position looks very bad, have to give it to him. Like knight d5, rook f4, knight f4 looks very, very bad. Because rook on b8 is still completely out of place. Even rook f8 is bad. But it's not losing for Arjun anymore. But maybe chances of a blunder from Arjun's side, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, I would still say it's pretty bad. I mean, rook trade helps black, of course, because white का mating material कम हो गया and makes his king safer. But g4 pawn is weak. Knights look beautiful. But I agree. I think maybe Arjun has higher chance of defending it now than he had earlier.
But I still think like potential of a blunder is very high here for Arjun. But yeah, that's the update there. But still he's holding his own. भाई गुकेश पे चलते हैं, वहीं पे रहते हैं बिकॉज वहाँ पे 11 मिनट
Oh,
पड़े
he
हैं उसके
played
पास.
bishop c1, rook c1 on the board. Now queen e3 or h3. Two important moves. That could, and rook d4. He finds a third one.
He wants to go rook b4, rook b2 भाई, simple. Beauty lies in simplicity भाई.
I thought beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, Saj bhai.
ना वो भी तो सिंपल ही है ना.
बट बिहोल्डर सिंपल है, हम जानते नहीं बिहोल्डर को भाई.
नहीं हम नहीं जानते भाई.
Hmm.
अर्जुन ब्रिलियंसी क्यों लिख रहे हैं भाई चैट में? कोई ब्रिलियंसी तो नहीं, अभी चेक किया उसका.
हाँ भाई, मैं भी कश्मीरी पंडित हूँ भाई. भागे थे मेरे घर वाले भी. प्रग गेम. प्रग गेम यार, प्रग इक्वली है. नॉट मच हैज हैपेंड. सो विल स्टिक टू दिस वन. आई थिंक दिस इज क्रूशियल चैट. टाइम भी कम है. गुकेश इज विनिंग and we don't want him to spoil this one. This is so crucial.
Knight f2 played and now rook b4, blue arrow only move played. Okay, 5 चालें चलनी है 11 मिनट में. Okay, that's more likely. I think he's gonna find it.
Yeah, I mean, आराम से. And he again gave Fedoseev a stare. So now he's staring after every move. He's like, okay, he's also testing him a bit. Yeah, कि भाई दिख रहा है ना भाई क्या हो रहा है? Why are you still playing? Like, what's your defense?
I think he was going for the queen and then he hesitated a bit. I think वो queen e2 खेलने वाला है यहाँ पे, जो best move है यहाँ पे. And then perhaps pawn on a4 is hanging.
By the way, knight d1 is a move that stops rook b2, but then there is h3. So knight को f2 से हिलाना मुश्किल है. तो queen e2 is the best move. But then black can of course play rook b2, bishop c2 continue, or he can just take the a4 pawn also. That's in fact the best move in the position.
Yeah, true.
तो थोड़ा सा गेम अभी चल सकता है साथ में क्वीन e2 के बाद एक्चुअली.
For sure. Yeah. Mad Max G, I mean, why would I have thoughts about that is my question to you. Like, why should anyone have thoughts on that? I mean, it's not like I spend my day thinking about other people's personal life. Yeah, who cares?
We actually did that Lie to Me section with Sindarov. Do watch that one. Coming soon.
आ गई वीडियोस की?
अभी नहीं आई, आएगी बहुत जल्दी. So meanwhile, साज भाई, रुक b4 खेल दिया गया है. So 10 मिनट गुक के पास.
एंड रुक b2 का प्लान बेसिकली, अगर आप रुक b1 खेलते हो तो सब कुछ कैप्चर करके c2 है मेरे पास, सो यू कैन नॉट ट्रेड दैट. जस्ट गोना शो इट to the chat here. Rook b1 for example, to stop rook b2 I can just capture everything and play c2. So that is the update there.
बहुत क्रूशियल है कि ये a pawns बचे हैं. Because in any endgame, the rook always has this option of surviving, grabbing the a4 pawn and winning on the spot. तो it gives Gukesh much higher winning chance. अगर ये दोनों a pawn हम हटा दें तो I think white के drawing chances बढ़ जाते हैं.
Yeah, true. Basically queen e2 is what he has to find. If he doesn't find queen e2 he could be losing like right now. He has to give up the a pawn.
True. He has enough time. By the way, Gukesh is thinking something, but unless Fedoseev is about to play, one look at the Hans Niemann and Jordan game, which looks rather interesting.
भाई कौन बेटर है? ब्लैक ही बेटर है ना, तो क्योंकि पॉन्स are looking. कितने pawn up है Hans यहाँ पे? 2 pawn. कि one of them is about to fall though. Black के भी दोनों pawn यहाँ पे बढ़ने चाहिए, but ये queen f1 का threat है मेरा. Actually, we are also reaching 40 moves here, so Hans will get that extra time.
Yeah, he can grab on d8 with either piece. But king g7, there is queen g2 check winning apparently. Because rook नहीं मारा हमने.
Huge if true भाई. भाई वापस जाते हैं गुकेश के मैच पे because he has 10 minutes. He has played knight to d1, so he didn't go queen e2. Golden opportunity for the world champion. h3 is the move, and that's winning. But he has 10 minutes on the clock and 5 moves to be played.
Okay, h3 should be curtains. Because once the king opens up, queen के पास ज़्यादा diagonals ज़्यादा files हैं. And h3 के बाद, if you ignore it with g3, let's say, then of course that pawn is there forever, yeah? In any rook endgame as well, you might be lost. So it's very hard to ignore that pawn. Apart from h3, you could also play queen f6 with the idea of next playing h3, also very strong. But h3 directly has the most impact.
Yeah, because it breaks the integrity of the structure. Queen f6, f3 के pawn पे there will be pressure. And अगर आपने h3 अभी नहीं खेला तो white h3 खेल के block कर सकता है इसको. Even though your dark squares become super weak there, it's still fine. It still should be winning for Gukesh, but h3 is the cleanest.
9
Oh,
minutes.
wait. Bhai. Bluebaum has just blundered.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Bhai, ek chal ka blunder. Look at this. This was the position. Knight f4 was winning in f4. By the way, Van only has 3 minutes to play 10 moves, but queen e2 ke baad it's a draw.
No way he finds it actually.
Okay, but it's impossible to find all of this. Well, let's just stay here, because this might be finished. Like 10 चाल 3.5 मिनट पे कैसे खेलोगे आप? Let's see what he
looks
goes
like
for.
he's sniffing something. Like he gets sense होता है ना, so लग रहा है कि हाँ कुछ ऐसे पोजीशन में फील हो रहा है. देखो, look at him. He's jumping. Yeah, he knows there's something in the position. He can sniff something.
भाई लग तो queen e2 brilliancy भाई played.
Boom.
What a move. And now if Bluebaum
भाई,
doesn't play gh3,
oh my
it's
God,
lost. क्या हुआ?
Arvind has blundered completely.
क्यों भाई?
Apparently, it is just equal, if not only slightly better for black after bishop takes g4.
Not a blunder though, right?
Bhai,
You can take bishop g4. I mean, white can still play for a win here, no?
no, I mean, it was plus 1.5, 1.6. Now it's equal. Because king c7 starts, like somehow
I
I
don't
feel
know, but he
ki,
can still play for a win for sure.
but king c7, like I feel
Take
like
on
it's
h3, rookie at bishop g2.
bishop g2.
जब भाई कोई खेल रहा है यहाँ पे जीतने के लिए तो white ही खेल रहा है ना, black थोड़ी खेल रहा है यहाँ पे जीतने के लिए.
I have to agree, but I also feel like there was something better. I think he missed it.
भाई takes on g4.
Wait, Gukesh blunder? नहीं. No.
नहीं भाई नहीं हुआ, चल रहा है अभी भी उसका.
Blunder नहीं भाई. It was not the best move, Chad, but it was a decent one. So Queen d6, Gukesh. If we go to his board now, I think he's still winning.
ब्लंडर तो नहीं है, बट या h3 के
Although
बाद not losing anymore.
he could be on the wrong path because h3 Queen h2 looks tempting. But
But knight
apparently
f2, no?
that's a big blunder, Chad. So after Queen h2, what do you think White can play?
Not knight f2, yeah?
Come on, Chad. White to play.
Okay, I see it.
He doesn't go for this. So that will be a huge mistake. It's still minus 1.6, not minus 1. So, बहुत difference. I know it was minus 2 something. But of course he can make a mistake, Chad. I mean, he can't play perfect chess. As long as he's winning, I think we'll take it. Bishop takes pawn indeed, and it's some sort of repetition if you take, if not more. So yeah, in fact, white is winning after if you take that pawn, if you take that bishop.
Yeah,
Queen
yeah, yeah.
f5 check.
Crazy.
Yeah, that would be a big blunder.
नहीं तो queen e6 check भी आ रही है भाई. Crazy. But okay, he's not going to go queen h2. I don't think his plan was to play queen h2. I think his plan was to rook d4 perhaps, but उसमें knight f2 आ रहा है भाई. I don't know if Gukesh is winning now भाई.
Maybe let's just play king g7. This is the kind of move that improves your position. आपने g6 भी defend कर दिया अब. So now queen h2 becomes more of a threat. And
भाई बट लेकिन 7 मिनट है 3 चालों के लिए, 4 चालों के लिए भाई. Let's not forget that.
And look at Fedoseev now. He looks a lot more confident. अपना सर पकड़ रहे थे वो थोड़ी टाइम पहले, and now he's walking confidently.
यश भाई बिशप जीसस के बाद ना परपेचुअल नहीं हो रही भाई, उसमें मेट हो रही है ब्लैक की. वो तो ब्लेंडर में तो ऑफ कोर्स कुछ भी पॉसिबल है भाई. ऐसे तो आप बोलोगे कि भाई नाइट मतलब रुक बी टू पे नाइट बी टू है, अब किसी मूव में रुक बी टू आप ब्लेंडर भी कर सकते हो. तो ब्लेंडर में तो सारी चीजें कुछ कुछ भी सेंस नहीं बनती उधर.
या और ये मैच में तो बहुत ब्लंडर हो रहे हैं साज भाई.
मैच में तो भाई क्रेजी हो रहा है.
एक्टर
इफ ही
अच्छा
प्लेस
है
किंग जी
फिर.
सेवन उसके बाद कर क्या रहा है ब्लैक भाई? पता है किंग जी से 7 रुके 1 के बाद कंप्यूटर कहता है बेस्ट मूव इज किंग जी 8 बैक. भाई मे बी द इंजन इज टेलिंग अस कि व्हाइट ने कुछ क्रेजी सा फोर्ट्रेस बना लिया यहाँ पे. आई थिंक सो. आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट इट मींस.
And very important, king g7 rook a1 is not just to defend the pawn, because queen h2 के बाद there is rook a3 basically. That's very crucial. So king g7 rook a1, queen h2 rook a3. That's why rook a1 is important. So maybe it's worth trying king g7 once at least, Saj bhai. Maybe he doesn't play rook a1.
आई मीन बट व्हाट एल्स डू यू प्ले एज ब्लैक एज व्हाइट? कुछ और टच तो नहीं कर सकते हैं ना इधर.
Maybe king g1 he tries, yeah, trying to head off into the
Why would you
corner.
play king g1 भाई? You are opening yourself up to checks and king को इस साइड पे रहना है भाई, ताकि रुक queen d2 वगैरह कभी आए तो you can guard it with your king. You would never go king h1 here.
भाई अभी जीएम वाली मूव खेलोगे तो कैसे चलेगा भाई? कुछ तो गलती करो ना यार.
Crazy भाई. knight f2 में भी रुक b2 है भाई. That's also important. तो और बचा ही सिर्फ रुकी ना, और तो कोई चाल ही नहीं बची.
भाई
5 मिनट बाय द वे
5
फॉर द
मिनट.
वर्ल्ड चैंपियन.
4 मूव 5 मिनट. Okay, this is getting a bit scary now. Saj bhai, honest opinion. Do you think Gukesh will win, or do you think he somehow spoils the edge now? Because now it's very scary.
भाई आस्क मी अगेन इन लाइक आफ्टर मूव 40, उसके बाद पता लग जाएगा.
वाह.
अगर उसके बाद
वाह.
पोजीशन विनिंग है तो
बोला भी
बचा
क्या
लेगा.
भाई ने, ये नहीं कि एक मूव बाद 40 मूव क्या बताना भाई. जब मतलब सारा ड्रामा खत्म, उसको 30 मिनट मिल जाएंगे तब बताना. ये क्या है
हाँ
लॉजिक है
तब
भाई?
पता लगेगा भाई, सबसे पहले तो नहीं पता भाई. अब भाई मैं जोशी थोड़ी ना हूँ. व्हाट इज दिस? किंग
भाई
जी
बनो
7
ना
भाई
जोशी
प्लेड.
यार. By the way, Pragg has also made a big mistake.
किंग जी 7 रुके 1 नाउ ओनली मूव फॉर फेडोसेव.
भाई
आपकी ये बात सुन ली उसने.
चलो अच्छी बात है.
प्रग ने
हम
ब्लंडर
फेदोसिव
किया बाय
रुके
द
वन.
वे. सच वाला ब्लंडर.
हाँ मिस्टेक किया भाई प्रग ने.
अरे क्रेजी भाई. दिस इज द ब्लंडर मिस्टेक बाय द वे. बिशप d5. अब apparently the pawn on c4 is hanging. Takes and knight c4 and you are just a pawn up. Crazy.
क्रेजी किया रे. Come on. Okay, let's go back to Gukesh Sajbhai. I think that's the crucial moment in the game.
रुकेश का
हाँ, I think
भाई
रुके वन.
27 मिनट है तो सोचेगा ना अभी.
ये बात भी है यार. भाई के पास समय बहुत है.
समय ही समय है भाई. उसके बाद या तो वो इमीडिएटली खेल के उसको टाइम पे मतलब प्रेशर डाले उस पर, तब समझ आता है.
साज भाई, सो रिजल्ट्स की जो करंट सिचुएशन है उसके हिसाब से अरविंद अर्जुन इक्वल. Pragg is worse slightly. Gukesh is still slightly better. So it could go either way, yeah. No results confirmed so far. Like it's a crazy day, chat. We've had no results.
उसका तो है ना भाई रिजल्ट नॉर्दरबैक का.
हाँ, but even
नॉर्दरबैक
that's not
अनीश
over,
में
yeah.
रिजल्ट आएगा भाई.
He's still playing. He's still, जब तक पिक्चर बाकी है
ओ
भाई, तो
भाई
पिक्चर बाकी है.
ब्लू बॉम्ब के में नजर डालते हैं ना भाई, वैन के पास 1.5 मिनट ही पड़ा है भाई.
ओ लेट्स गो, क्या हुआ, उसने डिफेंड किया क्या?
भाई उसने रुक बी वन पे निकाल दिया, क्वीन E2 पे छोड़ा था, GH3, रुक बी वन ही प्लेस, बिशप G2 एंड H5 अगेन ओनली मूव प्लेड। उसके पास उसको लेकिन 8 चालें चलनी है भाई 1.5 मिनट के अंदर, 1 minute and 24 seconds, he has to play 8 moves।
देयर इज नो वे इन दिस
क्या क्या
टूर्नामेंट।
लगता है, ब्लंडर होगा यहाँ पे या नहीं ब्लैक से? ऑल्सो लेट मी टेल यू, व्हाइट भी हार सकता है यहाँ पे, क्योंकि व्हाइट थोड़ा जल्दी जल्दी खेल सकता है, लाइक हड़बड़ी में।
नहीं आई एग्री भाई, बट देयर इज नो वे ही कैन प्ले सो मेनी मूव्स यार इन 1.5 मिनट, लाइक करेक्ट मूव्स। I
वो तो
mean,
है भाई।
what White has to do is play a move which Black doesn't expect, and I think he will collapse.
भाई ऑलरेडी पिछली चाल पे उसने 1 मिनट और 16 सेकंड लिए कुछ तो।
चेस क्या ब्यूटीफुल गेम है भाई।
हाँ, जब आपका मैच नहीं होता तो बहुत ब्यूटीफुल लगती है भाई।
हाँ, इतने ब्लंडर भाई देखने में मजा आता है यार। बाय द वे चैट, 1200 लोग देख रहे हैं, एक बार स्ट्रीम जरूर लाइक कर दो, लेट्स गेट मोर पीपल इन। आई थिंक गुकेश की गेम पे चलते हैं साज भाई। आई स्टिल फील लाइक दैट्स द गेम ऑफ द मोमेंट समहाउ। Fedosiev might not take as much time, and Rook A1 is the only move for him. Otherwise, I think Rook D4 is winning for the world champion, followed by Queen F4 ideas as well. So Rook A1, super important. He needs to
बट भाई वो,
have the, हाँ।
ये सो मच टाइम ऑन द क्लॉक भाई, आई थिंक वो सोचेगा अभी।
और कितने मिनट सोचे? मुझे लगता है ही विल थिंक फॉर 2.5 minutes मोर मैक्स, नॉट मोर देन दैट, 2 to 3 minutes। व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
I don't know. I feel like also not much is happening in this match after Rook A1. I feel like Black has to. There is a way. अगर कुछ break through होगा इस पोजीशन में तो 40 साल से पहले नहीं होगा,
तो
because
एक
Gukesh is
मैगी
not gonna
बेट कि
on
ये
what?
इसका टाइम 20 से नीचे होने से पहले ही विल प्ले 4 मिनट।
No, I think for sure that's possible, but I'm not arguing. I'm arguing that Gukesh is not gonna make a breakthrough in this position before 40 moves are done. Because
अच्छा
he's
so
not going to risk his time, which is 4 minutes right now. He's not going to risk that. He's not going to risk to run into some weird calculations. He might go king g8, king g7 as well to like waste some time. So not sure if anything major is going to happen here.
सो यू सेइंग कि रुकिवान निकालेगा बेसिकली वाइट, दैट्स व्हाट यू सेइंग।
हाँ, वो तो निकालो, उसकी नजर ही
हम्म,
उधर है भाई।
भाई वो तो कई बार होता है ना, कहीं पे निगाहें कहीं पे इशारा, सुना होगा।
सुना है भाई।
फतसी भाई फैन है उस कोट के एक्चुअली,
अनफॉर्चुनेटली।
बहुत बड़े फैन है। Meanwhile, Pragg still worse, but okay, not as much now. Arjun also equal. अरे अरविंद ने तब से चला ही नहीं है, सो बिशप G4 इज समथिंग ही मिस्ड आई थिंक।
5 मिनट कितना टाइम, कितनी चालें हो गई वहां पे?
वहां पे हो चुकी हैं 27 मूव्स।
भाई 5 मिनट है अरविंद के पास, वहां चलते हैं ना।
नहीं 9, अच्छा नहीं, एक सेकंड, सॉरी मैं गलत पढ़ रहा हूँ।
आई जस्ट गो हेयर, कितनी चालें हुई हैं? थर्टी
थर्टी
वन
वन हो
भाई,
चुकी
9 चालें
है।
चलनी है उसको 5 मिनट में, अरविंद को।
भाई अर्जुन विंस दिस आई फील, जो लग रहा है।
अर्जुन और अरविंद?
अर्जुन अर्जुन।
आई डोंट नो भाई। टफ। या अब 9 मूव्स इज क्रेजी दो। देखिए बट रुके फिर बिशप G4 इज सिंपल नो, एक बार वो आ गया, बिशप H3 मार दिया, C3 खेल दिया, तो क्या, यू आर जस्ट प्लेइंग फॉर 2 रिजल्ट्स। ये मैच क्रेजी हो जाएगा फिर।
सही में भाई। He already saw Rook A1, but has he played it? Not yet.
नॉट येट भाई, नॉट येट।
कि देखेगा तो Rook A1 के साथ 10 चीजें और।
भाई 4 मिनट फॉर अरविंद।
टाइम प्रेशर हर जगह बनता हुआ। गुकेश के पास 4 मिनट, थाईदाई वैन के पास एक, अरविंद के पास 4।
भाई मेरे को लग रहा है वो मैगी बेट लगा लेनी चाहिए थी मेरे को, 21 मिनट है फेडोसिव के पास, उसने अभी भी नहीं चला है।
You missed out, Saja. Can we go to camera? I want to see if he's in the mood to play. अगर उसका कैमरा आ जाए। नहीं भाई, you
सोच
would
रहा
have
है
won
भाई
the
वो।
bet. You would have won the bet, I think. Or maybe not.
यू नेवर नो, यू नेवर नो। डिड यू बैन GM मैग्नस फ्रॉम सेंडिंग मैसेज? नहीं भाई, बिल्कुल भी नहीं। मेरे लिए सबसे ज्यादा क्रेजी मैच तो भी ब्लूबम और वैन का है भाई। उसने क्या ब्रिलियंस से निकाली, 3 पीस सैक करे हुए हैं, रुक B1 पे पड़ा है, क्वीन 7th रैंक पे, ऐसे 1.5 मिनट है लेकिन आपके पास 8 चालों के लिए, कुछ तो क्रेजी।
White has 2 moves to draw that game, otherwise he's worse.
वही तो मेरे को ही नहीं समझ आ रहा कि
Insane.
कौन ज्यादा ट्राई करेगा यहाँ पे। यू टेक अ ह्यूज रिस्क एंड देन यू रन द रिस्क कि भाई ओपोनेंट कैलकुलेट कर ले, मतलब कर लेगा सब कुछ। बट इफ यू प्ले द बेस्ट मूव्स देन आल्सो उसमें रेपिटेशन हो सकता है।
साल में
इंटरेस्टिंग टू
स्ट्रेस हो
सी
रहा
व्हाट।
है। केक खिलाओ भाई, मैं तो केक खा रहा हूँ भाई अभी एक्चुअली। सो मेरा
क्रेजी,
स्ट्रेस तो कम हो गया भाई।
क्रेजी हो गया भाई तो।
भाई यार, लाइफ इज टू शॉर्ट, ईट दैट केक भाई। आई मीन इट्स इतना टेस्टी है ना भाई कि मैं क्या
भाई
बताऊं
अरविंद
तुम्हें।
इनएक्यूरेसी, यू आर राइट। अरविंद just made a huge inaccuracy भाई। rook takes g4 and queen d2 के बाद गुकेश, I don't understand why he didn't go rook f8 and bishop g4. What did he not like there? Yeah, you are right भाई, अर्जुन can win this।
भाई जीत
क्योंकि
रहा है वो।
h3 का pawn बच गया भाई, h3 का pawn बच गया
बट आई थिंक समहाउ दिस इज लाइक
भाई।
really sad for Arvind. Like this
Fedoseev
is really
blundered,
sad. Really?
Fedoseev
Let's go.
look
I
at
thought so. I thought so. I thought so. Let's go. Winning for Gukesh. And look at the move. It's a beautiful move for Gukesh. It's rook b3. A free rook for Gukesh and he's winning. Wow. And Satya, I would have won the bet actually. Surprisingly.
एक सेकेंड, रुक b3, क्वीन b3, क्वीन d3 चेक, किंग f2 पे क्वीन d2 चेक, यू विन द रुक, किंग g1 पे क्वीन e3 चेक, यू विन द रुक, किंग e1 पे क्वीन e3 चेक, यू विन द रुक। दैट्स द प्लान। बाय द वे प्लेड भाई।
Oh, let's go. Look at the shock. Oh, look at the shock. He can't believe it. What a move by Gukesh. Time just stopped for Fedoseev for a second. That is a beautiful find on the 38th move. He's shaking his head. He's in shock, yeah. He completely missed it.
भाई वो हंस रहा है, like he knows he blundered this. But you have to appreciate the beauty of chess there. That's
Yeah.
beautiful. Rook b3 is
What a
beautiful
move.
there.
What a move by Gukesh is back. I think this is a game he's taking home. And Saj bhai, शायद 40th move पहुंचेगा ही नहीं अभी
हाँ
game because he's
हाँ,
going to resign.
exactly. Agreed भाई।
Oh, he plays.
Yeah, I mean he's trying to get him on the time, but okay,
Is he going to try a
little too
fortress
late.
with bishop b5, like rook c3, queen c3? But I'm sure you're losing the rook there, yeah?
Bishop b5 पे
नहीं,
queen a3 नहीं आ रहा क्या? Or do I have
you're
to
losing
take
the
rook
rook.
c3?
You're losing the rook
अच्छा हाँ,
also
queen
उसमें.
d1 queen d4 check, right
हाँ,
right right।
so वो भी नहीं है.
queen d2 check, sorry।
Yeah, so there is no defense actually.
Yeah, it's like completely lost।
Actually, last defense is bishop e2. You don't take the knight now. You have to play queen b4 and then it's lost. Direct लोगे तो it's a fortress. So I think 39 moves पे white will resign because queen b4 is very important.
हम्म।
Bishop
रुक
e2
भी
के
थी
बाद.
भाई, 50 सेकंड में खेला वो, क्रेजी।
Yeah, I was looking at the number of moves. That's the spirit, bhai. That's the Gukesh we know. चैट जीतेगा ना तो गुकी ओपी स्पैम होना चाहिए यार। आजकल थोड़े से मौके कम मिलते हैं। दिस इज द मोमेंट। फुल ऑन गुकी ओपी ऐसे स्पैम मुझे ऐसे मतलब बोलते हैं ना, एक सेकंड के लगे समय रहना की चैट चल रही है भाई, क्रेजी।
इनसेन। इतना जल्दी खेलना आई थिंक इज वेरी इंप्रेसिव। मींस ही लुक्ड एट दिस बिफोर, या ही आउट कैलकुलेटेड
हम्म
बेसिकली Fedoseev despite having
हम्म
less time on the clock।
इट्स एन इंप्रेसिव मूव एंड द ओनली मूव। अभी नहीं भाई, जीतने दो भाई, चले जीतने दो, पहले जीतने दो भाई। थोड़ा काम। जीतने दो। जीतते जीतते वाले मोमेंट पे, जैसे जीतेगा ना उस टाइम पे। And with this, I think that will be a big win for the world champion. He'll go to 4 points out of, I think, seven, I think, eight. So plus like equal score. तो स्टिल पिक्चर में अभी कुछ मसाला बाकी है भाई, कुछ हो सकता है।
करेक्ट भाई, करेक्ट। ही इज गोना बी ऑन 50% now if he wins this।
आई थिंक ही शुड टेक दैट। आई थिंक
Yeah,
द
catches up
गेम।
to Fedoseev as well। By the way, Nodirbek also about to resign। The tournament leader
या
is going to be taken down for the first time। इसके
सो
बाद
दैट
कोई भी
रियली
अनबीटन
हेल्प्स।
नहीं है ना?
हाँ, that really helps everyone actually. If Nodirbek loses, because then people can catch up with him.
हम्म।
जीतेगा भाई, जीतेगा हमारा कुकी, जीतेगा बिल्कुल भाई। यही यही स्पिरिट भाई साहब में। आई बीन मिसिंग दिस स्पिरिट अ बिट, नो? जब सिंदारोव हैज नॉट लॉस्ट सिंगल गेम, बट जब भी लाइक लाइक इंडियंस जीते, एक मोमेंटम फील होता है। यू फील दिस इनसाइड योरसेल्फ, लाइक मतलब ऐसे एनर्जी, ऐसे लाइक पैशन, ऐसे पेट्रियोटिज्म, लाइक अलग ही फील आती है जब गुकेश, प्रग, अर्जुन, एनी इंडियन विंस।
या भाई, ट्रू।
सहज भाई, आप हंस रहे हो? अब बूढ़ा पैच चलेगा तो देशभक्ति में विश्वास नहीं रखते आप?
दैट्स नॉट व्हाई आई वाज स्माइलिंग भाई।
तो क्या था साथ में, एक्सप्लेन प्लीज।
कुछ नहीं भाई, मतलब जिस रुकबेदरी की मैं ब्यूटी में जस्ट एनालाइज कर रहा था भाई, चेस मतलब थोड़ा इट लुक्स अमेजिंग एक्चुअली, हाउ ब्यूटीफुल दिस मूव इज एक्चुअली।
By the way, Pragg ने blunder नहीं किया शायद. Let's not switch, but Pragg is actually played a good move, and he's likely going to draw as well. So good news there.
हम्म। So I think no losses from what we can see, yeah. Okay, Arvind could lose potentially, but I think still that game is not clear enough.
ये
Pragg, I
मैच
think,
तो
will
हमारा
hold.
है. ये मैच तो हमारा है भाई. Let's go. Oof, what a move. Rook b3 यार. Opponent की हंसी निकल गई. That's a great, you know, video by the way.
साहिल भाई टेकिंग नोट्स देयर। आज का
So good.
थंबनेल में यही लिखना है।
That नहीं नहीं, मैं वो short form that makes your opponent laugh.
भाई अब तो नहीं हंस रहा वो।
How do you say actually?
By the way, Arvind is on 1 minute. That's also going to be super important. Pragg, okay, Pragg is equal. And by the way, Bluebaum versus Van make very, very quick look. Look at this. He plays Queen D3 here. A brilliancy by Bluebaum with after E6. He takes on D3 and he played it in just a second, this move. So no mistakes from Van so far.
भाई, एक वैन है और एक विन है भाई. विन डीजल और वैन डीजल दोनों कभी हारते नहीं. ये क्या था मुझे भी नहीं पता, मैंने बोल दिया साज भाई. सो
बोलने में मजा आ रहा है तो बस।
मजा आ रहा है बस यार, मजा आ रहा है. कुछ भी
गोइंग
निकल
फॉर
जाए मुंह
इट।
से, फर्क नहीं पड़ता यार. कुछ भी बोलो भाई, कम ऑन लेट्स गो. खत्म करो भाई. तो सी भाई, आई थिंक देयर वाज दिस वीडियो दैट वी मेड जहां पे विशी आनंद, विशी सर डिडंट रिजाइन बिकॉज ही डिडंट नो वेयर द रिजाइन बटन इज. आई थिंक फिर को पता है. लेट्स गो.
By the way, Bluebaum has just made a huge inaccuracy. Let's quickly jump to that
वाह
while he thinks. Queen A7. Look at this. I think this was him trying to continue the game. And Van ke paas 1 minute and he has to play 7 moves. And Queen G6 is the move. That's winning.
भाई क्या पोजीशन है यार. You have to
Technically,
really admire how he's defending this.
less than a minute. Less than a minute.
भाई चल
Chale.
भाई.
No
भाई
increment,
रुक,
chat. No
रुके वन मार
increment.
दे. रुके वन, क्वीन बी वन, क्वीन टेक्स ए वन इज फोर मूव्स बाय फोर्स, एंड ही प्लेज इट, या
Plays.
ड्रॉ.
Queen F7, Queen H7. चलो draw तो हो रहा है इधर. Draw ही होगा
हाँ,
क्या?
ड्रॉ होगा यहाँ पे, ड्रॉ होगा. आई थिंक दिस इज अ फोर्स ड्रॉ नाउ, बिकॉज इट्स एंड ऑल्सो लाइक दीज आर मूव्स व्हिच ही कैन प्ले क्विकली. सो आई थिंक ये ड्रॉ हो जाएगा अब.
नहीं नहीं भाई, draw नहीं है.
ड्रॉ है भाई.
नहीं नहीं, टेक्स ऑन A1, क्वीन B1
क्वीन बी
चेक, किंग
वन,
F2 खेला था.
किंग एफ
क्वीन
टू
A1
लॉस्ट. नहीं, ड्रॉ ही है. हाँ, क्वीन सी टू चेक.
चेक नहीं, मेरे पास रेपिटेशन तो हमेशा है ना मेरे पास. तो कुछ
हाँ,
ही
तो
नहीं
ड्रॉ
है.
ही है, वही तो कह रहा हूँ, ड्रॉ ही
हाँ
है,
भाई,
इट्स अ
ड्रॉ
ड्रॉ.
ही है यार. ड्रॉ ही हो रहा है. You're right. Okay, switching back to Fedo.
Oh, Pragg has made a mistake again. So he's slightly worse. So let's stick to Gukesh for now. But Pragg slightly worse again. अरे यार. Hmm. Arjun is still better. So now some hope for Arjun
हमें
fans.
भी ना चैट देख के समझ आ रहा था, अगर चैट कह रही है ये बंदा, इस बंदे ने ब्लंडर किया, मतलब कोई छोटी सी मिस्टेक होगी. अगर चैट बोल रहे हैं कि कोई प्लेयर विनिंग है तो मतलब वो प्लेयर स्लाइटली बेटर है। लाइक हमें पता लग रहा है चैट को कैसे रीड करना है अच्छे से।
हम्म से इस टिक्कू ड्रंक, इसका मतलब है टिक्कू बीमार था कल, तो आज कुछ भी मुंह से निकल रहा है, तो ये चलता है भाई। When is next chess Olympiad? September in Uzbekistan. तैयार रहना भाई, that's the Olympics of chess. An Indian team will be likely, unless Hikaru plays, will be the strongest team in the Olympiad, I think, even at current ratings, very likely.
सहज भाई ज्यादा पर्सनल, हाँ भाई मतलब टेल मी आई एम रॉन्ग। यू नो दिस चैट, यू नो दिस। इतने लोग अर्जुन लॉस क्यों लेकर हैं भाई? अभी तो गेम चल रहा है। आई थिंक आप मुझे कंफ्यूज करने की कोशिश कर रहे हो बेसिकली।
Arjun now minus 1.1.
अरे ह्यूज इफ ट्रू।
Fedoseev taking nap. नहीं नहीं भाई, US team can bring Fabi, Hikaru, Levon, and Hans. I think they will not play though. Hikaru likely will not play, and we don't even know if Wesley will play. So I think they could still be the strongest. Last time, 3 rating points said they were number 1 seed, and I don't know if they will play actually because Hans की rating भी कमी है. Fabi and Hikaru, if they play, I think then of course like they'll be the strongest, but it's not clear yet. Bhai, Pragg is now losing. Big
अब बात कर
mistake
रहे हो?
by Pragg. Rook f5 is the only move threatening f5, where
यस बट
suddenly,
भाई इज इट लॉस्ट?
I mean, lost, it's chat wala lost, yeah, subjective. It's
चैट
worse.
अगर बोलती है लॉस्ट है फिर तो मैं समझ भी जाता भाई।
But it's
ये
subjective
तो
because,
चैट वाला लॉस हो गया है तो।
हाँ मतलब भाई पास पॉन है ना यार ए फाइल पे, रुक ए5. Apparently the rook end game is really bad. Bishop g4 check, knight g4, h g4, and a4. Even the rook end game is really bad apparently. It's minus,
हम्म
it's plus 1.6. And played on the board.
क्रेजी। सो रुके 5, वाओ ही शोइंग दैट एंड गेम टेक्निक अगेन। डॉग में बात है 6 मूव्स और खेलनी है। ही कुड पोटेंशियली टेक डाउन अर्जुन एंड प्रग बैक टू बैक भाई।
भाई ये,
He will be second in the rankings after this. You know this, right, Sahil bhai?
if he wins
Only
Tata
person
Steel,
ahead of him is his Nodirbek, जो साढ़े
if he
पांच पे है।
wins Tata Steel, or even if he finishes in top 2, top 3, you can pretty much be guaranteed you're going to see him in every major event in the year.
या भाई
Like
नॉर्वे चेस में हो सकता है ये भी।
he'll be there. Like it's very likely he'll be there because Magnus is a big fan of this player. And King h6, big mistake, and now it's completely lost for Pragg.
Look,
a4,
looks
just pushing
like
the pawn.
Pragg is just yeah, one mistake के बाद I think he's not able to recover. Yeah, A3 भाई
a3.
slow भाई he's yeah this is a very Magnus type move by the way A3 especially because usually you want to go A4 in this position but he understands that's a bit too committal. So he takes it slow, A3.
नहीं
Very,
Raj bhai,
very mature
I think
decision.
you're slightly wrong there. I think it's too commitical. I
Committal.
I really resonate with that emotion here. Like it's so commitical कि भाई मतलब लग रहा है कि
So
लगने
comical.
वाली है सहज भाई.
But still, why I think A3 is a very like this is Magnus, yeah? This is what Magnus does here.
भाई
And a
खत्म हो गया यार.
14-year-old playing this move is very, very impressive.
लग गई यार. भाई क्या बनता है 14 year old यार. 14 साल. ओके, 14 साल में तो मैं टीचर से डांट करा था कि भाई तू पढ़ लिख ले वरना फेल हो जाएगा, समथिंग लाइक दैट, या 9th standard 8th standard, या दैट रेजोनेट्स.
भाई फेडोसिव लग रहा है मेरे को सोच के रिजाइन ही कर देगा। चला है कुछ अभी? रुक बी 3 के बाद क्वीन D2 चला उसने, क्वीन B4 के बाद आई मीन ही इज जस्ट गोना लूज द pawn,
या
the knight on C3 and that's over, right? You can just resign.
Yeah, let's say here, I think, chat, because we're going to see recognition from Fedoseev. I just don't see a move here. Free piece hai. And uske baad you're just gonna be, I mean, it's just over, I think. Exchange down इस position में कौन ही खेलेगा? Wow, so big win for Gukesh. Yeah, at least he strikes back. An important win. And he'll have white in the next game. So good chances. Oh, wait, what?
That last try, yeah. यश भाई खुश होंगे ये मूव देख के.
But rook c3, I mean, I don't even touch that bishop. हाथ ही नहीं लगाऊंगा उस बिशप को भाई मैं. Rook c3. You don't even have a check, I think. Yes,
Taken.
let's go. Gookie boy. Saj bhai, summarize today's Gukesh's game in one word.
Beautiful.
Fair. Chat, any one word summarization of Gookie game. And जैसे डिजाइन करेगा भाई, Gookie अभी चलना चाहिए 2 3 4 मिनट तक सीधा, रुकना ही नहीं चाहिए, कुछ भी हो जाए, बस चलते रहना चाहिए. Who gonna
Convincing,
play
I guess,
against
is another
Pakistan in
one.
Olympiad? Yeah, भाई बिल्कुल. Comeback, chess, unstoppable.
Stoppable.
Chalo, me and Gookie on this, opposite side of the same coin. Flawless, convincing, comical,
Comitical.
comitical. I love that word. Champion. Hey boy. Resilient. Magnificent. Oh, nice.
भाई Bluebaum
still-
draw कर रहा है उधर. Repetition incoming.
भाई कितना दुख होगा. ब्लू हमने जितनी मिस्ड विन करी है ना, उतना किसी ने नहीं करी एक्चुअली.
भाई उसके 3 गेम आई थिंक कुछ तो विनिंग्स एकदम ड्रॉ पे आ गए.
Organism. Oh, fair. That's a fair assessment of the game. One organism beating the other.
Oh, by Vedant Panesar is dead lost now against Daniil Yuffa.
Okay. Chat. I think we can switch to Arjun's game, but ये game खत्म होने वाली है. I just don't see Fedoseev playing on here. We want to capture the final moments. By the way, Arjun is minus 2.5 now. Completely winning for
भाई
Arjun
वहीं चलते हैं
Erigaisi.
ना यार.
Chalo, because Rook
मुकेश बोर्ड पे ही
G4,
नहीं है.
this kind of, I don't know, this kind of forces the Rook trade, and जब भी अगर मारोगे Knight G4, H2 pawn गया, this is just over, I think.
Yeah, if you take on G4, Knight H2 is winning. By the way, 40th move है, so very crucial for Arjun there.
And if you don't take Rook F2, then there is Knight C4 check. So Sahaj by Arjun with a crazy comeback in a let's say almost lost position. And Arvind, I mean, this is just heartbreak for Arvind Chithambaram, who, if you look at the last results, he'll have half a point in 5 games. That's
भाई वो
just
हाफ भी
disappointing.
जो था वो भी लॉस थी उसकी, याद है आपको?
हाँ, वो भी lost थी actually. Sahaj bhai, this is exactly what happened at Uzbekistan chess, and this is just worse. Like exactly what happened. He played so well, lost one game, collapsed in the next, draw, collapsed in the next, and then he couldn't hold his rating and couldn't hold fort against anybody. So you can look at his body language. He knows he was better. He played marvelously in the opening, like basically out calculated, out understood the game versus Arjun, and then collapses in one mistake and it's over now.
Correct. By the way, Fedoseev still playing. ने रिजाइन नहीं किया अभी तक.
उठ के तो नहीं जाएगा ना भाई.
तो गुकेश ही नहीं है अभी तो बोर्ड पे, तो रेजिग्नेशन कैसे होगा?
By the way, slight mistake by Erdogmus as well. So Pragg may be an outside chance which he grabs onto with both hands. But the position is still tough. But okay, some chances to hold now.
For Pragg. By very difficult to hold that.
Yeah. Bishop D7.
He
Nice
made
move.
2 inaccuracies. Yeah, that's true.
I think let's come at this at the end because this may I think दो move हैं सिर्फ. They're gonna reach the time control pretty comfortably. And Gukesh, and let's go. Has he resigned? No,
No, he plays bishop
Bishop
c2.
C2. Oh, chat. Let's go, bhai. Move.
He
And
just
he resigns
resigns.
now.
He just
ये क्या
resigns.
था?
He just says Rook f3 is there, and that's why he just resigned. Yeah, probably missed it initially, but then he saw it. He's like, okay, I'm just gonna resign here. That's it.
Wow. Rook F3, by the way, was mate in 6 or something. So what a game. Let's go. Gookie up in the chat. रुकना नहीं चाहिए भाई लोग. भाई spam होना चाहिए. The world champion has had a comeback. And this is what all the fans wanted by the world champion striking with the black pieces against a man in form. And hopefully this can be the turnaround we're all hoping for. Saad bhai, मजा आया भाई.
It was a treat to watch, I have to say, in today's game. Also, Fedoseev was been, had a great game against Arjun. Also, I had a good game against Pragg as well. He played for like 100 moves or something there. It's nice to it felt like Fedoseev is that curse, yeah, against Indian players. So Gukesh breaking that curse is nice.
Yeah, breaking the curse and breaking the trend of those losses. And hopefully, Gukesh's win can motivate others to win. So let's jump quickly to the Arjun Erigaisi game, who is also winning if he can find Rook to G4. You see, Arvind,
I
he's devastated right now.
Arjun Kelly, I think just one move, yeah, but Pragg and Erdogmus having two moves to be played with no increment, and both have like less than a minute, less than 2 minutes on the clock. So, like, can we let's go to the 40 moves, no? Then we can switch.
Sure. And you can see Erdogmus there who won against Arjun yesterday. Can he do the same against Pragg? He was completely winning, messed it up a bit, but still holding on fort, yeah, maintaining all pawns on dark squares, knight c4.
Now bishop e6. Two more moves for Pragg.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe. I think Pragg is safe now. At least
नहीं
for the
भाई
time
pawn
being.
तो अभी भी down है ना आपका.
Huh, bishop e6 now maybe. But okay, you have knight b2. Oof. Rook a6.
Maybe he
Yeah,
wants to play
maybe.
knight b2, knight d3, knight c5, yeah, like this.
Yeah, that looks strong. Okay, still not clear, chat. Still not clear. Googie अभी मजा आया भाई गुकेश इवन के साथ यार. See how good you feel about chess suddenly when Indians win, Saj. है ना?
Correct,
It just
bhai,
feels
correct.
completely different world, yeah? मतलब like you're like, oh, bhai, vibing right now. Like it just, everything makes sense suddenly.
By 2 minutes for Pragg.
He needs to play 2 more moves. Luckily for him, यहाँ पे ज़्यादा गलतियां करने के ऑप्शन कम ही है. Just move the bishop, avoid knight b6. Because then it could be, yeah, bishop e6, nice move.
He plays bishop e6, yeah?
Yes, nice move. And now knight b2 is one option. You could just play knight e3. Like it, you can just kind of hold on, try to reach the 40th move and then decide what to do.
He's
Okay,
going
he's
for the
moving the
knight.
knight.
आ
Come
जाएगा
on,
ना
come
भाई वो
on.
भी.
Knight,
एक
knight,
सेकंड के
knight,
लिए वो आई
knight,
थिंक
knight,
डिस्कनेक्ट हुआ
knight,
था.
knight. 40 seconds. One move. Knight
Played.
b2 played. Takin the rook. I think rook a6 will be played in just a second.
Now rook a5 is apparently just equal.
Rook a5. Maybe says, okay.
भाई वो फाइनली उठा यार इतने टाइम से he had less time on the clock. Finally seeing Erdogmus getting up from the
भाई
board.
वो प्रग की शर्ट है तो अगर प्रग गलती से हार गया, I mean, I'm just looking at pattern recognition.
By the way, Bluebaum and Van have drawn their match. So Bluebaum would not be happy with that result, yeah? And
Yeah,
Arjun,
I mean,
by the way, did not play rook g4. He
oh,
played the second best move, which is taking on d3, king takes, and then goes rook a5 to attack this pawn on a2. And now, by the way, like logic says you should play a3 here. But I think black has d5, which will be completely winning for Arjun. So Arvind has to go knight c3 to stop d5. But this is so hard from Arvind's perspective, bhai, because few moves ago you were trying to play for a win and now you have to basically draw, yeah, two result position जहाँ पे आपको सिर्फ draw के लिए बैठना है.
And you're playing only moves for that draw. So not even like a tiny scope of error you're allowed now anymore. And again, if you remove that h3 pawn, white has no risk. So rook g4 वाला idea समझ ही नहीं आया. Bishop g4 takes on h3 would have ensured him a comfortable draw way back earlier. जब rook g4 मारा था उन्होंने. So yeah,
इधर
I mean
rook f8
exactly.
and bishop g4,
Yeah,
you would win bishop h3 there.
yeah.
हुआ ये कि इस एंड गेम में h3 का पॉन मरा नहीं.
क्या
Why
ही है
Nodi
चेस.
again dead lost?
Pragg played a5. Yeah, he played rook a5 by the way. Pragg has put that rook there. So 40 moves have been reached. And now we can stick to Arjun's game, I think.
Okay.
Dogmas सोचेगा.
We'll go to Arjun. So Arvind
Yeah.
has 28 minutes.
I'll back in just 2 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Pawn a2 ka attacked, and as we said, d5 is the problem that Arvind needs to deal with. So, for example, if you play something like a3, then d5 is very dangerous. Pawn takes, rook takes, and basically दो open file ऐसे खुल जाती हैं rooks के लिए. And with the open file, I can try to put my rook on d1, then I can put it on h1 and take this pawn, or maybe on b1, take this pawn, and so on and so on. So रुक्स को आप जितना कम ओपन फाइल्स दे सकते हो उतना फायदा है. दैट्स वाई नाइट c3 अभी सिर्फ एक ओपन फाइल है जो कवर्ड नहीं है. बाकी ये ओपन फाइल में तो हमारा रुक है. एंड सी और डी फाइल्स ओपन नहीं रहती. इफ ब्लैक प्लेज रुक e5 देन यू गो किंग d2 टू ब्लॉक दिस स्क्वायर. एंड ओके, अब रुक e8 तो नहीं आ सकते बिकॉज रुक h4 खेल के मैं इस पॉन को ही मार दूंगा. देन योर एंटायर एडवांटेज जस्ट गोज अवे. So basically his next move is forced. Okay, he plays knight c3 on the board. I have a feeling he can hold this. I don't know. Like I really think he can hold this. I'm trying to come up with a way for black to go for a win, but it's not that simple. एक बार ऐसे कुछ a3 king d2 करके मैंने fortress बिठा लिया तो might be difficult for Arjun to push for the win here, but I think he will push regardless. He plays rook e5 to target rook e1 like we mentioned, and now king d2 is the move to guard this square. ठीक है, आपके पास ओपन फाइल है बट आपके पास एक्सेस नहीं है कहीं पे भी. दैट्स व्हाट अरविंद इज सेइंग. Anish's game. हाँ भाई, Anish is completely dominating against Nodirbek. Let's take a quick look there as well. Oh ho bhai, look at this brilliancy by Anish. Wow. And the idea is simple. If you take on c5, rook c1 check, and then I just recapture here. नहीं, और कितने पॉइंट डाउन हो भाई आप? एक दो तीन, एक दो तीन चार पाँच, 2 पॉइंट डाउन हो भाई आप यहाँ पे. या दिस इज लॉस. एंड दिस नाइट ऑन h4 भाई कितने टाइम से मूव नहीं किया है. इफ आई कैन जस्ट गो बैक एंड मूव 16 पे नाइट h4 खेला था चाट. ठीक है, तब से देखो ये मूव जो प्रोग्रेस हुई है. दिस नाइट हैज रिमेन्ड ऑन h4 and it has not contributed whatsoever to this game. That's the main reason why he's worse, like in the entirety of the game. He plays rook d2 and now you can see from the blue arrow rook 7 b5 is the only move. But okay, not a very difficult one. आपका रुक नाइट का नाइट मर रहा है तो यू हैव टू डिफेंड इट. नाइट को आप मूव नहीं कर सकते बिकॉज c6 का पॉन मर जाएगा. सो रुक b5 मेक्स द मोस्ट सेंस. वुड एक्सपेक्ट इट very quickly from Anish. And also look at this knight by the way, completely blocked. Yeah, कुछ चाल ही नहीं है इस नाइट के पास. It's like Anish is playing with an extra piece if you think about it. Yeah, अगर आप इस साइड पे अगर आप देखो, इसमें फिर से रेक्टेंगल बनाता हूँ, मेरे को अच्छा लगा ये कॉन्सेप्ट. लाइक इट्स लाइक ब्लैक हैज एन एक्स्ट्रा पीस. अगर आप क्वीन साइड पे खेल रहे हो तो ये नाइट कभी बाहर ही नहीं निकल सकता. तो दैट्स व्हाई ही इज कंप्लीटली विनिंग. Yeah, great result there for Anish. I think still some chess left to be played, but he should be winning. And by the way, Arvind has gone for king d2, so the best move in the position. He has guarded the back rank here. No more rook e1 allowed. And yeah, now I think Arjun has to come up with some technical idea, कुछ breakthrough के लिए. Perhaps a6 b5 is one of them. Perhaps rook e8 तो नहीं खेल सकते हैं यहाँ पे, because वहाँ पे तो rook h4, rook h3 looks very bad. If we think about this position, then it's kind of a fortress, because you're not giving me d5. This is blocked. यहाँ पे नजर है हमारी. Rook, you're not giving me rook e1, and I'm not giving you the f file either. And it's kind of like a fortress, I think, that white को सिर्फ wait करना है यहाँ पे, and black को कुछ progress करना है. तो fortress तोड़ने के तीन तरीके होते हैं, right? There is one zugzwang. Zugzwang मतलब कि आपके opponent के पास कोई चाल ही नहीं है. Like any move is going to be worse. Zugzwang is not possible. White can always play rook f3, rook f4, or b3. I mean, something will always be there. Second is break, like some kind of a pawn breakthrough, which is what I was looking at, which is a6 b5 karke, pawn breakthrough. And the third one is like you make a sacrifice, so like rook g5, rook takes g3, something like this. Rook g5 also looks tempting, but there is knight e4, and then rook g3 is not going to be possible. And also this is just like, it feels like a trick. Yeah, it doesn't feel like technique. It feels like, okay, मैं एक चाल का की मतलब trap लगा रहा हूँ. I think judging by all of this, a6 b5, the pawn breakthrough makes the most sense to me. That's how you break this fortress. और कोई chance में, if you're not able to play this successfully, then I don't think Arjun makes any progress here. Arvind looks devastated after that mind-blowing opening. Sad to see him. Yeah, bhai. I mean, think about it. Now he was trying to play for a win throughout. From move one, he was playing for a win, and he got the position that he wanted. He got the time that he wanted. He got everything that he wanted. But then one inaccuracy, and Arjun, did not give him a second chance. And now he has to defend, like he has to hold a fortress when he was driving the game from move one. So that's not ideal. Okay, Arjun goes for a6. Yeah, he realizes that pawn breakthrough is the best way to go. And I think it's important to mention that even though b5 is an idea, there is of course one old quote here, that a threat is better than execution, and it would apply in this position, because b5 आपको अभी खेलना जरूरी नहीं है, right time पे खेलना जरूरी है. So you can shuffle your pieces around, rook h7, king, I don't know, king c7, king c6, and you wait for the right moment. Remember कि white के पास कोई improvement का तरीका नहीं है. White को fortress hold करना मतलब यही position रखनी है. King move होता है तो rook e1 आ रहा है. King knight d5 आता है तो some rook e2 check के plans, and b5 becomes more risky. That could be an ideal moment to play b5, by the way. Rook move करता है. I don't know what the problem with that is. Probably c4 pawn becomes weak. Rook f5 से निकलता है तो of course rook f8 है मेरे पास. So lots of pieces जो एकदम best जगह पे पड़े हुए हैं, and you should not move them. In fact, in this position, Arvind just has one move, bhai. Just one move, which is a4. If you don't play a4, then it's lost, because apparently Arjun can just play b5 and it would be winning for him. So a4 is the move. Hold the fortress. He is looking on the queen side, Arvind. Let's see if he finds this move. Played, bhai. Nice. Good fortress. Let's go. b5 not allowed anymore. Okay, Arvind is not going to make this easy. This is nice to see. By kaun si girl? Acha, that the arbiter you're talking about, chat, I think. Yes, of course, she's the arbiter, so she has to be there every every day, bhai. So yeah, that's the update on Arvind versus Arjun. Anish still thinking in that position after rook b5, and Pragg is, oh, sorry, Erdogmus is the one thinking in that position. So this is the position, rook a5, and Erdogmus has been thinking for almost 9 minutes. Technically, he can take on c6. He doesn't. Okay, he goes knight d3. He wants to put his knight on c5. And now bishop d5 is very tempting for Pragg, क्योंकि ये g2 के pawn को कौन बचाएगा? I think as soon as Pragg is back on the board, we will see this move. King f2 will be played. King g6, knight c5, king f5, like this. And even though the knight is very nicely placed here, this is again a fortress. Knight is the rook. I mean, first of all, this rook is stuck defending the pawn and the knight. If you ever play a4, then this knight will be stuck defending this. And it's like a triangle. Yeah, rook knight को बचा रहा है, knight pawn को बचा रहा है, and so on. ये king यहाँ से move नहीं कर सकता because g2 pawn is hanging. So that means all of your pieces are basically tied down defending other pieces. So it could be a fortress as well here. And I think Pragg is comfortable. जो problem थी वो चली गई है भाई. आर्बिटर की सैलरी पता नहीं भाई, बट आई थिंक यू कैन लुक दिस अप, लाइक ओलंपियाड वगैरह की सैलरीज आई थिंक ये आपको ऑनलाइन दिख जाती हैं, बट आई डोंट नो, आई नेवर लुक्ड माई सेल्फ. So yeah, that's the update there. Anish still thinking. भाई इधर ही रुकते हैं, आई थिंक यहाँ पे ज़्यादा चांस है. अर्जुन को तो अभी टाइम लगेगा, बिकॉज ही इज गोना create a way to break through in that. Actually, let's go to Arjun's board. Yeah, let's see. Let's try to get in his head and see what is he thinking. How is he going to break this fortress? Because of course, Arjun is not going to accept a draw here. Why should he? Because it's a two result position. He is an exchange up. Yeah, white के पास एक pawn है G3 का जो which is giving some hope to Arvind. But I'm very interested to know if this position is objectively winning or not. I doubt if it is. I don't see a clear way for black to kind of make progress. But अर्जुन कुछ निकालेगा यहाँ पे क्रेजी, आई फील. और बाय द वे, अच्छा अर्जुन तब से वापस ही नहीं आया A4 के बाद. क्रेजी भाई, इस मूव को हो गए 3 मिनट. इनसेन. हाउ डज अ नाइट मूव भाई? द वे दैट इट वांट्स टू. Sahaj bhai, would you have Arvind or Vidit for the Olympiad? I think we answered this before. I think जिसकी भी ज़्यादा रेटिंग है, that's the easiest answer here, yeah. जिसकी रेटिंग ज़्यादा है, that's it. Bhai, I would want Vishy sir to be at the Olympiad, to be honest. We were talking about this a bit earlier. Imagine these three and then Vishy. I mean, that's a cheat code right there. What is cloud evaluation? भाई तुम क्लाउड पे ही रहो. हर चीज एक ना, ये जीएम मैग्नस का मैं कोई कमेंट नहीं पढ़ता. हर आधे घंटे में क्लाउड की वैल्यूएशन भाई. इसी से आदत लगती है इन चीजों की, और ये बहुत गंदी आदत है बाय द वे. लाइक इट्स ऑल्सो स्टॉप्स यू फ्रॉम थिंकिंग ऑब्जेक्टिवली और रैशनली अबाउट द पोजिशन, जिसकी आदत आपको डालनी चाहिए. बट आई थिंक यू कैन सी, अगर आप बार में आप देख रहे हो फोर्ट्रेस है, फोर्ट्रेसेस इंजन को नहीं समझ आते उतने अच्छे से, तो यहाँ पे क्लाउड इज नॉट गोना बी वेरी हेल्पफुल. If you count Veshi, then count Hikaru, Fabi, Levon, Wesley. Why should I count them? They're not from India. So why should I count them in the Olympiad team? That makes no sense. Sahaj bhai, we're not cloud professionals. Give us cloud. भाई तभी तो ये professionals का ही tool है भाई. It is not meant for like regular viewers in that sense. पता है, मैंने भी cloud जब तक मैं like 2400 2500 तक नहीं पहुंचा था, तब तक मैंने cloud नहीं यूज किया था कभी भी. इट्स अ वेरी बैड हैबिट, बिकॉज आपको ना फिर आप चेस को रैशनली नहीं देखते हो, फिर आप हमेशा क्लाउड के इवैल्यूएशन का वेट करते हो हर आधे घंटे में, एंड दैट्स अ वेरी बैड हैबिट.
Saj bhai, what if we like bad habits?
देन आप केक खाओ भाई.
भाई केक तो खा लिया भाई, मस्त था, मजा आया भाई. एंड ये टिंगू टिंगू क्या चल रहा है? व्हाट इज टिंगू टिंगू?
मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई, ये आपको अच्छा ये बहुत बहुत पुराने व्यूअर्स हैं आई थिंक ये. जॉय जंक्शन, आई रिमेंबर यू भाई.
सो टिंगू, आई मीन साज भाई, सो क्या लग रहा है भाई इस गेम में क्या होगा, लाइक दोनों गेम्स में रिजल्ट? चैट, ओके, प्रिडिक्शंस. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, डॉगमस वर्सेस प्रग. प्रग विन ड्रॉ लॉस, व्हाट डू यू थिंक? साल भाई, साल भाई, सॉरी साज भाई, व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
आपने अपने आप को ही साहिल भाई बोल दिया, क्या बात है भाई.
व्हाट डिड यू से? टिंगू भाई, बट मैंने साहिल भाई गलती से बोल दिया यार.
साहिल भाई
शिट.
आप बताओ
सो
सहज भाई, आपको कैसा लगता है?
draw. I think draw would be amazing, actually. I think we'll take that draw. And bishop on d5 looking great, like a hunk on d5. So hopefully it will be a draw. Sajay, do you agree?
या इक्वल.
Equal, ठीक है. And finally about the Arjun game. Final prediction भाई,
सहज
क्या
भाई,
लग
डू
रहा है?
यू एग्री?
साहिल भाई से पूछ के बताता हूँ. Arjun game भाई, what do you think?
भाई पता नहीं क्या सीन है मेरे इंटरनेट का यार.
भाई आप साहिल भाई से पूछने गए हो गया ना, मुझे लगा.
अब तो आ रही है ना बस.
हाँ हाँ, आ रही है भाई. चैट करिए, अर्जुन विन. वुड यू अग्री साहज कि अर्जुन विल विन दिस?
अनलाइकली आई थिंक.
ओ वाह.
फोर्ट्रेस है भाई आई थिंक.
फोर्ट्रेस. So let's see, chat. I am on your in
Unlikely, I
your
think.
boat. I'm hoping for Arjun win. I mean, hoping क्या like it's hard, यार. मतलब it's like Arvind के लिए दुख इतना हो रहा है. You want him to hold, but you also want Arjun to gain back some form. So I don't know what to
Hmm.
wish for here.
बुडापेस्ट में भी बीएसएनएल है क्या? कैसा दे आर आस्किंग, बुडापेस्ट में भी बीएसएनएल है क्या? नहीं भाई, आई थिंक
भाई
पूरी
BSNL.
बिल्डिंग में ये सीन रहता है यार, पूरी बिल्डिंग में जिसका भी वाईफाई, एक्चुअली एक ही प्रोवाइडर है यहाँ पे, एंड वो सेम प्रोवाइडर, सबके साथ ये सेम प्रॉब्लम आती है कि 10 सेकंड के लिए इंटरनेट जाता है एंड देन वापस आ जाता है, वी डोंट नो व्हाई, एंड इट्स फाइबर या।
भाई वैसे ही BSNL में B is for Budapest. How did you not know this? Like, come on, chat. Like, come on, यार. इतना जनरल एजुकेशन तो होना चाहिए.
हाँ भाई, भाई वो आई थिंक वो 10 सेकंड के लिए जाएगा बोर्ड, फिर वापस आ जाएगा अपने आप, नहीं आता तो मतलब। अच्छा, रियली क्रेजी, ह्यूज ऑफ ट्रू, ट्रू इफ ह्यूज। And by the way, now
Uh,
B3 is a great move for.
भाई wait. Is Nodirbek holding?
Oh yes, he is.
भाई
By
he is
blunder,
holding.
blunder by Anish with rook c1 check, and now rook c2 is back. भाई
भाई if he
ये
survives this.
बहुत हर्ट करेगा यार, अगर ये नहीं जीता अनीश तो बहुत हर्ट करेगा भाई।
हाँ. And it will hurt everyone actually in the tournament because Nodirbek will gain half a point, will go to 6 points then. Budapest Sanchar Nigam Limited. Exactly, why? How did you not know this, chat? I mean, this should be like basic. यार ना स्कूल में पढ़ाते हैं तो.
सहज भाई, डू यू कंसिडर 1700 ऑनलाइन रेटिंग नूब? आई मीन, not necessarily, but okay, like not necessarily, yeah. Depends, yeah, कौन player है, but yeah, it's in that territory though. So Sahaj bhai, why Arjun did not
Elitist.
play rook g4? Because it is so logical. If Arvind does not take rook by bishop e2, then Arjun himself can take the rook and damage the structure of white. It is logical. I think आप अर्जुन की गेम पे बात कर रहे हो, तो let's go to Arjun's match. They were talking about this move, Sahil bhai.
Hmm.
Here, I think there was somewhere he could play rook g4, right?
Hmm.
यहाँ की बात कर रहे हो आप?
I
Why
think
he
black की
he
दूसरी
didn't
बात कर रहे हैं.
play rook f8 and bishop g? I This is the thing that I don't understand, because I think Arvind should have taken here and taken on g4 because he was winning h3. Now it's possible
Hmm.
that he didn't like queen f1 check. उसमें आपको bishop d1 खेलना forced है. Maybe he wasn't comfortable analyzing all of this. Could be a tactical reason. But yeah, it is strange for sure. Maybe it was time pressure. Yeah.
The
But yeah,
GN
clearly
Sahil
something
stands for
didn't work.
GM. Thanks यश भाई. You know नाम चेंज करने का प्रोसीजर होता है. You can just न्यूज़पेपर में अनाउंस करना होता है. You know साहब, you can change your name at any point. You can name it anything. बस अनाउंस कर दो न्यूज़पेपर में and your new name is
हाँ
your name.
हाँ, आप अपने आप को ही साहिल बुला रहे हो भाई अब तो। अब मतलब मैं भी अपने आप को सहज, मैं आपको सहज बुला देता हूँ भाई। लो साहज, और बताओ साहज।
Sahaj sounds
साहज
cool
भाई, और
actually.
बताओ साहज भाई।
It's not bad. Sahaj is not bad.
कैसा
It's
लग रहा है
nice.
आपको साहज भाई? कैसी लग रही है पोजीशन यहाँ पे साहज भाई?
कैसी लग रही है? मेरे को लग रहा है कि यार अगर यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा मैं रुक G5 और रुक टेक्स G3 मार दूं तो थोड़ा
हम्म।
गर्मी बढ़ जाएगी गेम के अंदर.
गर्मी।
हम्म.
सही बोला आपने साहज भाई। रुक g5 इज टू
हाँ.
स्कैरी, अग्रीड भाई, कंप्लीटली।
टिचकू भाई आपको क्या लगता है भाई? लाइक मारना चाहिए G3 या क्या? मैं इतना नीचे कैसे चला गया भाई?
भाई चैट
हाँ.
यार, मेरे को लग रहा है आप ना कमेंट्री नहीं देख रहे हो यार, मेरे को लग रहा है कि आप मतलब थोड़ा लेट आ रहे हो, या फिर आप इंटरनेट एक्सप्लोरर से देख रहे हो, बिकॉज अनीश का ब्लंडर वी डिड just now we saw Anish's position, and yes, he has blundered bhai, but he still has good chances though to come back.
By the way, Tichku is not even like surprising because if you go to Eastern European countries, like उसको वो they pronounce CS ch, तो वो टिचको ही रहता है भाई. It's not really टिक्कू for anybody there.
Huge if true.
जहाज भाई. जहाज भाई बुडापेस्ट सीधा तो दिल्ली आएंगे नेक्स्ट।
आप बताओ साहज भाई, कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बढ़िया लग रहा है भाई, लाइक इट्स सो मच फन टू, आई कैन नॉट टेल यू।
भाई एक दिन ना हमको ऐसे
हाँ,
करना चाहिए स्ट्रीम जहाँ पे मैं आपकी तरह बोल रहा हूँ और आप मेरी तरह बोल रहे
वी कैन डू दैट एक्चुअली, दैट बी
हो।
फन।
एक्चुअली बाय द वे, नॉर्दर्बेक ब्लंडर,
ये
golden opportunity for Anish to bounce back in the game with a winning position, queen king e5.
ये लेट्स गो।
ये
बाय द वे नोडी ने तो गलती कर दी, तो बाय द वे, ओ मिस्टेक बाय अरविंद, रूक F7, बिग मिस्टेक। I mean, looks logical, but
he missed rook e8, rook f8 भाई. That's clever actually, very clever and very hard to see. Because you're thinking भाई, why should I not go rook h5 and rook f5, right? अगर आपको f file पे ही तोड़ना है, तो why should we do it from the back rank?
I
And
don't know
let's not
Saj bhai.
forget knight b5, knight d6 भी आ रहा है भाई. हाँ बोलो भाई, बोलो बोलो.
मैंने I don't know कि
कुछ
बैक
तो
रैंक से क्यों
सोचा
करना
आपने
है।
भाई, बोलो.
I would say कि फ्रंट रैंक से भी कर सकते हैं, like simply रुकिए but I like it।
हाँ हाँ हाँ, करेक्ट भाई, करेक्ट. फ्रंट रैंक कौन सा होता है भाई? आई वुड लव टू नो.
भाई भाई सी, ब्लैक ये जो बैक रैंक है, जो एट रैंक, दिस इज फ्रंट रैंक फॉर ब्लैक नो। एक का ब्लैक रैंक इक्वल टू फ्रंट रैंक ऑफ द अदर नो।
व्हाट?
मतलब अगर बैंक रैंक चेकमेट हो रही है, ठीक है,
भाई
मान
वो
लो कि
दोनों का बैक रैंक होता है भाई.
नहीं, बट अगर एट्थ
हाँ
रैंक में
जी.
मेट हो रही है तो ब्लैक का बैक रैंक हुआ, तो व्हाइट का फ्रंट रैंक हुआ ना।
व्हाइट का भी बैक रैंक हुआ भाई. ये
नहीं,
कैसे
व्हाइट का
लॉजिक है
बैक
भाई?
रैंक तो फर्स्ट रैंक हुआ ना भाई। एक का फ्रंट, एक दूसरे का बैक, एंड एक का बैक इस दूसरे का फ्रंट, एंड ही फाइंड्स द बैक रैंक मूव भाई,
भाई
फ्रंट रैंक
थैंक
फॉर
गॉड
व्हाइट।
अर्जुन फाउंड इट भाई. आई डोंट नो हाउ आई वुड कंटिन्यू दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन भाई. थैंक यू अर्जुन भाई, थैंक यू.
एंड रुकी एट प्लेड बैक रैंक पे खेल रहे हैं, एंड नाउ आई थिंक
किसका
रुक एच
बैक
एफ
रैंक
एट
भाई?
एंड रुक F2।
फिर किसका बैक रैंक है वो, ये भी तो बताओ.
ब्लैक का बैक रैंक, व्हाइट
अच्छा
का
अच्छा
फ्रंट रैंक।
अच्छा अच्छा, ग्रेट, क्रेजी. फ्रंट.
क्या साज भाई, बेसिक चेस नॉलेज तो होनी चाहिए यार। आई मीन दिस इज लाइक चेस बेसिक्स।
Okay, all
मेरे
anyone
कोच ने
who has
बचपन में सिखाया
just
था
tuned
फ्रंट रैंक
in or
बैक
has
रैंक।
not looked at this channel, there is no such thing as a front rank in chess. Just putting it out there.
बट why partiality? This is like backist, no? Like we need front rank also, I feel.
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
Anyways,
I dare you to say this to Magnus, ठीक है? Next time कोई किसी event में you are there, he's there, ask him this question. Why is there a back rank in chess and not a front rank?
you know what? I would actually do that.
आपको 10
I would
मैगी मेरी
actually,
तरफ से provided भाई.
nahi, nahi, I would actually do that for free, bhai. That is great content. I would do it for
Why is there a
free.
back rank, not a
I
front?
don't even need Maggies, bhai. भूखा करूंगा मैं भाई ये। एक का बैक दूसरे का फ्रंट, एग्जैक्टली दैट्स द पॉइंट ना, लाइक उसका बैक है तो हमारा फ्रंट हुआ ना। एंड द पॉइंट इज, चैट एट द एंड, फ्रंट हो बैक हो, एट द एंड अर्जुन इज विनिंग। एंड साज आई वांट आस्क यू from Arvind's perspective, like what does this mean? Because at the end, sort of jokes aside, um, like this is just looking like tragedy, yeah, मतलब like loss after loss after loss. I mean, फ्रंट ट्रैक का फायदा नहीं उठा पा रहे अरविंद, क्या करें यहाँ पे।
हम्म. चैट ने तो मिड रैंक भी निकाल दिया भाई, वो भी अब चीज है.
Side rank could be true, like that makes sense।
No, there
A and
is
H
no such
files,
thing as side rank. There is no
he
such
should
thing as
have
front rank.
no
There is no
A
such
and H
thing, chat.
files side rank। साथ में अरविंद के बारे में तो बताओ यार, ज्यादा ही घूम गए, घुल गए आप।
भाई इट्स सैड यार. It's sad. Not much to be said, but it's just sad. And of course, it has not gone the way that he wanted. And yeah, it's sad.
Hmm. So this is sad and sad, as Sajbhai said, and very sad. And Rukesh fit coming, not looking great.
Hmm.
And H2 पहुंच जाएगा
Diagonal
तो nothing
rank,
else
bhai.
matters.
Crazy. By the way, Anish has capitalized on that mistake by Nodirbek, which was king c3. He played king e5, knight g6, check pay king d6, and Anish is back to the winning ways. It is winning now.
Hmm. It is. It is.
फ्रंट रैंक पे भी बैक रैंक पे भी हर जगह विनिंग है तो
I think उन ranks की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी. They're gonna win without the ranks. Also, E3 followed by F2 can be a threat. So it just feels like White is battling too many battles at the same time. And King D4 may be okay, but Rook B2, yeah, I mean, it looks like over.
रुक भी तू
Yeah.
रुक भी तू इज टू स्ट्रांग ओह रुक भी टू में बढ़िया टैक्टिक है भाई रुक सी फाइव में आई थिंक रुक बी फोर चेक है मेरे पास चेकिंग यस इट्स
Yeah.
करेक्ट रुक सी फोर एंड यू जस्ट टेक एंड प्ले ई3
Oh no,
अच्छा सी
C5
फाइव
check
चेक पहले
first.
भाई कुछ
Wow.
रीजन है इसका हियर
And now,
टेक्स एंड ओ
ooh,
भाई मारना भी नहीं है भाई यू हैव टू प्ले ई3 स्ट्रेट
E3.
हैज ही लुक्ड
Wow,
एट
that's
दिस भाई
that's
दैट्स नॉट
tough.
सिंपल
That's tough.
भाई आई थॉट टेक्स रुक सी फोर शुड बी विनिंग बट व्हाई इज इट नॉट विनिंग knight h4 oh knight f5 oh bhai that will be that is tough if that happens by knight h4 look at this move bhai
Chess is tough, bhai. Chess is tough. Nodirbek last tak, he'll stop that pawn from reaching his back rank. So you have to be very, very careful here. And Anish, from his perspective, is trying hard.
भाई प्रग का ना और रुक एंड गेम्स का कोई एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग सा रिलेशनशिप चल रहा है भाई
Oh, he's gonna hold this. That's great news, no?
भाई
And it's
उसने
a
ड्रॉ
draw.
पूछ ही लिया भाई उसने ड्रॉ सीधा खत्म करो नहीं खेलना मुझे
Wow. But chat, that's a
वेरी
great
काइंड
result.
ऑफ हिम एक्चुअली टू ऑफर द ड्रॉ हियर
I agree. But I think very lucky for Prague. I think at one point he was just lost. So great defensive skills, and maybe Dogmas will not be so happy. But I think Prague should be happy with this result, Saj Bhai. With the black pieces, he was lost at one point.
Correct, bhai. And by the way, Arvind has made his move, rook f5 to target the a5 pawn. And apparently you should just sacrifice it, bhai. Take it.
Yeah. So the rook moving from the front rank to the side rank now. ओ हाँ प्रग नहीं हारा भाई ग्रेट पॉइंट बाय समय भाई और प्रोड्यूसर कि प्रग की टी शर्ट पहनी थी बट प्रग डिडंट लूज सो दैट्स ग्रेट न्यूज
भाई ऑलरेडी कल 4 गेम में आधा पॉइंट बना था अभी 2 में 1.5 बन गया भाई सो इट्स अमेजिंग एंड एक पॉइंट तो यहाँ पे मतलब डिफॉल्ट ही आना है
हाँ
तो 4
although
में 2.5
Vedant
भाई
is losing but okay yeah better result today
and Sindarov also draws his match against Vincent Keymer, the only undefeated player in the Masters section so far. How many languages do I know? कम ही है यार ज़्यादा नहीं है like maybe 3 or 4. Let's be honest, don't be too mean to Sahil bhai. He works very hard. Not everybody has the same temperament, and we can tell he's. अरे भाई of course मजाक मजाक में तो भाई
भाई
चलता है
ये
सब.
तो थैंक्स भाई अप्रिशिएट सेंटीमेंट बट ये वो मुझे ज्यादा मुझे टीचर ने भी ऐसे ही कहा था भाई लेट्स नॉट बी हार्ड ऑन साहिल भाई आई मीन
सहज
50 में
भाई
से दो 50
भाई
में
मेरे
दो
को एक
नंबर आए
बात
हैं तो
बताओ जब आप
हाँ
सहज भाई के बारे में अपने बारे में बात करते हो तब सहज बोलते हो तो मेरे को बोलते हो तब सहज बोलते हो
नहीं
व्हाट
भाई
इज दिस
ऐसा
ये क्या है
भाई सहज कब बोला मैं तो सहज बोला ही नहीं
अभी तो कितनी बार बोल रहे हो सहज बार बार
नहीं नहीं नहीं, मैं कह रहा हूँ कि ये तो मुझे स्कूल की याद आ गई भाई जब मेरे 50 में से 2.5 नंबर आए थे एक बार 11th में पहले टेस्ट में टीचर ने भी यही कहा था भाई ही इज ट्राइंग खड़े होके बुलवाया था मुझे ही इज ट्राइंग सो बाय द वे इज अरविंद ट्राइंग बिकॉज
इज ट्राइंग टू होल्ड भाई
Come on. Look at F8. Oh, wait, what?
It's fine. Still winning.
Wait.
I guess he didn't see a reason to give up the pawn, yeah, for no reason. क्यों मतलब why should I give it?
Oh, now knight c7 is a fork. That is the problem.
पर उससे फर्क क्या पड़ रहा है? रुक एच F8, रुक
Rook
H5, रुक
h5.
F2 चेक, किंग रखा कहीं पे, C3 is a blunder by the way, rook E2 is winning, rook D3 only move, and now king A7, you take H3, I give a check, I take, no, Arjun can win this, yeah, Arjun can win this, but time pressure पे जाएगा भाई गेम.
Come on. Anish played rook b2. Anish has played that. Wow. So he saw all of it, yeah?
Crazy, huge and true.
Come on.
By the way, Sahil bhai, I'll just be right back in a minute, yeah? BRB.
Pre-workout में बॉर्नविटा लेते हुए complain. भाई it's gracious of you to expect कि मैं workout करता हूँ. T-shirt guy has a T-shirt printer. Why he just got a T-shirt for each player and he's carrying them all every day. Can a person with infinite resources become a GM in 20 years of time? I think starting from zero, no chess knowledge, if you have infinite resources, let's say Elon Musk resources, you can do so in, I think, 4 years maybe. 4 साल काफी होंगे. पहले साल में पहुंच जाओगे 1500, अगले साल में 2200, अगले साल में 2021, अगले साल में 2300, 2400, अगले साल में 2500. Nihal is almost guaranteed to play in the Olympiad this time. उसको सिर्फ खेलना ही नहीं है. No classical for Nihal. He'll make it. Because Vishy sir is not playing. Nihal is right now fourth in the standings in terms of rating. In fact, he's a Giri rating like he could be third, but okay, fourth. So two people have to surpass Nihal. That's just not going to happen. So pretty safe ranking for Nihal right now. 2716. I don't think he's risking anything. Only Vidit, I think, has a realistic chance of kind of overtaking him. Even then, Nihal finishes fifth. So unless Vishy sir is playing, I think he has zero risk. He can just not play classical and make it to the Olympiad team. Why don't you try? Infinite resources tha bhai. Usme, if you have infinite resources. I mean, if you can hire Magnus as a coach, फिर तो तुम 2-3 साल में कर लोगे यार. That is, I'm not even that generous with resources. Can Anish win candidate? Of course he can. I mean, Anish bhai is a legit candidate. I mean, it means a lot to सब achieve कर लिया भाई ने यार. He spread the candidates, has reached 250, I think, is married, has 3 kids. Like everything in life is perfect for Anish. बस एक world champ title रह गया.
Anish, yeah?
Yeah.
He was 2799 something, actually.
Oh, wow. So 2 goals
96, I
remaining.
think it was something like that. He was in 2800, like not on live ratings.
तो 2 goals remaining फिर.
Yeah. 28 तो भाई बहुत मुश्किल है अब करना. Actually, just checking. Anish was 27. No, he was 2802. भाई, my bad. He was 2802
वो लाइव
in
में
live
होगा.
ratings.
पब्लिश में शायद नहीं है. You're right.
पब्लिश
पब्लिश
में
में
नहीं था शायद.
2799 था शायद. You're right. Is Pragg's form a concern? Right now, yes. But it doesn't mean he's not going to prepare well for the candidates.
Yeah, I think he's fine, bhai. Don't stress.
Nepo was 2799. वो होता है यार. वो extra mark for good writing and एक rating for bedbugs कई बार. मजाक है
आराम से
भाई
बोला
यार, of course.
bedbugs.
अरे मजाक है यार, of course यार. I think Nepo, to be honest, candidates killer है. Like I think if there's one guy who is a favorite to win the candidates every time is Nepo. He just didn't qualify this time. So hard luck
मैं तो
there.
भाई
Like,
मैं तो चाहता हूँ नेपो को दे दो, मतलब कैंडिडेट्स, बिकॉज साहिल भाई से फिर नेपो सुनने को मिलेगा हमें कैंडिडेट्स में.
भाई किसको निकालोगे लेकिन नेपो के लिए?
गुड क्वेश्चन भाई, गुड क्वेश्चन.
Anish has everything except with it. भाई ये क्या था भाई? He does have with it as a good friend, so I don't agree with that.
क्वेश्चन है कि अब विदित अनीश की हेल्प करेगा या फिर प्रज्ञ की हेल्प करेगा?
Bhai, I think Anish, yeah. Like if Vidit had a choice to help Pragg or Anish, like it'll be Anish, I think.
बट आई थिंक दैट
How
विल बी
does
टू ऑब्वियस, नो? अनीश सॉर्ट ऑफ विदित हेल्पिंग प्रज्ञ, फिर वो एक वो सीक्रेसी का वो पॉइंट नहीं रहेगा अनीश का. इट विल बी टू
like I mean
ऑब्वियस.
not in opening theory, but in like principle, like just to play training games and like in that way he can help. He might not be like a full on second, but he might be like helping. And also keep in mind Vidit is not playing that much. Like he's relatively free. You see, he doesn't have any tournaments lined up. So that should be also a sign ki bhai, if he's not playing tournaments, then what is he doing?
गुड पॉइंट. By the way, Arvind has now made a comeback. Looks like it.
An
Overall,
only
Rook
move.
HF8 was the move. Only move. Otherwise, Arjun is not winning this. I don't know if Arjun wins this by. I think we
I
are
think,
looking at a draw.
yeah, it is possible. By the way,
No.
bhai, bolte hi galti.
What is this plan? Rook E8 and... Okay, Rook E8 तो नहीं आ रहा. Knight C7 check है मेरे पास. King D3 पे Rook E1 आ रहा है. तो सिर्फ रुक मूव कर सकते हो. नाइट को हटाओगे तो Rook E8 आ जाएगा. क्या देख लिया भाई? कुछ तो देख लिया आपने.
कुछ नहीं. बस enjoying. VD can help Anish with coding. Why both guys are into coding. Anish has something he's involved with. Kuch tha uska something, chess monitor, whatever. And then Vidit also was coding, I think coded something. I don't know what it was, but these guys are also coding now.
Hmm. How much resources one needs to become a GM if you have next 20 years of time? भाई that's enough. If you can devote 20 years alone, वो भी काफी होगा भाई. But लेकिन वो possible नहीं होता भाई. That is the biggest problem I think as an adult.
Sal, why rooting for draw here? Why not Arjun win? I mean, I'm not rooting for anything actually. Because regardless of what happens, एक ही point मिलना है. I'm just rooting कि भाई कोई blunder ना कर दे बस.
Hmm. By the way, Vedant Panesar has made a comeback. He's now equal.
Oh wow. नहीं भाई. Oh wow.
कुछ
Impressive.
blunder था I think by Daniil Yuffa. Have you ever... भाई भाई कैसे कैसे सवाल कर रहे हो भाई आप? I haven't heard of Vedant before this tournament. Bhai, I think we spoke quite a bit about him last year when he won the the open section because he qualified through there, and he's trying to become a GM straight. He is IM strength already, but उसने IM वो भी claim नहीं किया. I think he's a strong player. He had although a couple of losses back to back, but now he drew to Aydin, and now he's drawing against another 2600 player, which is great.
Will Arjun and Guki help Pragg in candidates? I mean, Gukesh should be an obvious no because Pragg is preparing to beat him.
Oh, mistake by the way by Aravindh. Rook f6. Although it doesn't feel like a mistake to me. You can take this pawn.
ड्रॉ के बहुत क्लोज है अभी.
By the way, master section में सिर्फ दो games remaining. Nodirbek versus Anish and then Erwin versus Arjun. And chat में बड़ा interesting सा एक fact देखा मुझे. कि चैलेंजर सेक्शन में अब तक एक भी गेम ड्रॉ नहीं हुआ भाई.
मतलब we don't have a result या
No, there are four results. One, two, three, five results actually, and one is going to be a draw, most likely Vedant Panesarga. But all the other games have ended in, and Faustino Oro, by the
he's
way,
losing by.
losing.
He's losing again, Vedant.
अच्छा तो कोई रिजल्ट नहीं हुआ. It's possible.
By the way, Nodirbek game, Rook C5 has been played. So
अच्छा, so
I
we
think
are
Rook
seeing that
B4 check.
line happen.
Very impressive.
We can see from the blue arrow, only move is rook b4 check. That's simple. The difficult task is to not take this rook on c4. c5, king c3, and e3 is winning for Anish. But okay, if he's giving up the knight, then of course he's seen all of it.
Uh, 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 uh. Yeah, check. What a set of poor moves by Arjun from a clearly strong position. I think it's not easy because honestly, he was lost. So he did play some good moves to fight back. It isn't easy, I think.
Yeah.
While looking at the age of Nepo, do you think 2024 was the last candidates he played? Um, I don't think so. I think he might try again for the next one, but maybe if that doesn't work out, then it's going to be difficult because yeah, फिर ये Erdogmus की एक wave भी आएगी Erdogmus and Edis Gurel and ये सब लोग भी आ जाएंगे, so it'll get even tougher. So I think maybe next one he has a shot, but उसके बाद I think it'll get very difficult. How long did it take you to become a GM, Sahaj Bhai? Is 2300 at 18 years late?
Like 12 years basically, give or take.
एंड ये 2300 है क्या फिडे है कि चेसकॉम है भाई बहुत डिफरेंस है 2300 फिडे और 2300 चेसकॉम में
भाई अर्जुन तो नहीं जीत रहा आज, मुझे लग रहा है. What do you think?
भाई
You
D6
think
भी
he's
क्या
winning?
यार मुश्किल लग रहा है बट आई स्टिल हैव सम होप फॉर एग्जांपल रूक D4 check the only move is king C3 apparently or you're lost so it
भाई
gives me
उसका
some
फॉलो अप भी देखो भाई, किंग सी टू पे यू हैव टू प्ले रुक सी एट. नो, नो, हाउ डू यू प्ले रुक सी एट इन दिस पोजीशन भाई? हाउ? इट्स सो हार्ड.
खेलना पड़ेगा भाई आई थिंक अर्जुन फाइंड्स rook C8
Yeah, let's see if he plays rook d4 check first though. Saw a question in the chat. Can a player become a GM only by playing games and analyzing only his games but not studying even a single opening? No, bhai. No, I don't think. I mean, Alpha Zero can, but I think not a human. You have to study classics to be a GM. Yash bhai dropping some very cool facts in the chat.
so I can play in the Pakistan Olympiad team technically like I would make it
जाओ भाई.
that's what he's saying basically
Lord of the Rings strategy versus Harry Potter, right? Lord of the Rings, all the way.
इमेजिन इंडिया से पाकिस्तान का मैच हो गया राउंड 1 एंड मैं बैठा हूँ बोर्ड नंबर 3 पे अगेंस्ट अर्जुन एंड सारे कमेंट्री कर रहे हैं एंड टुडे इंडिया फेसेस अ टफ ऑपोजिशन इन पाकिस्तान बोर्ड नंबर 3 इट इज एरिगेसी अर्जुन वर्सेस साहिल टिक्कू ये ये कौन कहां से आ गया भाई साहिल टिक्कू फ्रॉम क्या था रेयारी, क्या था वो, क्या लेयारी, हाँ साहिल टिक्कू फ्रॉम लेयारी, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग.
Hamza. Do you play chess full time? No, I am not full time professional. I'm also a commentator and I also coach from time to time. But yeah, not playing full time. I will play a tournament soon though. As soon as I think on 2nd of Feb, I'm playing a tournament. So very excited for that, bhai. Been a while.
या साज भाई फुल टाइम प्लेयर नहीं है, थोड़ा बहुत कभी कभी खेलते हैं. यू डू लव प्लेइंग टर्की दो साज भाई, आई थिंक एक टूर्नामेंट मुझे याद है, यू प्ले अ लॉट.
Bhai, that tournament is insane, yeah. You should play sometime. It's so fun. I mean, the conditions are just fantastic there. Although maybe like rating ke liye it's not the best event for me, but I just love it. Which Olympiad team looks strongest this year? Personally, I think Uzbekistan. That's the team we should watch out for, and Turkey as well. मैं इंडिया को ऑफ कोर्स साइड पे रख के बोल रहा हूँ बिकॉज वो तो ऑब्वियस है.
बाय द वे अनीश फाउंड ऑल ऑफ इट, सब कुछ निकाल दिया बंदे ने यार. कैन यू हैव अ लुक? उफ, ब्यूटी.
ओ चेक, C5 check, E3 and rook H4 खेला भी वो. And now another only move by the way, rook B1 and the other only move is rook G4 which is
Rook
crazy.
G4 is so crazy actually. Wow.
Poetic actually. rook G4 तो नहीं होगा भाई, rook B1 ही होगा. That's simple enough to win. By the way, challenger section में सारे मैचेस खत्म हो गए besides Vedant and all the games have ended in a result. And Faustino Oro I think lost his first match today.
Oh wow. And Vedant also losing. His opponent has an only move. I think he might just find it. So not looking great for him. On the other hand, Rook H4, a great find by Nodirbek. Yeah, at least he's asking the question now. Rook B1 is the move we expect. Ki Fe3 के बाद F2 and you will get the rook for the pawn.
ये तो जीत गया तो यहाँ पे तो नॉर्दर्बर्ग रिजाइन ही कर देगा आई थिंक. नहीं निकाली उसने भाई. वेदांत इज ड्राइंग.
क्या बात कर रहे हो
भाई ब्लंडर, mistake by him. He had to find in this position B5 apparently and king D2 he plays. But still likelihood of a mistake by Vedant is pretty high here. Not an easy endgame to hold.
Although luckily for him, both his pawns are on dark squares. So उम्मीद है थोड़ी बहुत यहाँ बचाने की.
Correct. By the way, Arjun has made a move and I think it's an inaccuracy. And if Erwin plays rook e6, it's a draw. Oh, I think uska plan had to take on g3. That's a draw, bhai.
Yeah. भाई D6 मारने के बाद तो आई थिंक चांसेस बहुत कम हो गए एक्चुअली. आई थिंक दिस इज प्रीटी मच अ ड्रॉ नाउ.
So do you only provide coaching to high rated players? What is your selection criteria? Like I avoid मतलब एकदम absolute beginners because I think वहाँ पर like um, the material is like readily available. I specialize in I would specialize more in let's say players above 18, 19, like 2000 and above. So that's what I try to go for generally speaking. नहीं तो GM like अपनी insight उतनी अच्छे से नहीं दे सकता वहाँ पे because okay, the material is still like the chess की theory is still the same. Challenges में leader कौन है भाई? That's a good question. And I think it's Marc'Andria Maurizzi and then there is Andy Woodward. Andy Woodward, by the way, lost his first match to Bibisara and then has scored 7.5 out of 8 in the next like rounds. Crazy, no?
हाँ साज भाई, like कितना डिफरेंस है. सो समटाइम्स पीपल आस्क से साज भाई डू यू कोच. मेरे को है कैन यू कोच साज भाई. कैन यू,
Can I
like is
coach
that even
Sahil bhai? Yes,
possible?
bhai.
मेरे को oh by the way, rook f6 played.
Yeah, but it's still a good move. भाई रुक G3 का ही प्लान है उसका. वो रुक D4 चेक वापस तो नहीं देगा, वहीं से आया था रुक.
But okay, I mean, maybe he doesn't take on, or he takes. Oh, he
Yeah, yeah,
takes.
yeah.
Okay.
This I think this is headed towards a draw, bhai. That end game is a draw. We know this. क्योंकि पॉन स्ट्रेट हो जाएंगे बहुत जल्दी. H2 he plays rook f1 only move.
But
By
okay, I
keep an
think
eye
both.
on
Uh,
the Nodirbek game, yeah. See if any updates are happening there.
yeah, Rook B1 played by the way by Anish. So Anish is gonna convert this one. And standings will be nice to see. Actually, better than what we had last time. Although, do you think they agree to a draw quickly, or do you think they play on in the Arvind
Arjun,
Arjun game?
I think like 10 more minutes because this pawn on g3 will get taken, and I think it's a matter of time when white plays b4. So like king d3, c5, king c4, king b5, b4. ऐसे अगर आ गया तो ये pawn भी trade हो जाएगा, ये pawn भी trade हो जाएगा, and then it's a draw.
Gukesh 1 today by Gukesh 1.
There is USA 2. It is your recency bias, okay? That caused you to say Turkey. Rating wise, the team is even more inferior than China. I know, but I'm not talking about just rating. भाई वो stats तो आपको कहीं से भी मिल जाएंगे. I'm talking more about form. I'm talking more about like जो team की unity रहती है. I mean, I think US fielded their best team besides Hikaru, because Hikaru usually खेलता नहीं है. Like Hikaru होगा team में तो yes, for sure. Like that team is a huge threat. But last time they didn't do that well. For me, I think still Uzbekistan is a very, very dangerous team. In India के हिसाब से Uzbekistan and China perhaps as well is a very strong team. But yeah, Turkey, I have to say, you have to watch out for them. By the
By the
way,
way,
there we
resignation.
see Nodirbek
Yeah.
resigning on the on the main board, and then Anish now 50%, taking down two players back to back by Gukesh and then Nodirbek, both with the black pieces. What a result!
Crazy comeback by Anish, yeah? I mean, insane comeback. He was in the last rank a couple of rounds back, and suddenly he's playing like the candidate he wants to be in April. So beautiful play. And Nodirbek and Gukesh is like an impressive list to have against your name as with the full point in the last two rounds.
Absolutely.
So chat now going to Arjun's game. Rook H1 on the board. Rook मिल गया है.
Last game remaining in the Masters
Yeah.
section.
I think they will try for a while, but this should be a comfortable draw. Like even if you just don't move the knight from d5, you give the g3 pawn. I'm not even. Maybe there's some chances actually, but
नहीं वो भी draw ही है भाई. You're right. I'm trying to figure out because the problem is that king on a7 is really out of place. Maybe if I get the king on c6, I have some chances. Like I have to play b6, king b7, king c6. तीन चालें भाई. King b6 से निकल नहीं सकता. So that's a
b6
problem.
खेलते ही आपने pawn रख दिया knight के नजर में तो.
Exactly. So now any move here, king c3 works, g4 works, king d3 works. Not sure if b4 works. So is that too like quick? Yeah, b4 is losing because take ये थोड़ा
Oh
जल्दी हो
wow.
जाएगा. Now king b6, yeah. So b4 doesn't work. Okay, also it's counterintuitive. King c3 के बाद ही b4 खेलोगे ना, because you want to capture back with the king, obviously. Knight d5 पे बढ़िया बैठा है, तो why should we trade it?
King c3 maybe rook g3. Yeah, you go for. I think.
King c3 then?
Rook g1 sorry. Rook g1.
Rook g1. सोच रहा था अभी अब b4 पॉसिबल है क्या? अभी भी losing है. हाँ, ये भी
नहीं
draw है
equal
भाई.
actually. But king d4 खेलना है. Oh, that's not.
Okay, that's simple, ना? King center.
Oh, played. King c3 played by Arvind.
Yeah, I think he's looking at either it's b4 or he's looking at c5, king c4, king b5, which I like more actually.
साहिल भाई शादी कब करोगे? अंशुल भाई का सवाल है.
पता नहीं आंटी, अभी देखता हूँ. आंटी वाले सवाल कर रहे हैं अंशुल भाई. In textbook drawn position, should players play expecting a blunder by the opponent? You should play until the very end. This is what Magnus Carlsen taught the world. It's not draw until I say so, basically.
For Olympiad, if Pragg wins candidates, Arjun being Indian number 1 and Gukesh as world champion, who should play for board 1 in the Olympiad? I think it still should be Gukesh. World champion to hai, and also like he did pretty well last time. I think that's the main difference. If you did something well last time, have been doing it for the last 2 years, last two Olympiads, let's say, why would you change your working formula? It doesn't make sense. Unless, of course, Arjun reaches 28, 30 or something like that's different, or Pragg for that matter, but not in the current state. अतः pawn तो गया.
C5, yeah, I think that's his plan. C5, played by. Clinical.
Impressive.
Now king c4 incoming, you will go king b5 और b4. एक pawn तो यहाँ trade हो जाएगा. फिर उसके बाद ये pawn अगर trade हो गया तो rook versus knight draw है. I'm not sure if Arjun actually plays on here. I'm not even sure how you play on here.
But do you voluntarily go to a5, give the b3 pawn because your king gets trapped?
No, I'll play b4.
That's not
in.
in.
First
So
of all,
play
I'm asking you a
b4.
question. What is your plan? Like, I'll play knight c7, knight d5. ऐसे. Just wait.
Okay, that's a
Fortress
good question. But if you play b4, there is rook g4. Okay, king c3.
King b5 तब भी है ना मेरे पास.
King b5 is lost by rook d4 apparently.
अच्छा हाँ, pawn takes b4 you can take. Right. So maybe I'll not play b4 then. I'll play knight c7, knight d5, knight c7, knight d5. आपके पास कोई improvement ही नहीं है.
Yeah, true.
Check. King b5 incoming.
What are the chances that king plays in the Olympiad? I would say very high. Very, very high. I think he will play the Olympiad.
Ding, yes, for sure.
Wei Ding. It's a strong team actually. Wei Ding. Wanted to point out, I started following chess from Olympia. Gukesh crushed Wei with that insane knight move. That is true. वो दो knights versus rook वाली endgame. That was a crazy endgame, yeah.
That was another like
impressive.
highlight, like top 3 or top 5 में आएगा मेरे वो. Gukesh versus Wei. भाई क्या match था यार वो.
Beautiful. मुकेश तो भाई वो वॉक करता था भाई जीतने के बाद. आफ्टर एवरी गेम ही वॉक. कैसे वो प्रॉपर क्या एडिट बनते थे भाई उसके.
Why
Ding is playing
people
in top
take
tournaments.
why
Ding तो कुछ नहीं
people
खेल रहा ना
take
भाई.
नहीं, nothing that
कुछ
I
भी नहीं
can
खेल
see.
रहा एक्चुअली.
I think some league I saw, some Chinese league I saw him somewhere. Why people take Olympiad so seriously in spite of being a team event? क्योंकि भाई चेस का Olympics है वो, इसलिए. It means a lot. Also, like if you get a gold for your country, then you get sponsorships. You know, a lot of doors open for you. Rook d4, attacking the knight. Knight को कहीं पे भी रख दो, b6 पे रख दो, e7 पे रख दो, हर जगह ड्रॉ है. अरे भाई. You see this? Knight e7, rook b4, king a5, rook b3. This knight is cute move.
Oh, nice.
Hello.
Nice.
कोई स्टेलमेट बोल रहा था भाई कल चैट में. आई थिंक स्टेलमेट तक खेलते हैं क्या भाई. चैट, दिस इज
Okay, I
योर
mean
आंसर राइट देयर.
king 8, yeah? King 8.
Okay, no ways. Yeah, okay, this you know knight before के बाद if you get c6 it's a draw. Yeah, that's just a draw. खेल लो भाई. तो ये तो for the beauty of the game you can play it.
Nodirbek lost, Gukesh won. Yeah, that is true. Knight, I think, can move anywhere. Arvind is being cautious for good reason. By यहाँ पे, you don't want to miss anything here.
Exactly. Knights are very tricky pieces. Is Dina, Bill and Kaya stronger than you? भाई I think वो GM नहीं है. So I don't know.
She's a WGM, I think. So likely not.
The exact rating पता नहीं मेरे को उनकी.
Gukesh looks in good touch, but luck hasn't favored him. You know, if you look in good touch and luck doesn't favor you, that's a good sign because luck twist hogi kabhi na kabhi. Like it's going to turn in your favor. The sad part is when you're not playing well because then you're like, bhai, matlab, that's a bigger problem to have, no? Like, matlab, if you're not skilled enough, luck to kabhi na kabhi aapke side aayegi.
Correct, bhai. A country would prefer to be Olympiad champion or have world champion. Case 1 classical or case 2 world rapid and blitz by. So I think of course ideally you want to have like both, like in the case of India. But if you had to choose, I personally would choose having a world champion. I think that's more like uh, beneficial as a country. What about you, Salva? What do you think?
I think I agree. World champion just means different. Although, like Olympiad is the only event which Magnus has never won. So, for example, like it is very important. But yeah, I mean, world championship is world championship. Yeah, you can't really. But I think maybe for as a country, maybe the Olympiad might even mean more. It depends on how you look at it. For example, Olympiad में India जीत रहा है and world championship UK जीत रहा है. So there's a slight difference. But overall,
Hmm.
world championship, I think maybe means a bit more.
Correct, bhai.
By the way,
By the
pawn
way,
gaya.
no blunder from Arvind. It's still a draw, dead draw. The position कुछ भी खेल के आप ड्रॉ कर सकते हो. वो बार वो लाइक 0-0 से 0.2 होता है, इसका फर्क नहीं होता ना.
I
अभी हाँ,
only
यहाँ
move.
पे if he plays knight b6 that's lost. Yeah, knight b6 he has to play. बट ओके, वो धीरे धीरे करके जब जितना डेप्थ में जाएगा कंप्यूटर इक्वल बता देगा उधर. इट्स अ ड्रॉ.
Hmm.
Remember, chat ki king c7 is the winning idea here. You have knight b5 check, very important, and king c6 is not possible because of knight d4 and your rook is hanging. So if in this exact position, अगर मेरा rook b1 पे होता, for example, then king c7 would be winning for black. There are some tricks here and there, but it should be a draw.
Oh, he
I
plays
think
with
Arjun
B1.
has also accepted the draw, but that's why he's playing so quickly.
The problem is white को कुछ तो चलना है ना. Like you will improve your position
Hmm.
automatically. कुछ तो चलना है ना भाई. Yeah.
Correct, bhai.
Yeah, king b6, a5, a6, खत्म.
Yeah, draw incoming. I'm just checking, would b6 be lost for Arjun? King b6 के बाद? Maybe not, yeah?
Tricky. Maybe not, I think though.
Hmm. Okay, he goes rook a1 though. यहाँ पे एक nice tactic है. King b6 would be losing, I think, because rook a4 actually still not losing. This is still a draw. This is insane to me. But I was looking at c6 because you want to go into rook versus knight, but you have rook a6 check. But can you believe this position is also a draw? That's crazy, no?
Yo, CC रुक नहीं रहा होगा. I think maybe that's the right moment. I don't know. But yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
poor Arjun, how did he miss that win? I don't think it was that easy. I think there was one moment maybe it made sense. जब rook e8 खेल लिया था उसने. Rook f8 should have been obvious. But other than that, it wasn't that easy.
Yeah, agreed.
Why not rook a1? Played. Can we go full screen? I think we might see the games end soon. Final game, by the way. We also see Vedant in the distance. I wonder if that is still a draw. It still is. Wow. So he's also fighting for that draw.
Only 2 games remaining, yeah? Arjun and Vedant. That's it.
Hmm. And इसका मतलब कि overall आज के दिन में we got 1 point from Gukesh, half a point from Pragg, so 1.5. Then we should get one here, 2.5, and Vedant say half three. Right? 3 out of 5 is not bad.
Yeah, correct, bhai. The Gukesh winning was the highlight, yeah? That was very important. Um, is Erdogmus a second Wei or a second Magnus or a first Erdogmus? Bhai, first Erdogmus for me, bhai. I don't think players are similar to each other at all.
Why Vedant is not even Pranav can be there. He's not even IM. I think he's not IM by choice. He didn't want to get the IM title. He's completed all the qualifications for it. So he directly wants to get the GM title. I think that's the reason. And he's there because he won the Tata Steel C section last time.
Mhm.
So he finished in first place. And that's how he qualified to the challenges. एंड 12 आए 9 है भाई किसी ने चैट में लिख ही दिया है तो भाई थोड़े बांट देंगे हम गरीबों में भी तो अच्छा रहेगा. By the way, king b4, playing it very safe.
Okay, I think I'm back now.
Okay, Arjun king c8. Still kind of trying, but okay, not seriously.
Wow, apparently knight c3 is the only move here.
No, not really. King
Really?
a5 draw है, a5 भी draw है.
अरे वाह.
Knight d4 भी draw है, knight d6 भी सब draw है भाई. नॉर्म तो बाद देगा, रेटिंग का क्या होगा भाई? नॉर्म तो मिले, रेटिंग के बाद में देखेंगे. कल की पेयरिंग्स है. कल कोई गेम नहीं है भाई. कल है रेस्ट डे. परसों है अर्जुन वर्सेस हैंस नीमन, Pragg versus Aravindh. So Arvind के black pieces there, and then Gukesh versus Matthias Bluebaum. Good chance of Gukesh to get that win again.
या चैट ऑल्सो पैनिक मत करना, यहाँ पे कोई ब्लंडर नहीं हुआ है अरविंद से. दिस इज अ ड्रॉ स्टिल.
Hmm. Yeah, not really any serious chance though. Why is everyone underestimating Blue? It's not underestimating. Relative है ना भाई. If you
Why did how did we even talk about Bluebaum? That's my
no, I
question.
mean the fact that Gukesh का match है, so good chance to beat him. I think it's not about underestimating. It's just the relative positions जो है tournament की. He's one of the weakest players by rating, and also I think he's drawn 3 winning games. So his confidence must be shaken. Like he must be quite irritated at this point. So it's a good chance to make, good use of that.
Yeah, true. And Gukesh also after winning would be feeling like himself. On paper, at least he's stronger. So by repetition incoming, King C4, Rook C1 check.
King c4. Yeah, he plays it. Yeah, knight d4 बढ़िया है. No way for black king to approach only. तो बात ही खत्म. Okay, rook h1. Arjun plays on.
भाई वो चेक देके वापस नाइट D4 आ जाएगा तो कुछ नहीं हो रहा उधर.
True. बिल्कुल सही. Who is Cookie playing next? Bluebaum.
Exactly. Career trajectory wise, I was asking you to compare. Ah, you mean way Erdogmus. I think Erdogmus is still younger. Like if he breaks 2700, he might be the youngest, if I'm not mistaken. He could be the youngest player to break 27, right? Sailway?
Who?
Erdogmus. अगर वो
Yeah, he
2700
is.
इसी टूर्नामेंट में हो जाता है.
Yeah, he was 2682 by the way. Till yesterday.
Yeah, so he's definitely younger. He's done it like much faster, I think, than others.
So I'm just checking his live rating actually. He's already 2682 he was, and he drew against Pragg today, so would have gained a few rating points as well, I think. So he's crushing it, right?
Wow. Gives a check, by the way. King D7 by knight D4 incoming. And he is, yeah, you're right. World number 40, why? 2683.
Bhai, he's 2 ranks behind Arvind.
Oh, baap re.
He is matching. If Arvind were to lose, he would be behind Erdogmus, by the way. That's insane.
Wow.
He's ahead of Hari Krishna by 6 points. That is freaking insane. Chess is a young man's game, man.
And now king goes somewhere, maybe to c6 or to c8. I think Arjun maybe, if he's still trying to play, then okay, he goes king b8. क्योंकि c6 पे आने के बाद you are offering a repetition more or less. Yep, king b8 played. Now anything, yeah, knight d4, king b5, everything is a draw. सब हर जगह zeros हैं साहिल भाई.
हाँ भाई, गेम में मेरे बैंक बैलेंस में हर जगह जीरोज ही है भाई. वन
Huge,
मिसिंग है भाई कहीं
true.
पे.
एक
भाई से
बारी बस
मिडिल गेम.
c6 आ जाए बस, that then it's over.
हाँ, दैट्स ट्रू. नाइट pawn versus rook तो he would agree to a draw.
Rook h4, okay.
King d5, king a7 maybe.
हाँ अभी लेकिन अगर मैं किंग c3 किंग c4 किंग c3 किंग c4 खेलता रहूँ,
King
जस्ट अप
c3,
एंड
king
डाउन.
a7 anyways.
हाँ ओके, c6 तो यहाँ भी आ रहा है, राइट.
Oh, king d5 played by the way.
या, he's not even thinking भाई, very comfortable.
जीरोस चेक कर लो अंकल. तुम आंटी थे ना भाई शायद.
c6 अब आ रहा है भाई, इनकमिंग. ड्रॉ इनकमिंग नाउ, अनलेस अर्जुन
c6.
प्लेज रुक वर्सेस नाइट भाई.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, रुक नाइट. बट b6 नहीं खेल सकते c6 पे.
भाई आई थिंक अर्जुन विल प्ले रुक वर्सेस नाइट. एक्चुअली आई हैव वन रुक वर्सेस नाइट बिफोर, अगेंस्ट अ 2400 ओपोनेंट.
नहीं, बट रुक नाइट पॉन खेलेगा क्या वो?
हाँ बट पॉन तो मर जाएगा ना कुछ टाइम में.
हम्म.
पॉन थोड़ी ना बच रहा है वो फिर. बट आई थिंक लाइक फॉर मी इट वाज, आई गॉट एन आइडियल पोजीशन, लाइक एकदम बैक रैंक पे किंग था अभी. लेकिन जब ये सेंटर में किंग होता है तो इट्स वेरी हार्ड, लाइक बेसिकली इम्पॉसिबल टू किक इट बैक.
हम्म.
ही माइट प्ले दिस भाई.
अंशुल भाई, एजिस मत बनो भाई, तुम्हारी वो रील बनानी पड़ेगी. वो रील देखी है सच में आपने? सो पीपल गो अराउंड इन देयर ऑफिस और समथिंग एंड आस्क, ओके व्हेन वर यू बोर्न? दे विल से 1990, एंड देन सडनली उनके साथ डायनासोर का अटैच कर देंगे. एंड इन काउंटर लाइक कोई 2000 बोलता है तो उनके आगे छोटा भीम या समथिंग लाइक दैट. हैव यू सीन दोस रील्स?
Yeah, I have. I've
Hilarious.
also seen, I like the ones जहाँ पे when someone gives me life advice but their birth year starts with a 2.
हाँ
वो वाला देखा है मैंने, वो बड़ा फनी लगता है मुझे.
भाई, I remember like when it was year 2000, I was in fifth standard भाई. क्या था, we had just like it was a change in the century भाई. मुझे याद है अब तक वो. Crazy.
सहज भाई, your highest rating भाई 2532 was my highest. सैड है भाई, लेकिन ये थोड़ा ज्यादा होना चाहिए था. he plays
Ooh,
a5, c6 भी नहीं खेल रहा भाई वो.
King A6 पे तो खेलना ही पड़ेगा I guess.
या,
How to get NM title? प्लीज बताओ, मुझे भी चाहिए. हाँ भाई, उसके लिए पहले आपको यूएस जाना पड़ेगा. फिर यूएस जाके आपको आई थिंक 2200 रेटिंग करनी पड़ेगी. फिर आपको मिलेगा भाई.
चेक, किंग d6 प्लेड, अब c6 के बाद डेड ड्रॉन. और चैट में कोई पूछ रहा था कि व्हाई इज द इंजन शोइंग बेटर फॉर ब्लैक, क्योंकि वो इंजन मतलब डीप इनफ नहीं है बेसिकली, और इंजन को ऐसे मतलब रुक वर्सेस नाइट की थ्योरी नहीं पता. और ऑल्सो दिस इज अ गुड एग्जांपल फॉर यू चैट कि अगर 0.2 0.3 का एडवांटेज हो तो वो विनिंग नहीं होता. एंड दिस पोजिशन इज अ प्रूफ ऑफ दैट, ये विनिंग नहीं है. इन जस्ट एज अ रूल ऑफ थम 1.7 से ऊपर हो तो विनिंग होता है. ये टेक्स भाई, वो खेल रहा है रुक वर्सेस नाइट, मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको.
यार नहीं यार, आई डोंट थिंक सो.
खेल रहा है भाई. ओके, चेक दिया उसने, मे बी टेक्स ऑन c6 भाई.
Yeah, I think he does. I think he does. I don't think he'll play
आई
on.
डोंट नो भाई, आई डोंट नो इफ ही टेक्स ऑन c6 और नॉट. हाँ ओके, ही डज.
Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't want to win that way also, honestly. Like Arjun is very said.
ऑफ कोर्स, व्हाई नॉट, यू कैन विन एनी वे यू वांट.
No, I mean, he wouldn't win. He knows he wouldn't win. Yeah, he has faith. And there it is, chat. So that is a draw, handshakes, and right before midnight, the games end, and that is a draw among the Indian players. So fair result. I think both players had moments there where they were winning, and a draw at the end sounds like a pretty good result.
Yeah, I think overall decent result, no losses today, despite
Big
two
one.
Indians playing against each other, and one win. Yeah, +1 ka score, 2.5 out of 4 is decent.
By the way,
And
वेदांत को एक
Vedant
बार गेम
also
देख
looks
लेते हैं.
like he's going to be holding his own against
हाँ.
Daniil Yuffa. That's
एक बार
great.
देख लेते हैं बिफोर वी गो, जस्ट टू काइंड ऑफ अंडरस्टैंड कि पिछली 4-5 मूव्स में क्या हुआ है. इट फील्स लाइक वाइट इज अनेबल टू मेक प्रोग्रेस, या
Yeah. King
बिकॉज
b2. I mean,
हाँ
probably if you win this pawn, then d3 का pawn तो आप ऐसे ही खा लोगे. Then you take the king to the h8 square, and that's a draw.
या एंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट द एच पॉन इज द रॉन्ग कलर्ड पॉन, सो
Hmm.
थिंग्स लुकिंग ग्रेट फॉर वेदांत.
I
तो
think
चैट
he draws
वेदांत,
this, yeah.
हाँ ही विल लाइकली ड्रॉ दिस, एंड इसका मतलब आज 3 पॉइंट आ जाएंगे 5 में से, एंड दैट साउंड्स लाइक अ गुड डे रिलेटिवली. एंड एक बार अगर स्टैंडिंग्स अगर हम देख पाए, इफ वी हैव देम रेडी, दैट विल बी वेरी हेल्पफुल टू सी दैट चेंज. कि भाई यूएस बाद में कैसे पहुंचा, मैंने तुम्हारा रेफरेंस दिया था अंशुल आंटी, जिन्होंने कहा अरे अंशुल आंटी को
Hmm.
जानते हैं आप, अरे बहुत पॉपुलर है वो यूएस एम्बेसी में. मैंने कहा क्यों, कहते पता नहीं. तो तभी उन्होंने वीजा दिया. भाई कैन वी हैव द स्टैंडिंग्स भाई इफ इट्स पॉसिबल. बट आई थिंक गुकेश की विन के साथ he'll go to 4 points now, and I think that should be a big, big, big boost to Indian
Yeah, still
chances of.
Nodirbek is 1.5 points ahead of everyone, but Sindarov is on 5.
Hmm.
And then Hans is right behind, yeah, on 4.5. Erdogmus also on 4.5. Jordan
भाई
also on 4.5.
भाई जीतने के बाद भी वी ऑन द राइट साइड भाई, लेफ्ट साइड में पहुंचने का भी वो नहीं मिल रहा है हमें.
अभी तो भाई Erdogmus को अगर रुकेश को हराना है, then that's gonna be the crazy one.
Oh, that's gonna be a
Sorry,
crazy
Bluebaum. He's
matchup.
playing Bluebaum, right? Tomorrow or day
Yeah,
after
yeah, yeah. I
tomorrow.
mean, day after, yes. So, chat, these are the standings. Things not looking perfect yet, but halka sa dhakka laga hai. All the players have shifted rankings by 1 point or 2 ranks or whatever. Arvind, of course, struggling on 2.5. He'll have to battle in the next match against Pragg. So, that's gonna be a tough one as well. So, thank you, Shad, for joining us today. I think अच्छा दिन था overall आज Indian chess के लिए. We had good results, no losses. And Saj bhai, thanks for the amazing commentary. Saj bhai, thanks for the amazing broadcast. And we're gonna see you after the rest day tomorrow, day after tomorrow. कल Republic Day भाई, Happy Republic Day. Everybody भाई, 12 बज चुके हैं भाई, just on point.
Amazing, bhai. Happy Republic Day to you too, bhai. And to chat as well.
चलो chat, see you day after tomorrow. Take care and good night.